Okay, we're live. Hey, Mr. Reds. Hey, I'm sorry I missed your hangout. However, I am still in this cheerleading mode for Mr. True Empiricism here, so I haven't forgotten anything about your dumb fuck of the year. So I did want to talk about it a little bit because I noticed that after you put your links up, Antonio Subido, Super Rat, whatever the frick his name. I don't care. I don't know.
Think super and then think rats, like those
Super
things
rats.
that scurry around in the sewers.
Yeah, I noticed he had a little bit more votes, so I'm like, this cannot happen. Although he is a dumb fuck, there's no question about that. But I mean, I think that I'm going to be promoting almost every day this month. Actually, probably every day. I'm probably going to have a hangout between 2 and 10 o'clock now in December. I think I'm going to try every day at a normal time, because my hangout's been sporadic, that I'll have one maybe, like I said, between 2 or 3 o'clock, Monday through Friday at least. And then I'll be pushing for Ronnie for the dumb fuck of the year. And I do have a hangout on Friday with a guy named Ben, who is a young earth creationist that wants to try to defend Tompkins' work. He's a biochemist, or at least he's a bachelor's in biochemistry. He has talked to Tompkins. Tompkins said that he would be willing to join us sometime in January, it seems. So I'm working on that as well. So
let's see what happens. And but keep in mind that your boy has some big competition today. I mean,
I don't really think so. Okay, I'm not trying to be disparaging, but I really don't even know like 3 or 4 people on your list, because I just don't engage with the flat earth dumb fucks.
Yeah, the flat earth dumb fucks. Yeah, that's you have to be in the crowd in order to understand. But everybody knows Antonio. Even the people who don't even deal with flat earth bullshit know Antonio, and they have seen the level of bullshit that guy spews. So you got some work
Well,
to do.
I do plan to cheat. I mean, but in all fairness, because I will start off somewhat fair, although I'm sure it's going to go downhill really quickly, because I will do whatever it takes.
Never start out fair.
Yeah, I'm going to. Well, like I said, I know where people work. I know what they drive. Not saying anything, but hey, you know, fill in the dots.
It's like you will vote for this person, otherwise some bad things will happen.
Yeah, Jackie, vote for True unless you never want to see puppies ever again.
Exactly.
But I will tell the people out there, the 10 people, as it is fair that you have your dumb fuck of the year list. And so the 10 people are Nature Hacker, True Empiricism, Matt Slick, Crow 777, Anthony Riley, Antonio Suberitz, Super Rats, Pete Shea, Fuck It World, Von Helton, and Darwin's Deity. Oh, I'm sure all of them are more than worthy. I know Darwin's is, Von Helton is, Antonio is worthy. I've seen the video that made him. Jesus Christ!
Nighttime.
Nighttime. You know what's funny? I was playing that video in our hangout a long ago, and you know, I had some people watching. One of them had never even seen my hangouts before, and she was just like, "What the fuck is this?"
I told you.
I was like, "Yeah, well, you know, we have all kinds of shit that happens in our community." Yeah, I know. So Hiller has just said Antonio has 15 votes. Yeah, I know. I'm not sure how that happened. I'm pretty sure that it was probably one person with socks, because they came out exactly at the same time when all the videos came out, right? So, I mean, he had like 15 votes like the first second. I mean, I went to Ronnie's video and he had 0, so I think he has like 5 now.
Yeah, I made them all public, or I should say unlisted, at the exact same time. And the only way to get to it was to the one video that is the only video that's public. That way it doesn't spam the ever living hell out of all my subscribers. So
which was smart.
Yeah, it's smart. So you have to go to that video, and that video will allow you to vote for the rest of them. So all the links are in the description.
Yeah, which I didn't place that video because, again, I don't care if you see that video. I only care about the video that has Ronnie's, you know, voting, which I'm going to post in the live feed now.
Limit the option to just that one. That's smart. That's smart.
I know. I told you. I will name off the 10, but that's it. Now I'm going to do what it takes. I've already posted on Facebook. I know it's late tonight. I don't usually get a lot of people, but I'll invite some people in here. The
3rd annual Dumb Fuck of the Year award.
Do you want to refresh people's memories of the first winners?
Yeah, the first ever winner, of course, to the surprise of literally nobody, was G-Man.
Yeah, not a shocker.
Not a shocker. You know what? He doubled second place
Wow.
He doubled the votes in second place. That should tell you how badly that guy won.
Yeah, that's a landslide, dumb fuck.
Yep. And number 2, the winner was Jism, aka Jeranism, aka Jeranism. He's a flat earth dumb fuck, and that flat earth dumb fuck won with a close second place of Ronnie. A close second. Very
yeah,
close
and I
second.
still think that was a tight race. But I mean, granted, Jeranism is pretty goddamn stupid. That kind of goes without saying.
Now, for the 3rd annual Dumb Fuck of the Year award, gee, I wonder. I am rooting for Antonio's Super Rats, but
he meant to say Ronnie, by the way.
Of course, yeah. If I'll tell you what, if Ronnie wins, I'm not going to be disappointed. In fact, I'll be fucking ecstatic.
Yeah, there's no like real lose situation here, is there?
Yeah, exactly. So, let's see. I am keeping a tally again. The voting has only been live for 30 minutes, so not really much to go on.
And just remember, this is not electoral college. This is popular vote, people.
This is popular vote.
Up. You know, the DNC cannot fuck this one up.
Well, by popular vote, it means popular as in how many sock accounts can you make?
Pretty much, yeah.
How
much dedication do you have to actually, make sock accounts to increase the up or down? By the way, and I want to reiterate, it is up or down, people. So if you like the video or you don't like the video, either way, you're voting for him. So
yes. So vote up or down, doesn't matter. Both are going to be added at the end of the month, and that is going to count as the total number of votes.
And if you already voted for Antonio, you can remove your vote at any time. Just FYI as well. just saying. Well, Ronnie's got 9 now, so it is going up. I mean, I think most people kind of start voting like in the first day or two. I mean, that pretty much is where most of it kind of lies. I mean, did you actually check like daily tallies or anything like that last time?
No, I mean, last year I checked it like once every few days, and just to see who was in the lead. But I don't know. On this one, I think I'll be keeping a closer eye on it, since it really is, it's going to be close. I think we're going to see not only a 3, but maybe even a 4-horse race.
Wow.
I'm predicting it right now.
3. I know Matt Slick's not very popular. But then again, you didn't include it. I think. I mean, there's a lot of runner-ups that were not included. I mean, I think obviously that Antonio Fletcher should have been on there. I think C. Brown should have been on there. But I understand why.
Well, the thing is that I've never actually spoke to the other Antonio.
Well, you did have one message to him, but you know what's funny is that at least they're so stupid that going into next year, I'm sure they're going to be saying just as many dumb things. So it's not like they don't have a shot for it next year.
Exactly. But keep in mind, your boy did make it on there, so just gotta fight for true empiricism.
And if anybody doesn't remember why we're rooting for him so much, or the people that haven't really followed us, because I do have some new listeners, Ronnie for a year, literally for the entire year, has maintained that DNA degrades in water, and he means that to be, if you put it in water, it falls apart. It loses its nucleotide sequence. It literally just goes and falls apart, which is absurd. And he just recently had another major dumb fuck. Well, he's had so many, but one that was actually kind of really, really dumb fuckery. He actually maintained that pi is dependent upon what type of measuring system you use. Yeah.
We're now up to 10.
Ooh, we're making progress.
Making progress. Keep it going. Hannibal Vector just +1 to vote for True Empiricism.
Hannibal needs to make some sock accounts. It needs to be at least +2. So everybody listening, and anybody who ever listens to this video, at least make 1 sock account so you count for double. Okay, at least 1. So I have about 50 to 60 listeners any given time. I don't have that many right now, but usually I get on the average that. So maybe sometime tonight it'll pick up, but 50 people all have 1 sock account. That's obviously, we do the math here because I know it's difficult for people like Ronnie. 50 times 2 would be what, 100, right? Yeah, 1. Yeah. So I think that would kind of blow the competition out of the water, like initially. I figured that. Well, how many votes did G-Man get last time? Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly.
Approximately.
Not even an approximate. I mean,
about?
it was over a year ago, and after they win, it's well, actually, I say the number on the last year's awards ceremony. I'll try to skim through it and then get back to you on that.
Yeah, I don't even remember if it was in the hundreds or thousands. Max, I sent you a link on Facebook to come in.
Ooh, Max Hangouts.
Yeah, it's my boy Max.
He can meet us in New York.
Mr. I look like Einstein. He does look like Einstein. It's pretty scary.
Now, if only he could discover shit like Einstein.
Well, we have to ask him what his vote was first. First, he has to vote. You have to vote before you can come in, by the way. Did you vote already, Max?
Uh-oh. Max having mic issues.
Come on, Max. Let me get some other people, too. I know it's a really slow evening tonight. Really weird.
Yep.
I'm going to invite Wyatt. He's a young earther. He needs to vote.
Vote for Dump Walk of the Air.
Well, we're waiting on Max.
Yep. Max having some issues.
Oh, Hillary, you want to link too? Of course. Hillary, I'm gonna try to invite you from the internal. See if it works. And that doesn't work. The link is on my Facebook page or something, my Google Plus page. So just go to my Google Plus page. You'll find it. There's Max. Yeah, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Okay, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you vote yet?
Yeah, I voted for True.
Ah, you are the man. I take back every negative thing I ever said about you, which was a lot.
Yeah, I am a bit of a douche. I can believe that. So,
Voted for True, huh?
Yep, I voted for True. I mean, the DNA stuff alone, but
it is very hard to beat that.
Just that alone.
That alone. But here's the thing. There's a lot of respect I have for people who realize that a topic or area of expertise is too out of their depth for them to speak authoritatively about it. And I really appreciate that kind of self-honesty. I like to think I have that a lot about the sciences, and I leave that to my friends who are more scientifically minded. I have spoken about philosophy a little too much than I initially thought I knew about, so I'm glad to. So I'm always glad to be corrected there, especially when I was learning on the web. But True, he's that special kind of stupid where he's not willing to admit his ignorance, and when he's called out, he's willing to dig his heels in the sand and say, "I'm not wrong. Everybody else is."
Yeah. You know, we all have some like rudimentary knowledge on a lot of different subjects, and some of us even more than a little bit more than rudimentary. We're not all experts, right? We're not all Fionas, but you know, we're not idiots, right? But there are some things, like you said, I won't even touch, right? The other day on Facebook, somebody had brought it up, string theory. Dude, I'll be the first to admit, I don't know fuck all about string theory, right? I know there's like bosonic string theory. I know that it deals with like 24 different dimensions. Other than that, fucking no clue, right? Wouldn't even begin to have a long, intricate discussion on it. But if somebody wants to talk about, nuclear stuff, then I might be able to like hold my own a little bit, right? So yeah, you got to know your limitations, because somebody's like, oh, well, if you don't know string theory. I'm like, yeah, but I'm the first person to admit I don't know fucking shit about string theory.
And when you are corrected about something that you thought you were really right about, rather than digging your heels in the sand, you should be able to admit that you've made a mistake. I'm not perfect in that area, but at least I don't repeat it so ad nauseumly. Or
yeah, I don't know.
so
it's never
oftenly.
happened. Have I been corrected on a mistake yet? No, I'm just kidding.
I've been corrected, and I've been willing to admit I was wrong. I remember being in a discussion some time ago with my friend. His name is Bert, but he's not Bert Poole. He has his own channel called The Fruit of Atheism. Essentially, I said some things about William Lane Craig being a Kantian. I was really wrong, or I misspoke tremendously, and I was called on. And apparently, Craig doesn't fit that mold. He barely fits the mold I ascribed him to. So it was really nice. So when I was corrected on that, and it went into a couple video responses, I was willing to admit to Fruit of Atheism that, you know what, you were right. I spoke a little too authoritatively on a subject I didn't know about. So I've had that experience before. Okay. But True, he's been on that DNA thing for months.
Oh God, at least it's been a year.
At least a year, yeah.
Like that.
Yep, exactly.
Is Fruit of Atheism? Is he Bert or that happy face?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's pretty good. He knows a lot about philosophy.
He's really good with formal logic too.
Well, like I said, we all generally have something we're decent at least.
True.
Well, that's why my first conversation with TE in a while, I came out saying, look, I don't know anything about this biological bullshit. That's not my forte, but I want you to explain it to me. And I just let him bury himself.
He butchered that like he always does.
I remember my discussion with him where I got into a room with him alone. I said, okay, how is this intelligent design shit science? How do we calculate the probability that it's more likely true than not? I know about probability theory, what makes the hypothesis more likely than not, and then he kept going back to this stupid analogy of his, and I just didn't know what to make of it because he doesn't know how to structure a logical argument. Dave S. actually went far more in depth with this than I did initially. He made 2 video series that were very well done, and True responded to them, but it was like, you're not responding to my argument because no one fucking understands your argument. That's why.
Well, that's what we told him before. We've told him, you don't have a cogent argument. You don't have anything that we can actually sit there and go, okay, does this argument make sense? He tried a few times, but every time he did, he kept on still running into fallacies. And he's not familiar with fallacies. And typical of younger creationists and ideas, they do not understand fallacies worth a shit. They really, really don't. Yep. They constantly throw fallacies out to people when no fallacies can be committed, and then when you call them on a fallacy, they're like, "Oh, you didn't commit a fallacy. That's not fallacy division. The fuck it isn't."
Yep, I'm not even just the fallacy of division. No matter how you construct his argument, it fails on some level. I mean, again, Dave S. Deductively, no, it doesn't make sense.
No.
But abductive, sorry.
Yeah, Dave S. did a brilliant job breaking his arguments down, and all Ronnie kind of did was just kind of hand wave it away by fiat. Oh, Dave S. is wrong.
He's strawmanning me because he didn't write it as incoherently as I did.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, with Ronnie. Oh, I'm being strawman because he went out of his way to try to fix your argument and even said that's what he was doing. That's not what a strawman is, Ronnie.
Also, it's nice when he just lies. I remember when he was just trying to lie about some early experiments in abiogenesis, and he was like, "Oh, well, those were discredited," and we were all like, "The fuck they were." I forget it off the top of my head, but all I really did to prepare for that discussion was see 2 Aaron Raw videos, and I got some assistance from my friend Joe.
I'm surprised he hasn't really brought up like Uri Miller.
That was the one I brought up.
I mean, but you would think that he is. I have that brought up on Facebook a couple times just recently, in the creationist sections, because people don't understand that Uri Miller was not an experiment to determine life from non-life. It was not an abiogenesis experiment. It was to determine whether complex carbon compounds could be created. And the first time they did it, the primordial mix was off, but I mean, they created, I believe it was 6 amino acids, and then subsequently 2 times later, they've done the experiments and got like 20.
The point of the experiment was to show that it wasn't to demonstrate abiogenesis, but rather was to show that it was more likely than not.
Yeah, and but they have this weird misconception like it was supposed to like create these little microbes that or something. It's like, oh, well, hey, look at this, we have microbes now. Life began. That wasn't the intent of the experiment. Yeah. Oh, but I have another dumb fuck of the year that isn't on your list, and it obviously can't qualify. But these things are so goddamn stupid that I have to tell you anyways. Right?
I'm still listening.
You might know this guy. I don't know if you guys remember. There was a guy back on Facebook a while back. His name was Codophile. Some of my friends might remember him. Does the name sound familiar, Codophile?
Not really.
Doesn't input.
If you go to some of the evolution videos, you'll see some of his posts. We go back about at least a year or more, and he's always been stupid. But the other day on Facebook, he goes by Moto Kodo or something, and he was actually arguing, one, that gas is not affected by gravity. Atoms of gas are not affected by gravity. Atoms don't have a vector in a container. That black holes don't exist, and then he says that he said that he thought he said that people think black holes are just the space between stars.
Black holes are the space between stars.
He's like, space between stars are not black holes; they're just space between stars. No, Seth.
Seth, I can't hear you at all.
That's not dumb fuckery. What is?
How about now?
Yes, now we can.
Yep, you're good. By the way, why wasn't G-Man put on the list this time? I'm just kidding.
Because he just won for competition.
He would win 3 times in a row.
Well, Jim, I've made a new rule that if you've already won Dumb Fuck of the Year, you pretty much can't enter in again. That way we get a new Dumb Fuck every year.
You at least have to wait a year.
He won twice.
But I'll say this. If I'm still doing this fucking bullshit 10 years, or to equal 10 years worth of dumb fucks, then I'll have a dumb fuck of the decade.
And
you don't even have to wait 10 years. You can do it in 3 years.
Look, Google will probably end up one day getting rid of Hangouts, and on that day you need a dumb fuck lifetime achievement award.
Yes. Yes.
The Dumb Fuck Lifetime Achievement Award. Mm-hmm. They'll keep it around for another 5 years, probably. I imagine.
One thing I've always questioned was how different would the dumb fuck landscape be if Google Hangouts centered around discussions of politics as opposed to science and religion.
That would be pretty brutal.
Yeah. I find that people in this community are far more divided between political differences than religious and scientific
I've lost
differences.
2 friends already. I had even my really, really good mathematician friend from Sweden defriended me because he called me a bigot. He thinks I'm a bigot because I didn't like Hillary, and it's not so much supported Trump as just I hated Hillary. That wasn't good enough for him, and he thinks that anybody who even remotely supported Trump is a bigot and defriends people. And I'm like, well, that's pretty goddamn stupid. Half the people that voted for Trump obviously were minorities, blacks, Hispanics. It's just like, this is politics. If you have to defriend people over politics, something is wrong.
That's actually correct.
Don't fuck with me, Seth.
What you said is absolutely not right.
Well, there was people that voted for him that were obviously Hispanic and black. That were okay.
Obviously.
I believe. In any case, I don't believe I've unfriended anyone from the left side of the field, mostly because I don't keep too many. I keep friends from that area, but a lot of I've only unfriended 2 people, and these were like conspiratorial Trump supporters. Not like your run-of-the-mill Trump.
Oh, when you get some nutters, not the
nutters. Like I have friends who supported Trump because he sucks, but he's the lesser evil kind of view.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right, but on the other hand, I have unfriended people who are like, oh, Hillary Clinton actually killed those people,
I don't think she's personally ever killed anybody. Maybe she might have had her hand in something. I don't know. But
as Secretary of State, it isn't. That isn't too far fetched.
Well, sure, as Secretary of State, like when ordering certain. Are we talking? Okay, look, we need to separate these things. Are we talking about the Clinton murders conspiracy?
I'm talking about both, actually.
Oh, okay, yeah. The Clinton murder conspiracy is total bunk, but like as Secretary of State, she would have had some kind of input in
Sure.
foreign policy that would have ended life.
Yeah.
Like that's the best you got.
Yes.
But the point being is it's just silly. I mean, I've got people I've known since high school that are staunch, liberals that we don't agree upon anything, but we'll never befriend each other.
I had to
ahead.
befriend a friend. It wasn't. It's not because he supported Trump, because he also posted a lot of things against Trump. It was the fact that he had this high and mighty. Both of them are so bad. I'm just going to mock both of them. And it came to a head when he reposted something by Seth, the guy from Family Guy, Seth MacFarlane. Yeah, he said, people are legitimately scared right now, and and they're scared for a really good reason. He reposted that, and I'm like, okay, sure. There's nothing so far inconsistent about this. And then he posts a post about people about laughing at people crying over Trump winning and Hillary losing. I'm like, dude, these are completely inconsistent. Like, you have to pick one here. This is bullshit.
I
do think it's kind of odd. People said they're having like hysterics that their candidate didn't win. I was like, oh my god, come on, get over it.
Okay,
I probably would have won.
Green is the
I-
worst. The
Fine.
fucking fear-mongering little bitch.
Yeah, I mean, I really hated it from both sides myself. On the one hand, if Hillary wins, that's it. America is stuck in this liberal SJW mindset forever, and Western civilization is going to crumble. And on the other hand, Donald Trump won. He's going to round up all the gays and put them in concentration camps. And
I get that one a lot. I have like I said, I have a good friend from high school that she's constantly comparing him to Hitler and stuff like that. It's just like, come on, do you really? Come on.
The worst.
Ironically, her name's Hillary. Not
the worst.
Hitler affair.
In what sense?
In the sense that he's an actual threat to liberal democracy. He's made very, very obvious statements during the candidacy and after the candidacy that he hates. He absolutely does hate the First Amendment, and if people challenge him, he'd like to change the laws to get people to not be able to speak out against him.
Well, that might be true. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't like. I think he probably does want some kind of censorship. He's a narcissist, so he probably does want some kind of limitation on the First Amendment.
I think what he wants is just the ability for reporters and journalists to be sued easier. Like
sure,
that,
he wants that for a fact.
That's not the only thing he said, but that's one of the things. Another thing he wants to do is take citizenship away from flag burners.
Which obviously I'm very much against that. My parents a long time ago were trying to convince me that burning the flag should be unconstitutional, and I tried to explain to them that wouldn't make sense. Burning flag is a right. Love it, hate it, whatever. I mean, it is something that you should be able to do for freedom of expression, as imposed by, or as given by the Supreme Court. I mean, it's the freedom of expression. It's not.
It was a pretty, although being very anti-flag burning was considered at one point a fairly mainstream ideal
in the 50s.
In the 50s, the 60s, even after that, up until
after 9/11.
After
yeah, and
9/11,
I understand the mindset, but the reality is you can't make it a constitutional amendment. It's not.
Even libertarian hero Ron Paul was like, no, it should be a state issue, and because states' rights, and I'm like, no, freedom of speech is a human.
It's a little worse than that with Ron Paul. Not only did Ron Paul think that it should be a state issue, but in Texas, he actually made a bill and tried to get it passed that made flag burning illegal.
Yeah, this is really where I think Ron Paul put states' rights ahead of human rights, and that's always been one of my complaints. And really, I find he's far less a libertarian in principle on a lot of matters, and he's more of an anti-federalist.
I agree.
Yeah. I'm hoping Rand Paul is a little better because I think his son is a little more sane.
Younger people tend to be a little bit more radical, but I mean, more radical libertarian would actually be better.
Well, and depending on the case, I mean, I don't believe a radical libertarian in my mind is someone who's like, what do you mean I don't have What do you mean I can't give my kid up in exchange for some cocaine?
I don't mean a radical libertarian. I mean more radical than Ron Paul. Somebody who's more libertarian than Ron Paul will probably be less.
He's a poster
less
boy for libertarianism.
states' rights over human rights.
I mean, there are some issues where I think he's totally right about. I think like ending federal taxation, like that is actually pretty cool, and just make it up with tariffs. But I would personally be all for that if it was if it's feasible. Yeah.
Should I invite C. Brown?
Is C. Brown like anti-taxation?
I have no idea.
I'm
trying to get Isaiah. Excuse me.
Wait, is he the little punk who booted us out of your hangout?
No, C. Brown is the guy that he basically spews a lot of biological jargon. He's a king of jargon bombing. Makes True look like an amateur, and then when he's called out on it, he's just like, "Oh, you guys are all wrong." And yet, like, I asked him a question the other day. It's a very simple question. He's like, "Oh, well, that's a stupid question." I'm like, "No, it's really not." My question was very simple. Was that if the fusion of human chromosome number 2 was true, what would we expect as a motif there? What would we expect to see as far as motif repeats or in the nucleotide sequence? Can you show us if it was an actual telomeric fusion, what we'd expect to see? And of course, you know, he just didn't answer because the only answer he could give would be exactly what we see. So, how do you guys not know Steve Brown? He and CRISPR are always going at it.
Well, just to so have you guys ever watched that show In Living Color?
In Living Color.
Remember Oswald? Remember Oswald Bates?
No.
Okay, so he's this character who would say words like, "First of all, we must internalize the fluctuation of the matter by transmitting the evasiveness of the Indesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux." Yeah, that would be Sea-Bear?
Yeah, I remember.
Kind of.
He had a really deep voice.
No, but the problem with Steve Brown is he doesn't use big words. He just uses a lot of technical jargon, and then he talks into a phone that scrambles it all up because it doesn't have a really good speech to text. So nobody understands what the fuck he's saying.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine like talking, having a philosophical discussion using like Aussie speak and talking into a speech to text with an accent or something that he doesn't understand what the hell it's saying? That's kind of what it is. Oh, I'm thinking of Bart Verveen, by the way. That's the guy, Bart Verveen, right? Your friend?
Oh,
Fruit of Atheism is Bart Verveen.
I don't know how to pronounce his last name, so I never even try.
I should probably invite Ocean before he has a conniption too. Huh? I don't know where everybody is tonight. It's a really kind of a. Did you have many people watching your last hangout, Reds?
Well, we made it up to I think 75, and then it just.
Well, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's pretty good. Of course, it was actually earlier in the night. It's late here.
Damn it.
Chick's calling you?
Nope. My phone just absolutely died on me. It's been dying like every single day now, and my battery's pretty much fucked, I think.
Yeah,
so I need a new phone.
We just need to have that battery.
It's a built-in battery.
Oh, batteries generally don't wear out that much anymore. They're not like their NiCad. They're usually like.
Well, this phone's 4 years old, so.
Wow. Well, yeah, anything that lasts 4 years, I guess, is pretty good, right?
Yep. I'll be right back. Gonna plug in a charger.
While you do that, let's look at some of the tallies here so far. I'm just kind of curious.
I looked through most of them. TrueEmpricism is winning.
Is he? I think Super Rats is winning.
What's he at? Because TrueEmpricism was at 7 last time I checked.
Oh, Super Rats is at 21.
Wait, who is this guy and why haven't I heard of him?
That's what everybody's asking. Antonio Super Rats. Okay, I'll tell you this story. He was told by a group of people that they wanted to make a promotional video for his channel, for a channel. I don't know if it was his or somebody else, but they wanted him to do some green screen work and do some, like poses and some other stuff, right? And after they all got done with it, they took it and they made it into the most gayest video ever of him just really just acting completely gay, and he's not, and he's a flat earther, and he just lost his freaking mind. And so the fact that he didn't realize that some of the poses he were doing, some of the hand gestures he was doing, were looking totally gay, and they just conned the shit out of him. So an astronomical piece of dumb fuckery.
Wait. So was one of the hand gestures like him giving a hand job in midair? A blow job, like, oh shit, like him moving his hand and then with his tongue pushing up. Oh,
no. What they told him was, pretend you're like something's coming out of your mouth, and you're just pulling it out of your mouth. And so he's like taking his hands and he's pulling them, out of his mouth with his hands. And so if you run it backwards, it looks like he's like.
Oh God! Someone show me this video, Steve. Show me it.
If Reds comes back, I've played it once in this hangout. I'll play it again. If Reds comes back and wants to play it, I'll play it again. It is pretty funny. I've actually had people that had never seen this channel before. The first time they were watching, they watch that video. They're like, "What the fuck did I just see?"
Yep, it's pretty bad, ain't it?
Do you want to play it, Reds? I don't mind. I didn't get flagged, so you can play it.
No, I'm sorry. I just can't anymore.
It's for Ed.
It's really, really bad.
Can you just give me a link so I could watch it on my own downtime, Steve?
Yeah. I don't think I have it. I don't even know where to find it.
All right, fine. But we have to play the whole thing.
We'll play the whole thing. Yay!
Well, it's okay, but it is like 12 minutes long. And well, no, it's not even that. But people halfway through go, "Okay, we've seen enough." It's just, but no, actually, I don't mind. We can play the whole thing.
It really is that bad. So
you know what? I want this on the record. This is how sure I am that Ronnie is going to win, or at least has a massive potential to win, because I don't mind people watching this video because they still don't think they're going to vote for this guy, so they're going to vote for Ronnie.
But you really think that?
If Ronnie loses,
I love you, brother. I want you to see this because it is pretty funny.
Wait, Ronnie has been far more persistently a dumb fuck. So the way I see it is this: if Ronnie is robbed because of this one really elaborate piece of dumb fuckery, then I think we're basically throwing that out the window for a Hail Mary.
See, that's what I'm thinking. I said, Ronnie has been dumb fuckery for a very, very long time. He has an accumulation, right, of dumb fuckery, right? This is an amalgamation of a massive amount of stupidity. This guy, Antonio, only fucked up really once. He's not. He's okay. Should we rephrase that? He's a flat earther, so he fucks up all the time.
Let me give some context here, okay? This is the level of dumb fuckery. Okay, so Max, I want to take you on a journey, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so imagine this. This guy, Antonio, wanted to make a trailer for his YouTube channel, okay?
Mm-hmm.
One person came to him and said, "Hey, I will make you a YouTube trailer." Antonio agreed. While they were making a YouTube trailer, Antonio got a green screen to put up in the back and whatever. And while he was on the phone with this guy who was making the video for him over Skype, the guy on Skype had Antonio do a bunch of poses and say some things.
Pretty gay things.
And not once, while doing these things, did he get the clue that, I wonder if they're really going to do what they say they're going to do. So keep that in mind while you watch this crap, okay? Gotcha. And this is why he has my vote.
All right. I need people to mute because he's playing through his speakers. I'm warning my listening audience now. This is not for the faint of heart. Hide your children. Hide your wife. It's pretty brutally bad. But it's fun.
All right, guys. We're gonna go here. Here it goes.
So let's see what you think of this. 4 or 5 or maybe 6 men. They jump on me like I was made out of chocolate cake. Yeah. So daytime, nighttime. nighttime, daytime, nighttime, ooh, no, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, stranger. I am good, I sexy asshole, especially at nighttime. I can't charge for it, but it makes my life fun. Oh yes, I like asshole, especially at nighttime. Antonio is coming out. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, stranger. There's people everywhere that are just so sexy, sexy, Jeranism. Show it something. Pop. I'm going to put it in my asshole. Martin, lick my asshole. In the center. Nathan Oakley. I got the broom handles from you, and you don't know. Daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, stranger, daytime, turning, nighttime, turning, daytime, weirdos, nighttime, turning, weirdos, weirdos, turning, weirdos, sexy stranger, weirdos, turning, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, stranger, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, stranger.
You know, Reds does sing that in his sleep late at night. You'll hear him.
Oh boy, do I.
That is some serious degree of dumbfuckery. I mean, the lack of perception on that is just mind-numbing. That he had no idea.
He had no idea.
No awareness whatsoever.
I'm kind of with Seth. I feel bad for the guy.
I don't. He's a flat earther.
Okay, I mean, here's the thing. Even despite being wrong on an issue, seriously wrong on an issue that should really be quite obvious by now, doesn't mean I really want him to be embarrassed in front of the internet.
I do.
I do. Fuck
I
him.
do. What do you think I do these things for? Just embarrassing people, you know?
Okay, but there's a difference. Yeah, that's actually true.
I'm not gonna lie, this channel's for entertainment.
Yes.
I mean, there's some education, of course, but I mean, the fact that we mock these people that say the dumbest things, like, you know, gas isn't affected by gravity. You know, what are you gonna do with these people? I mean,
this one thing of dumb fuckery. I mean, let me just explain this. He thought he was making something else while being told to do those moves, to say those things. And this is also a guy that claims to know for a fact that the earth is flat. And so, honestly, fuck this guy.
I know when somebody says they know the earth is flat, you automatically know you're dealing with somebody who just
exactly. So if he doesn't want to, if he doesn't want to give me the common courtesy of being intellectually honest, then I am going to shove this video up his ass sideways, only after I have showed it to as many people as possible and wrapped it in barbed wire. I'm not a Canadian. I'm not sorry.
He's the only one that's going to give Ronnie a run for their money. I mean, I know you think it's a four horse race, but I just don't see how.
Okay, wait, is this guy an American, by the way?
What?
No, I think he is from Spain.
Really?
I think,
really?
yeah.
Really? So there's this Hispanic who's just coming all the way here, and he's stealing a dumb fuck award from an American citizen.
You're taking our jobs.
They took our jobs.
Damn foreigners.
Exactly. Exactly. So, people, if you are supporting this asshat over True Empiricism, you are stealing a job from a hardworking American of being a dumb fuck.
Damn right. I mean, that's what here's my thing. Ronnie has worked so hard for this award this year. I mean, now, come on, be honest with me here, Reds. Do you really think that anybody has worked as hard as Ronnie to be a dumb fuck?
Oh, no one has worked as hard as Ronnie, but just because you work hard at something doesn't mean you're going to get it.
That is,
he even fails at being dumb fuck of the year, even though he's
some people are just naturally good at it.
He's that's true. He does have probably a gift for being a dumb fuck. You think it comes natural to him?
Yep, it definitely becomes. Oh man, he was born to win this thing.
Let's play a little game here. And I'm adding up the ups and downs. So we'll start with backwards here. Darwin's deity. How many votes do you think he has, people?
Probably 1 or 2.
5.
Oh, wow.
And I'm going to go with any first thing that gets called out. Von Helton.
3.
Very good.
Nice.
Ooh, on target. We'll play it with Max. Fuck It World.
I've never heard of him. 1?
0.
3.
Wow.
I don't know who this guy is. Obviously, he's a flat earther. And
he's a flat earther.
Curvature of the earth, because that's what the video thing is. Okay, so Pete Shea. I don't know who he is either.
He's the guy that thinks drinking your own urine will cure cancer, and is also a flat earther, a chemtrailer, a 9/11 hoax tard, and a Sandy Hook denialist.
That's the whole potato and urine as a.
Yes.
I'm going to guess a 2, but he deserves a 10.
He's got 5.
Oh, okay, so we're halfway
more
there.
people know who it is than I do. But I don't get this. He has 16 fucking views and he has 5. I mean, Ronnie is like almost 100 views probably right now, I bet. Let's see here. Well, we'll go through it. Antonio Superetz, 41 views, and guess how many votes he has?
How many?
22. You're supposed to guess.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. What, you want to guess now, even after I've told you?
All right, just keep going.
No, you got to guess.
22.
Oh, you're a fucking genius. If you would have got
it's
that
like
wrong,
I'm psychic. It's like I'm psychic.
How many votes does Reds Rhetoric have? I mean, I'm sorry, Antonio Riley.
Oh, I see how it is.
Well, his name's underneath him. Antonio Riley.
4.
Very good.
Nice.
And what's his deal again?
Antonio Riley is a flat earther who also doesn't know how cameras work, and said you should take a picture of an object that's in pitch black darkness in sport mode.
Okay.
Why?
I don't know. Apparently, this guy never heard of exposure.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things that flat earthers don't seem to understand is concepts like exposure.
They don't know how cameras work. Yep.
No.
So that's his deal. Oh, and he also doesn't understand math like at all.
At least like Neffy, he even understands cameras. He knows what an f-stop is. I mean, Crow 777.
Oh, that jackass.
11.
By the way, I should note so far he's the only person that has all down votes. Don't know if that means anything, but
11.
3. Matt Slick.
I'm gonna guess 13.
No, only 5.
Oh,
5.
what?
See, I told you, I don't think he's a contender. Matt Slick is a dumb fuck, but he just is not a contender on this.
I don't think he's a dumb fuck. I just don't think he's charitable to a lot of the people.
Right, I don't think he's a dumb fuck either.
No. Hang on, guys. By the way, someone's hidden.
Sorry.
Listen. The reason why Slick was nominated is for one reason. It's not because when he speaks that he's a dumb fuck, because I'm agreeing with you there, but he is a dumb fuck in one respect, and that's the fact that he knows that he's lying. he knows that he's full of shit. So the dumb fuckness comes in when he lies and thinks that he can get away with it.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't think he actually know. I don't think he actually thinks he's lying. I think I'm going to give him a little bit of charity. I think
No, I'm not going to give him any charity whatsoever.
But he does get away with it. There's a good...
I am not going to give him any charity whatsoever. He knows he's full of shit, and he gets away with it. I'm done with it.
But he does get away with it, though. I mean, he thinks he thinks he gets away with it because he does get away with it. I don't think that's a mark of being a dumb fuck. I actually think that's a mark of being conniving and actually knowing.
Duplicitous?
Well, no. The only reason he gets away with it is because he's currently on that one hangout with his pen pals that control
the Marina network, which they do insulate him.
If it were to be the case that he actually stepped out of his little fucking echo chamber and got into one of these hangouts where we're more than happy to drill into him, you'll see an entirely different side of Slick. You'll see the side of Slick that actually knows jack fucking shit about what he's
I am working with somebody who is really good friends with all of them over there. He may be able to get Andrew Rappaport he's talked to, and he wants to get at least 2 PhD young Earth creationists to join us. He's working on a third who's an astrophysicist. He wants to go balls to the wall and have a massive, young Earth creationist session on my channel. So I've been working with him because he had messaged me on one of my videos about Matt Slick, and he actually turned out to be a decent guy. And we were talking, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm sure I can arrange something with them to come on your channel."
But it's like this. It's like this. As soon as people who did talk to Slick go into other hangouts, it's clear they know exactly where he fucked up. So the fact that he lies like he does and thinks that he's getting away with it, that's why he was nominated.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, he does do some dumb fuckery. I mean, the whole Alex Malpass explained to him that
is he at 5 right now?
Yeah,
yeah.
Well,
I mean, his tag argument is just dead on arrival. He just couldn't figure that out. But
I guess
he's a smart guy.
I guess in some context he is a dumb fuck, but largely he's being, how do I put this? He's a minor league player pitching in the majors.
There you go. Yeah, I won't even go so far because I kind of was looking at this the other day. I would say his dumb fuckery is more of an accidental property than an essential property.
You know what? I'm more than happy to agree with that. All right, so
moving on. So the next person we have, going to skip True for last, Nature Hacker.
I'm going to say 3. I'm going to say 3.
What do you say, Max?
4.
You guys are both wrong. 5.
Oh, damn.
Oh, he's got 33 views. All right, so now we're gonna go to our favorite TrueEmpricism I haven't looked at yet.
I'm going to guess 19.
22.
He's got 16, but he has 70 views so far. Holy crap!
I ended up voting for True myself. I was going to go for Nature Hacker, but then I thought, nah. He's relatively new here.
All right, so there's only five difference right now, so it's still anybody's game.
Yeah,
we don't have a big audience right now. Usually I'll have, like 5 times.
We still have a whole month.
Yeah. Well, like I said, during December, I do plan to run hangouts every day between 2 and 3 o'clock. Sometimes I'll be 2, sometimes I'll be 3. I like to have a little window, but I will be running hangouts at least 5 times a week, Monday through Friday. At least even for just a couple hours. Just because I haven't been able to run hangouts for a little while. I've been and really not feeling well at all. So I kind of just said, you know what, I'm just going to take a break for a couple days. And I've been my sleep pattern has been really fucked up as well. So
I can understand that.
But I will in December, and I kind of want to see how that would work out. Plus, people have the doctor wants to moderate my channel and from other people. So I'm just going to loan it out to people that want to use it. I don't have the biggest audience as you have, but I'm getting there. I'm on target to break 1,000 this year.
There you go.
So and once you hit 1,000, it's a lot easier to get more people because your channel is more promoted. There's an algorithm that the cutoff is 1,000. So once you get to that 1,000, you really should be able to get more pretty quickly, at least double.
I don't even know how many subs I have anymore.
You've got 3,700, but who pays attention?
You're gonna lend it out.
So you get 3,928. That's what you got.
Let me refresh.
You got damn near 4,000 subscribers. How the fuck did you get 4,000 subscribers?
I don't know. People like it when I scream at people.
Personally, I just subscribed to Red because of the flat Earth.
Sorry for me.
No, actually, I really like the way you went over went up against flat earthers. There were channels who go after young Earth creationists or other such things were pretty much a dime a dozen, and
They are not.
no, well, they're a dime a dozen. Sorry, if you've been on YouTube for a while, you see a lot of those.
Right, whatever.
If you see a lot of
They're
those,
low hanging fruit. Yes, I get it.
not only that, but even when you increase it with general Christian apologists, like that's mostly your typical atheist channel. But when I saw you going after pseudoscience, like fairly unrelated to that, although not uncompletely, like flat earthers and other conspiratards, I was like, oh fuck, this guy is really trying to expand his field. I'm loving this.
Well, he's got 4,000 subscribers. You got to remember 3,000 are his. So let's keep that in perspective here.
Just my socks.
Yes.
Anyway, Max, I'm heading up to New York in like a week or two. You gonna meet me down there?
Unfortunately I can't.
So that's a definitely then.
You gonna hang out with Hannah?
I can't. No, I'm sorry.
So where am I gonna pick you up?
JFK Airport.
JFK Airport.
Yes.
You're just gonna drive down here.
It's a big airport.
You should like totally drive down here.
I've actually never been to New York. That's a place I'm.
Okay.
I have. I got family up there.
I'm meeting up with Hannah and Jack, and I'm gonna also meet up with Dragnot.
Wait, Dragnot's not in New York, is he?
He's in New Jersey.
Dragnot's coming with me to New York.
Oh.
I'm picking him up.
That'd be awesome.
Road trip?
Hells yeah.
Road trip.
And you should totally come with.
I wish, but unfortunately I decided to go to Lebanon this summer instead.
No, you decided to go to New York, asshole.
No, Lebanon.
New York.
Lebanon.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun. Just gonna chill on the beach, get a tan, have this whole house.
Canadians don't get tans; they burn.
Chicks.
I'm an Arab.
That's no excuse.
There are tons of hot chicks in Lebanon. Trust me.
I know. I'm sure. I love Arabic women as far as what they look like. I mean, God.
Want me to show you a couple
or right now, man.
Want me to show you a couple I've met?
No. I'll be jealous.
Okay.
Maybe show me on Facebook.
All right, definitely we'll show you on Facebook.
I'll well, you know what? Go ahead. I'll let you know what I think. Go ahead, show them, and I will give you my professional opinion as a man whore. I'll rate them from 1 to 10 because we are subjective like that. We're men, and men do that. So we objectify, in my subjective opinion. Do I need to present you or something?
Oh no, I'm just gonna look for them.
Oh, okay. You've seen my chicks. They're on my Facebook page.
Yes, I have.
They're pretty cute.
Excellent work, Steve.
Yeah, I've done okay. I can't complain. I've had some hotties. Contrary to what people believe, I've dated dozens of hot chicks.
And yes, you do.
I find out something though, like the hotter they are, usually the crazier they are. It's like proportional.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
There's a direct relationship there.
Yeah,
not always.
The crazy hot scale. The hotter they are, the more crazy they can get away with. Is how it usually.
Yeah. I mean, you just like yes, dear. Yeah, whatever.
So Facebook then, just that?
Yeah, that's fine. Or either or, it doesn't matter to me. I had my ex that I lived with for like 5 years back in my early 20s. Messaged me out of the blue the other day on Facebook. She said, why do you want me? I'm like, what? I don't. Is this like meant to somebody else?
Check your Facebook. Check the message. Check Messenger.
Oh yeah. The one on the right, I'd give about. I'll take her as a 7 because I like chicks like that. But the one on the left, I'll definitely put it as a 9.
Yep, they're sisters.
Yeah, either one's fine. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're both hot. I prefer the one on the left right now, though. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The dark skin really does it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she's stunningly hot, no question. Oh, even on the one on the right though, I might bump her up to like a 7.5. She's not unattractive. Just I like the other one better. It's one of those. Then one of those when you put pure hotness next to something else, it kind of like lets the other one fade a little bit. I don't know. It's like when you watch a porno movie and there's 3 chicks, the hottest one never actually does anything. No.
God, that
Steve's role.
bitch.
Oh, I'll watch you too. This is what Isaiah has told me before, so what do I know?
Also, the one on the right has a better butt. Sorry, on the left.
Yeah, she's got a real nice. Well, it's because it's that pencil type dress.
Oh, actually, they both. Actually, the one on the right has a better one. You just can't see it in that pic.
And have you gone out with her?
I have gone out with the one on the right.
Okay, well, that's fine too. She's not. I mean, she's hot. Don't get me wrong. That's just I prefer the one on the left.
Yeah.
Is that why you guys no longer going out? You did too.
What am I missing?
Oh, you know what? I'll just send you a picture, Seth. This is we're just rating some women. That I
would definitely not turn that one on the right down. She's really, really cute. They're both really, really cute.
There you are, Seth. Now you can get involved.
Seth can't comment. He's married.
Wait,
To the Lord.
What's that?
To the Lord.
To the Lord.
Wow.
Redline, would you like me to send you the link to the pic? I'll put in the group chat here. There you are. Now you can.
You don't want to get Reds too excited before he goes to bed. Oh, hey, Hiller joined us, and I haven't said hi. So, yeah, that's a killer body right there.
I think they were like 16 when that picture was taken. I'm just kidding.
She's not 16.
17, no, 18, 19, respectfully. 18, 1, 19, the one on the right, 18, one on the left. But that's legal.
Well, I have one picture of one of my girlfriends.
It's legal.
And she's in a bikini too. But you know, she was my first girlfriend.
All right. I'm going to ask you a question, Max, but the answer is legal. Okay.
Okay.
Max, how old are they?
18, 19. Oh
No. I'll just say legal.
Legal. Yeah, they're legal.
Legal and like if it's statutory to have sex with them or not statutory rape.
The point is, can he be arrested or not, Max?
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Oh, can I be arrested?
Yeah, the point is, say
no, I cannot be arrested.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Don't want you to incriminate yourself on, live air. All right, let me check again here. Has True's numbers gone up at all? What's wrong with you people? Come on, we're only sitting at 19. Come on, get us some votes, get some sock counts. At least do one. 15 people watching. Slim, come on. Did you vote for Ronnie? Slim?
I didn't know voting was open.
Oh, I love you because you haven't voted yet. Good.
Oh wow.
Let me give you the link. One sec.
We're voting for Dumb Fuck of the Year, and we have like 10 contenders.
No, we have one contender and 9 other people.
Well,
Wow.
yeah, Red told me about the voting. What was it last week? I didn't know it was open yet.
Yeah, click the link on the right.
It just opened today. That's why you don't know.
And I'm on my mobile, Steve. You'll have to put it in the external.
Oh, okay. Somebody said that the voting didn't register them. It probably does. A lot of times, if you vote, you have to refresh the page. It actually doesn't show up, like for some strange reason. I don't know. Oh shit! I don't even have my Gmail open. I'll send in the external link in a sec.
If you guys can squeeze in six votes, then you will tie Antonio.
Oh, what is we're having? What do they have when they have a marathon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, having a marathon to raise voting up. That's awesome.
I don't understand how T has 77 views, but Antonio only has 46, but more likes.
Yeah, weird.
That's because Antonio is the fucking man. He's the dumb fuck.
I haven't voted.
We just got TrueEmpricism just got up to 20.
Oh yes,
Broke the 20 barrier.
I like how you put thumbs up or thumbs down to vote for Ronnie. Therefore, nobody can. If Ronnie saw it and got all butthurt and thumbs down, he'd be voting for himself.
Yes.
You know what? Wait. Rez, I know this is kind of strange, but because it doesn't carry over. But if Ronnie took all his 15 sock accounts that he has and all voted for himself down, thinking that it would change the vote, would that be like applicable to next year's Dumb Fuck of the Year?
Well, it would definitely allow him to a better chance of winning this year.
That would be the icing on the cake.
I think, if I really worked hard on it myself, I don't think I could actually win Dumb Fuck of the Year. Like, I'd have, like, if I came back as an anti-Catholic, anti-atheist, young earth creationist, presuppositionalist who tried his damnedest to fuck up and just get into debates and piss people off, I still don't think I'd win Dumb Fuck of the Year. I really think I'd be beat out by all these other people.
Yeah.
Well, don't sell yourself short.
What you need to do is turn Bootsy into a sock account.
Yes.
We all need to have one day where we all come in and just do the opposite of what we normally do. Like Reg would be like, the Earth is flat. Let me explain to you why the Earth is flat.
Nice.
Opposite day.
Opposite day.
Well, normally I would say that anybody's a flat earther is automatically like the dumb fuck of the year. I mean, I cannot say that anybody would be more dumb fuckery than a flat earther. However, I do make it acceptable with Ronnie because his incredible amount of asser hattery is just mind-boggling. So normally he wouldn't even be as contending as a true flat earther because he's not a flat earther, but. And he's not even a young earther, really. He just he's sort of young earther. He doesn't actually come out and say it, but he sure sides with the young earth.
Mm-hmm.
He's an agnostic on it, he says, of some sorts. He's like, well, I really don't know. Well, that makes you a dumb fuck as well, because you can go look it up.
I really
Doesn't side one way or the other?
What's that?
Who is that? Who doesn't side one way or the other?
Oh, true.
God, that's even more deplorable. Fucking at least take a fucking stand. That's fucking ridiculous.
By the way, I haven't started threats yet, so
I don't know if global warming's a thing or not. It could be, but it couldn't be.
Okay, Trump.
No, Trump is like, no, I know it's
it's
a conspiracy. Yeah, it's perpetrated by the Chinese.
Everything's a Chinese.
Believe me, I know.
Believe me, I know. So did you vote, Slim?
Yes, I did.
Good.
Who did you vote for?
The only option that Steve posted in the external chat.
That's good.
I was gonna
That's
play
smart.
there.
That's the correct answer.
I just clicked the link, dude. I mean, I might have just given you all my IP address and everything. Whatever.
Did you like the video?
I now have access to your computer. Awesome.
Well, I'm on my phone, so, knock yourself out, dude.
Even better.
Okay.
I'll drunk dial people for you.
So let's see.
Oh shit! Drunk dial. I got. You know what? My roommate has some IPA beer that he didn't like, and he gave it to me. And since I'm not doing any hosting tonight, like I am on Friday, because I don't want to end up like being like the Troy Lawrence thing, I'm gonna go grab myself a beer. Is that cool? Yeah.
No.
Thank you.
Well, if you do drunk dial people for me, just let me know first, because there's a couple people I would like you to actually call. I think
That'd be kind of fun, actually. Maybe on another hangout, but I'm gonna grab beer.
Beer is good.
Beer is good. Beer is life.
On the 8th day, God created beer, and it was good.
What was it Benjamin Franklin said? Beer is proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy.
If he didn't, he should have.
Darn right. So, Max, I have good news. I actually have Sunday off. We might actually open the room and run a session.
Oh, yeah. And right after I'm finished my ethics exam.
There you go. Now you can just, blow all that to hell by making bad decisions with your prisoners.
I don't know why I didn't like this beer. This is definitely an IPA Pale Ale. It's called a Wild Range.
Oh, by the way, Steve, now TrueEmpricism's up to 23 votes. I might have founded my second Google Plus account and voted with sorry, not Google Plus, my other Google account, and upvoted it. Just saying. So there you are.
Yes. Although it's early, I mean, it was like literally the first day. Not even the first day for me. I'm actually cheating because it's not even midnight here. It's not December 1st yet, so it is in Red's time. But oh my God, this IPA is strong. But it's good. Anybody want some IPA?
I'm good.
Oh, good.
I guess if you're a beer drinker, if you don't like the taste of IPA, then I don't know. I like the taste of it though. It's a more grainy taste, you know. You guys don't drink beer?
Oh, I do, but
it's been a while.
You know, in a few hours, I'm gonna have to start like driving and stuff.
India Pale Ale. Anyways, brown or amber ale, Faithful says, yeah, they're good too. I like the microbrewery, the ones that I like. Samuel Adams makes some good beer, and some of the Harvest ones are really, really good. The ones you want to get like for a couple months. Autumn Harvest, I think it's called. I'm getting messages here. Let's see here too. Charles Huckabee, Ronnie got my vote. DNA degrades in water. Yeah, right. Yay. See. Do you know your voting video has 122 views? So what I would do is I would count up all the actual votes and find out who's the fuckers that just watched this and didn't vote. Hunt them down.
All I can say, yeah, I voted for Ronnie twice. So
yes, I voted for him
there
3 times.
Go. Let's see what we're at right now. So,
hey Seth, who did you vote for?
I haven't voted yet, and I have 2 votes to give.
Okay,
He
Antonio.
supported Hillary. We don't care about his vote.
Antonio is leading by 2.
Yeah, I did.
Come on, Seth, you got to do it, man.
I'm with the winning team. You know, everyone voted for Hillary.
Come on, Seth, you got to vote for Ronnie here, man.
Hey, when I get home,
I'm not sure. I'm gonna take my. I've got a month. I'm gonna take my time and figure out.
He's got to wait for the literature to come to your house. You know the
Seth,
guide.
Seth, think about the awesomeness that would be a severely disappointed Steve.
I know.
That is true. And
I mean,
wait, no.
If you really want to
Awesome.
disappoint Steve, vote for Antonio's Super Rats.
that video was amazing.
I know.
I'm not denying that. It's a very amazing video. If you know the especially if you know the backstory of it, right? I mean, it's bad enough as a video, but if you know the backstory, it's like, holy fuck, how does this guy not know what was going on? I mean, God. I mean, I've seen people be oblivious to shit, but oh my God.
No, that's not oblivious. That is oblivious. There is no forgiveness with that one.
None.
I don't know. Even if my closest, most trusted confidant asked me to take a video of me, what was he eating? A giant gummy worm? What did they ask him?
What the hell he's supposed to be doing? What did they tell him he was going to be doing with that one particular gesture?
I have no idea. But
it's like coming out of your mouth,
pulling like a magician, like pulling like tons of like string out of his mouth.
Handkerchiefs out of your mouth.
Yeah. An idiot.
That did not look like that was what he was doing.
And then oh, by the way, grab your own ass while winking.
Yeah, or what's the thing with like taking his right hand, making it into like a little circle, and then taking his left hand with his finger and sticking in it? What possibly could have they told him for that?
Or better yet, that's his voice when he said, "Let's see what you think of 4 or 5 or maybe 6 men. They jump on me like I was made out of chocolate cake." He said that. He said that.
I don't know what context or other context you could really kind of put that in.
Seriously. He gave them everything they wanted on
They must have been dying. How do they keep from cracking up?
I know.
Here, We sent you a leather hat. Wear that in these leather straps across your chest.
Yeah, get some chaps. You know.
No,
Steve, don't be dumb. All chaps are assless.
now, if you can stick this dildo up your ass and flip the vibrator up to high,
I don't know. I don't know how.
To be honest, it kind of sounds like something that would happen in my D&D campaign.
so
It's pretty fucked up D&D campaigns.
this is why Antonio Superrats gets my support. I can't vote, so I won't. I will keep it like that, but vote Antonio.
Come on, Ronnie is only one away from tying now, people.
Damn it.
Come on, Rayard, have you voted yet? Faithless, have you voted yet?
I wonder what Steve would do if they tied.
You know what? I don't know if I have a big issue with that. If they literally tied and you had 2 dumb fucks of the year, I'd be okay with that.
Well, no. There is no tie.
Oh yeah, you can't tie, huh? Yeah.
There will be no tie. If the votes are
I remember.
picture perfect, exactly same number, then we have a dumb fuck off.
Yeah, I remember that you said that before. That is the rules.
Yep. There will be a winner.
Damn it.
There will be a dumb fuck of the year. And well, I have to give it to you, Steve. Ronnie's only 1 down.
Yeah, I told you I'd be his campaign manager, and now that I feel like a little bit better. I plan to like promote him constantly. I don't know if does he even know he's in the running. Or is he I mean, seriously, he doesn't even know that he might win Dumb Fuck of the Year. I'm sure
Can you plus TE and be like, hey, TE, can you do me a favor and vote for yourself?
I'm going to do that right now.
Do it. Totally do it.
Do it. This is what you do. You send him a link to the video that starts after the little. Wait, no, it's on there the whole time. If you vote down, never mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to him right now. You guys want to look at my page. Please like or dislike this video.
I totally disagree with Red's rhetoric on doing this to you. Downvote it, please.
No. You know what? I'm just gonna say, please dislike this video.
I'll tell you what.
With as many sock accounts as you can.
When I get home, I'll log into my my show account, and then I'll go vote for someone else just to split the vote and be weird.
You suck. I'm just going to ask him, please vote for yourself. I support you.
Tell you the truth, though, I don't want to really sully the Geekcast's good, well, unknown name.
There you go. I just did it.
I forgot my Bootsy Collins account. Like, not even just the
What the hell kind of name is that?
Not even just the password, but also the email.
Well, yeah, but you can create, what they call it.
No, that's my D&D account. That's what I'm kind of.
No, but there are accounts you can. When you have a YouTube video, you can create other accounts under your primary account called creative accounts. I think they're called something like that. What are they called?
I think it was called Bootsy Dark Elf or something.
No. What are the accounts that you have underneath your main account called? They're I don't know what the hell they're called, but you can make as many accounts as you want under one YouTube name. You say add account.
Wait a minute, Max. Are you saying that Bootsy actually voted?
Wait. Oh, shit. I actually just remembered it was Bootsy. I remembered my email address by taking a guess. So, yeah.
I suck cocks isn't hard to remember. Come on, really?
Well,
Bootsy sucks anything.
You know what I saw as a Facebook post, and I wanted to do it, but it felt so bad because I know I have dumb friends that would actually fall for this. But I'm gonna type in the Psych chat here. Look at, yeah, put that as a post on your Facebook. You're typing furiously.
It's rhetoric. Voting video, searching for true empiricism, and awesome. And now true empiricism is up to 28 votes.
Here, type that as a as a Facebook thing. Read it.
Okay. Did you know that if that's douchey.
You know some people are gonna fall for that.
I wouldn't want to do it to people though.
I wouldn't want to do it either. I get shit on, but it's pretty funny.
Oh yeah. Personally, I like posting stuff like, what if you want your stripper name, give us the name of the street you grew up in, your mom's middle name, and your PIN number for your visa.
Well, your hacker name is your name of your childhood pet and your email password.
True.
Stephen Curtis, have you voted yet? And Jesper and Son, have you voted yet? We got some new watchers. One thing I like about Google Hangouts is there's people all over the world that join us, like at different time zones. So no matter what time, there's like new people that are out there, like in a normal hour. So they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'll go watch something on Google Plus." Yeah, Stephen voted for TE. So, ooh, he's at 28 now, boys and girls. 28. I have to watch your old video to find out how many votes G-Man had. I don't remember if it was in the hundreds or thousands. I don't know. I really have no idea. I couldn't even venture a guess what it was.
Hey, give me a second. I'll check it.
Okay. Well, you would have to find out. Well, you would have to find out from like what would you go to? You would go to like the Dumb Fuck of the Year actual video that Red said at the end of the year.
I think Red
He
said
does
it
say
in the video.
Yeah, if you can, yeah, you want to search through that. Yeah, I'm curious. I want to know what kind of numbers we're looking at, especially if he like doubled everybody else. So if we can push, Ronnie to those kind of numbers, then he can win hands down. Antonio is only at 25, so Ronnie pulled ahead.
Hooray! This whole hangout has been geared to pushing Ronnie for front runner of Dumb Fuck of the Year.
Yeah, pretty pathetic, right?
Yeah, I had to vote 3 times for Ronnie to push him ahead.
We're gonna have people like Tommy Hall going, "Oh, look at these guys! All they're doing is making fun of people, and they're just sitting there laughing in a hangout and trying to make Ronnie a dumb fuck for the year." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm having beer, having fun doing it."
Tommy Hall, he can be quite the faggot. Ironically enough.
You know what would have been even better had Tommy Hall made that video that Antonio made. That would have been. I would have voted for Tommy at that point.
I would have.
I don't even think it's necessarily. I mean, it's called Dumb Fuck of the Year, and I'm sure it's people make mistakes, right? That's, I don't think, really that important. What's important is the fact that they take themselves too seriously, and they can't be humble enough to admit when they're wrong.
Exactly. Ronnie embodies so much of that, Seth. Yes. Whereas this immigrant coming here stealing Ronnie's job.
Damn it. fucking Spaniards or
all he did was get lucky and make one bad mistake, and suddenly
nighttime.
Granted, it was epically colossal, huge.
It was epically colossal, but he didn't. But anyone can make a terrible mistake.
Max, I got 4 words for you, okay?
What?
Sexy.
Nighttime, daytime. It is a catchy tune. If I was gay, I would really like that.
And by the
but you do seem to like it.
And by the way,
True,
Steve,
but one doesn't imply the other, right?
and by the way, Steve, it doesn't matter that he's a Spaniard. He's still a Mexican of some variety.
Oh, look at that! It looks like Ron the Magic Man is now officially in the lead.
I just want to point out that the next time I hear the Stephen Lynch song, "If I Were Gay," I'm going to think about this hangout.
Oh man, I can't believe that shit.
Who'd you say pulled ahead?
TrueEmpricism is the one to lead.
Yeah. And the loser so far, I think who has the least? I actually think it's Von Helton.
Von Helton has 5.
Yeah, I think he's the least.
No, Fuck It Word only has 3.
Oh, Antonio has 4 too. Yeah, fuck it. Who's Fuck It Word? Fuck it, man.
Von Helton.
I know who he is, but I mean, Jesus, come on.
Okay, Fuck It Word is a guy that doesn't understand law perspective. Another
but
flat
none of the
earther.
flat
You guys,
earthers do. What makes
you
him
guys
special?
don't know him. I understand you guys don't know him because you guys don't deal with the flat earth bullshit like I do.
But how is he any different from any other fucking person? The flat earther doesn't
Okay,
have
well,
any perspective.
because the thing is that what Fuck It Word does is that he doesn't understand the basics of terrain.
Again, how is this different from any other flat earther?
Other people don't make diagrams that actually debunk them in their own fucking video.
No, okay, granted that's pretty dumb fuckery, but how is that any different from every other flat earther or the young earther that shows an article, scientific article that disproves exactly what they're saying?
Yeah, but this guy makes his own diagrams, as in he was actually involved in debunking himself. And Crow777 now, he is, oh my god.
Yeah, when you debunk yourself, that is pretty bad.
Yeah, Crow777 now, he is an asshat.
You know what? I need to go back to school and I need to take some math courses again. I wish I knew my calculus as well as I did at one time. It's kind of infuriating because, even like in Drag had asked me a calc question on Facebook, and I was like, I'd just been so long, and then actually like urology showed the answer. I'm like, fuck, I know how to do that. Yeah, I get the sign wrong, but I mean, I always get the sign wrongs. But I mean, yeah, I understood it. I mean, I understand chain rule and product rule and shit like that. So I don't know. I wish I would probably go back and take another a course in it.
Well, you got time. Well, anyway, being that's now 2 o'clock in the morning and I got shit to do in the morning,
Yeah.
I am going to head
Hi,
out.
buddy.
So
We'll keep
peace
you
out.
posted. Thank you, Reds. I have a swig for you.
Sayonara.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I used to like learning math and calc. I mean, I had a hard time always finding the constant of integration for some strange reason. But I mean, like simple calc, I mean, just like, something like a chain rule, not that hard, Derivative of, like, I don't know, 2x parentheses 2x squared, something like that wouldn't be too difficult. Would it be? Would it be? Wait, 2 times 2x times. Wait. The lower the one. Now I'm doing it in my head. I'm not even using it. Yeah, it would have to be 2 times 2x times x. So be 4x squared. Is that how it would be? Because you take the exponent, you move it down, you subtract 1 from the exponent, you leave the 2x as it is because it's the chain rule, and then you take the derivative of 2x, which is going to be 2. Oh yeah, so wait, it can't be that. So it'd be 6x. Is that right? Okay, now I'm going to cheat. Now I'm looking it up. I just made this up in the top of my head. I don't remember. Don't remember math that much either. Two x. Derivative of 2x squared is 8x. Oh, 2 times 2 times 2. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because the exponent comes down, so it's 2 times 2x, and the derivative of 2x is 2. So 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8, so it's 8x. Right?
Right. I don't know.
Wait, look at dy dx of. Actually, D, I guess.
Would be no math.
You guys didn't study up. So that equation d over dx 2x squared is going to be 2 times 2x times 2, which is going to be 8x.
I haven't taken a math class since the 11th grade.
What are we even mathing about to begin with?
Oh, I don't know. I drink beer and I start talking about weird shit. You know how that is.
Honestly,
Well, how is that different from any of the rest of us?
This is true.
Oh, Steve, I found it, by the way. The first year for Dumbfuck of the Year, G-Man got 120 votes.
Oh, that's it. Really?
Yeah.
I would think it'd be greater than that for some reason. He was almost double anybody else.
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah.
So if
I
we can
forget he
push
was,
True to 100, that's pretty well.
Hey, speaking of which, I was at Walmart the other day just picking up a couple things, and I saw this guy who wearing the exact same hat G-Man wears in his hangouts, and it was the most surreal experience I've ever had in my whole life.
Like, were you just looking at it thinking, what? That, sir, you don't know this, but that hat has been ruined. I would just take it off.
I was tempted to, but then, like the whole cost-benefit analysis thing kind of kicked into gear, and I was like, well, is it really worth an altercation with somebody who kind of looks like G-Man? Or could I just have the real deal and just log on to YouTube?
G-Man is the kind of person who is so dumb he doesn't realize that Not of This World is a clothing company, and he could just buy a hat from them. Doesn't have to.
Oh my god! I see
Five-year-old.
this world. I'm like, then what the fuck world are you from, man? A different planet?
I think I'm going to get a corollary hat that just says, make Jesus hats great again.
Yeah. You need to zoom in on it every time you start a hangout.
Exactly.
Oh, I should clarify if anybody watches this video from you non-math people or that are in here. Don't worry. But yeah, when I say derivative of 2x squared, I had parentheses 2x parentheses squared. So parentheses 2x squared is 2 times 2x times 2, which is 4 times 2, which is 8, which is 8x. So there we go. Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares.
So
I like math. I don't know why I stopped doing it.
Oh yeah, I love math. That's great. But what's it like? I've never actually talked to G-Man. What's that like?
Imagine taking a pencil and making it extra sharp and shoving it into your ear repeatedly. It's a similar sensation. I've tried it.
Okay.
G-Man. Okay, G-Man is an entertainer, right? You have to remember, G-Man doesn't care one way or another what the fuck he says half the time. All he wants to do is get people to watch his channel, and so he'll say any stupid thing, no matter what it is, to get viewers. And I have a video of him for at least about, I don't know, it was about an hour of him not even understanding a simple concept because he wasn't putting on his active listening ears, right? And so he didn't understand what I was telling him or anybody else, and he kept going off on some of his own make-believe shit because he wasn't paying attention to the conversation, and that's kind of how G-Man works.
I can see how he won Dumbfuck of the Year then.
Oh yeah, yeah, he says some dumb fuckery.
I think I have the perfect analogy for G-Man. Imagine if an angry YouTube comment section decided to join professional wrestling, but then when it was but after it didn't really work out, he had a life-changing conversion and became a Christian apologist. That is G-Man.
That's not too far off.
Yeah, I mean, like I get recommitting your life to Jesus. I did that after a period of non-belief, but I don't know why when G-Man did it, he had to pick the worst version of Christianity to adopt. Yeah, well,
I didn't know he was a Calvinist.
And and it's so funny.
Yeah, that was excellent timing.
Friends here, I saw the opportunity for a little humor and I couldn't resist.
It's so funny is that nobody gives a shit that G-Man is a Christian, right? We don't care who's a Christian and who's not. I personally don't care. It makes no difference to me. It's what kind of Christian you are.
I mean, aren't the two front runners for the list? Like, of course, one is TrueEmpricism, who is a Christian, but the other is a flat earther who is not, as far as I know.
Yeah, I don't care who's a Christian as long as they're all around.
Redline's nomination for Dumbfuck of the Year. I actually thought of voting for Matt Slick myself, but then I realized he's not a dumb, like as we said, he's not really that much of a dumb fuck. He is in a certain context.
No. And my video against him, right, my hangout that I had, was only really specifically oriented toward his scientific illiteracy, right? I mean, I know he knows a lot about theology. I will not say for any way, shape, or form that he's actually a dumb fuck. No, I think Matt Slick is very educated when it comes to theology. But
do you want to contest that statement, Max, or shall I?
I will contest that statement.
Oh, come on. Let's be a little charitable here. Let's be a little charitable. The guy has studied a long time on theology. Is he right? That's no. But I mean,
well, it's not a matter of being right or wrong. When it comes to maybe understanding his narrow Reformed theology, he actually does make good points, and he is fairly familiar with Calvinist history and stuff. But when it comes to doing like anti-Catholic apologetics, he's
okay.
He's a hopeless idiot.
Yes, I will not argue that point with you. I believe you. But I'm trying to be a little bit charitable with him. But I mean, the fact when he brought up plutonium halos, I about lost my shit. Right? I mean, come on, this has been a dead issue for so long, and yet people still bringing up polonium halos. It boggles my mind that anybody that has ever read anything on these things could actually not see that it's been long since debunked. Right? I mean, Gentry himself even evoked special creation, and once you do that, it's no longer a scientific claim to begin with. So,
Keith Gentry,
no, Robert Gentry.
Robert, that name's so familiar. Gentry. Yeah,
Robert V. Gentry. He is a quote unquote nuclear physicist. That he had these polonium halos that he thought was indicative of a instantly created Earth only 7,000 years ago. And basically, when people actually looked into his findings, they actually determined that no, it is not evidence of that. They are explainable.
Oh, I see.
And so what he did when people said, okay, well, this is how we actually explain this because this makes sense. He said, well, God did this as a one-time special creation event called a singularity. And once he did that, he no longer was, being as a scientist, right? He's just saying, oh, well, God did it. Well, sorry, you can't be a scientist and say God did it as an explanation.
Not unless you're in quantum mechanics for some reason.
Yes, you can be Shukaku. Yeah, but that's philosophy, God of the philosophers.
And Michio Kaku is one of them, but oddly enough, there was one of the early quantum guys. I keep forgetting his name. Planck. Planck. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I think Okaku just says, look, either there has to be like this one absolute observer we call God, or it has to be multiple worlds, and you're free to go either way.
Tom points out that G-Man in the off chat says has a real case of threatening to dox people, then doxing himself. That's true. That is dumb fuckery. Don't get me wrong. G-Man would win every year, Tom. That's the problem. I mean, we have to have like an opportunity for the amateur dumb fucks to win, and they're not professional because they don't get paid to be dumb fucks, do they? So Ronnie is an amateur dumb fuck. He's just at a professional level, though.
Is this channel monetized?
I don't know. That's a good question.
G-Man's channel is monetized.
Well, he is
paid.
But is Ronnie's channel monetized? Does he have ads? I don't watch his videos that much anymore. So make a watch a Ronnie video, see if an ad comes up.
I've made it this far without watching a Ronnie video. I'm pretty happy with that.
You made it this far in life without watching a Ronnie video. I envy you, my friend. I envy you. I need another IPA. Be right back.
Sometimes I envy myself.
Well, that's only because you have a huge dick, right?
Well, that too.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, although it depends on whether or not you measured in real inches or AOL inches.
I measure in meters, thank you.
Oh, nice. That is good. Oh, by the way, Seth, where did you get the information on Ron Paul and the banning of flag burning in the Texas legislature? Because I found his push to go against it on the Constitution, but I haven't found the source on him pushing it on the state level. Because I could understand if he's all like, yeah, the Bill of Rights the Constitution doesn't say doesn't forbid states from having this kind of power. But
this is something that I've come across. God, it might have been 4 years ago. People were excited about Ron Paul running in 2000 and I think it was 2008. Was that the year he was in the primaries?
That was
for him?
2008 and 2012.
Yeah. So this is information I gathered mostly from there, and I just kind of pulled a clip from it from Wikipedia. I can't remember all of where I looked into to double check it. This was like I said, 4 years ago that I came across most of this stuff.
Okay, I'm back.
Ron
Tom,
Paul
you can join us.
Ron Paul is against the Bill of Rights applying to the state level. He thinks that those are only restrictions for the federal governments. So the federal government can infringe on your speech, but if it's passed in the state legislature, might as well. Other people would extend it to stuff like states allowing prayers within certain meetings. Like, it used to be the case that prayers were done in any kind of state legislature. It was really the federal government which wasn't supposed to integrate this stuff. But I believe there was some kind of law passed that did then apply it to the state level.
Thank you, Max, for that history lesson.
You're welcome.
All right, now we're going to guess again.
Matt,
TrueEmpricism. How many votes do you think he has?
34.
Hell of a views. Holy crap. Only 1/3 of the amount of people that actually viewed had actually voted, though.
Out of curiosity, what are all the totals at right now?
I will do a recap here in a second. 1 second. Okay. I don't think much has changed, though. Do I really need to recap them? I mean,
no, I think we should just leave the recaps for tonight and just all acknowledge Ronnie's leading throne.
But Matt Slick is only at 6, so he's really out of contention. Ronnie's at 32. I'm only do the big 4 because that's what Reds thought he was going to be contention. Antonio's at 30. So True is 4 points up on him. And who was the other big 4? Was that Nature Hacker? Who did
he was up there, I think.
Yeah, but who did he said it was a 4-horse race, so who was the 4 horses?
Antonio, True,
Matt.
I'm not
Matt's
sure.
looking who? Just FYI, my friend Caitlin Swanson says that she's been drinking. She's going to go have some sexy time with her boyfriend, and while she's doing that, she's going to be thinking about all the guys in this hangout, and possibly the girls too. So,
wait, who said this?
My friend Caitlin.
Ah.
So I just want to point that out that since she can't really make it right now because she's got other things to do or people to do, that she'll be thinking about us. So while she's having sexy time with her boyfriend, she's going to be thinking about us. So
I hope she doesn't scream, "Oh, Steve! Oh, people in Steve's hangout."
Oh, Seth! Oh.
Yes, our names.
Yeah.
That'd be really awkward if she starts screaming Slim Jim.
Yeah, that could be bad. I usually be like, her boyfriend would be like, but I was born this way.
Actually, it'd be even worse if she said, "Oh, Max hangs out." Yes, it does, baby. Oh, Slim Jim. Oh, come on. Just the natural progress there would just run substantially worse.
Ironically, the two Catholics in the group are the names most rife with innuendo.
That is true. Really wonder what that says about us. And
I don't want to guess.
Oh, and just to add on to that, more like in her endo.
I was gonna say in your endo.
That works too.
End. All right, let's look at some of the comments on Red's actual main page, though. Can I vote for 2 people, Reds? Red says, sure. You can vote for 2 people. However, if you do, I will hunt you down and kill you. Not literally, but emotionally and spiritually, I will find a way. Red, I would like to beat the shit out of that list of dumb fucks. Shame it's not legal. In certain states, it might be. You might want to check your local laws. Talk to your constable. I believe that a good beatdown is acceptable in certain types of small unincorporated areas. So you might want to look into that.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. And bloody hell, Red. That's a pile of dumb fuckery to choose from. I'm amazed you survived compiling the videos. Great job, cunt. Reds has a filter of dumb fuckery where he doesn't let him affect his cognitive functions any longer. It's a skill you actually learn and acquire over time. It's a way to filter out the immense amount of dumb fuckery that we're exposed to when we do these types of videos and hangouts. If not, you will lose your mind. I mean, when somebody tells you that gas is not affected by gravity, where do you go from there?
There's a really interesting demonstration of that. Somebody put on YouTube a while ago. It was one of those like science-y channels. I can't remember the name, but he puts a balloon in his a helium balloon tied to the floor of his van, and he drives forward, and the balloon actually flies forward as he accelerates because.
Are you talking about Smart Every Day?
I think so. Yeah.
That is a great channel.
Yeah, it is. Anyways, the balloon whenever it accelerates, flies forward. It looks like it's trying to get to the front of the van, and he's trying to figure out, at least the narrative is he's trying to figure out why that is, and the reason is that all the air in the van is heavier than the helium in the balloon. So when he accelerates, all the air squishes to the back, and the balloon flies forward.
Run it by me again.
Let me just show you the video.
No, I'll watch it another time, I think. But
I recommend his channel, by the way. It's really good watching.
Whose channel is it?
Inside of a van with all closed windows, there's a helium balloon, like a party balloon, tied to the floor with a piece of ribbon. When he accelerates the van, the balloon moves forward towards the front of the van. Do you understand so far,
Yeah.
Steve? Right. So the narrative, he's like, he's trying to figure out why this happens. The reason it happens is because when he accelerates, because the air is heavier than the helium.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, helium is going to be a lot lighter than less dense than the air around it.
Yeah, buoyancy only works when there's either gravity or something like gravity, like what's it called? Why can't I think?
Well, I mean, you're also going to have a pressure differential in your car itself, right? I mean, when you accelerate, so you have a lighter air element inside the balloon, and so as you accelerate, all the air is going to be pushed back into the car, right? So that creates you have a higher pressure in the back, a lower pressure in the front, so the balloon is going to tend to go toward the front because it has a lighter air, gas in there.
Yes.
But no, I haven't seen the video. She says, "Oh my God, what would you do if I joined the hangout as I just started banging my boyfriend?" I said, "Audio would be just fine."
Who said that?
My friend. There's a lot of camera, I just have to change the whole video to 18 and plus, right? Which prevents it from being monetized, unfortunately. Did you know that? You can't have 18 plus videos monetized? Did you guys know that?
What?
You can't monetize 18 plus videos.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, advertisers want to have a general audience, right?
Well, I think you might also be running afoul of laws governing the distribution of pornography.
Also, I think There's also the fact that YouTube does not want to become an adult website.
That's true. They do avoid that like the plague, don't they?
Which is really weird because yesterday I have no idea how this happened. You know, Catholic, but I had a video pop up in my recommended videos feed about body painting.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. They're pretty cool, actually. They show nipple. But yeah, no, those are pretty cool, actually. No, you can actually show nudity on YouTube, and even there's actually a hardcore sex act on YouTube. I mean, it's a sexual instruction video, and it actually is like as graphic as you would ever find.
Yeah, there's sexual instruction videos. There's also surgery videos.
Yeah. But there's one out there that is just as graphic as any XXX rated movie. But it's educational.
I don't think those are even allowed to come up on like featured videos or stuff. I think you have to.
No, but I did have one come up the other day. Matter of fact, everybody did. A lot of people had this one come up. This guy had posted something, and it came up in everybody's feed, and it was some kind of like weird Asian soft porn movie.
Soft corn?
Yeah, Cornhub. You ever seen Cornhub?
Yes.
Cornhub.
Yeah. No, it's a real thing, Cornhub.
Yeah, April 1st.
That is the greatest pun on the internet.
Cornhub is awesome. If you like corn, I'm telling you, you can never get enough corn here. Look at that. They've got popped corn, they've got HD corn, they've got black corn, mature corn, cartoon corn toys, interracial corn. I mean, anything you want. If you're a corn lover, a cornophile, yeah, get your corn on, baby.
Like I say, best pun on the internet.
Somebody was actually pretty smart on that, yeah. But I don't see any midget corn. What is wrong with people? And I guess if you had like baby corn, would that be like child pornography?
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know.
Only if it's out of Comet Ping Pong Pizza.
That's creepy. Yeah, I know. I saw that on TST, and I haven't been feeling well, so I've been resting a lot, and I didn't watch TST live, but I watched it afterwards, and I had a little discussion with Mark Noya afterwards. This whole Pizzagate thing just kind of freaks me out to begin with, but I don't think there's anything to it. But I don't know why that was a discussion on TST. It was kind of odd.
Why? Wait. So what's this whole Pizzagate thing, anyways? I keep hearing about it, and it sounds.
Pizzagate is supposedly that the
absurd.
Modesto and other people were having child sex rings that were being ran out of a pizza shop, and the pizza shop had like all this symbology that's supposed to be supposedly like pedophilic symbols and satanic symbols, and I mean you really have to like jump through hoops to even draw a parallelism between them. There is
a symbolism with pizza and child pornography on the internet.
Well, it's not pizza though. I mean, the pizza symbolism was different. They were just having symbolism, but they weren't like had nothing to do with the actual symbols that people identify with pedophilia.
Yes, there is.
You guys ever realized that?
There absolutely is.
I didn't see the correlation.
It's a common. Real quick, I just want to say this. There is a common correlation on some internet forums with cheese pizza and child pornography.
Well, that might be that. Okay, that might be true. I heard that pepperoni is boys and cheese is girls or something.
I haven't heard that. All I've heard is cheese pizza, because cheese pizza's initials are CP, which is the same initials as child pornography.
No, well, okay, again, stretching, but I mean, I have heard that there is code.
Go to 4chan and say cheese pizza.
I know, I understand that. I'm saying that the cheese means girls and pedophilia. I found that out from Mark the other day. He sent me a link to something, and I happened to look at it, but I'm like, first of all, I was telling Mark, I was like, look, I really don't care to know the nomenclature of pedophilia. It's just not something I really want to like fucking even begin to even understand.
Do you guys ever notice about child pornography that they don't put their names on the credits afterwards? It just it shows they're really dedicated to the arts.
They do it just for the love.
Oh my god.
Wow,
just had to throw in that just had to throw in that Doug Stanhope joke right there.
That's great.
Here's the thing that gets me about Pizzagate. My wife actually brought this up. We were talking about it today over lunch. And she said, well, Podesta and Clinton and et al., they have enough enemies, and they've rubbed enough people the wrong way, that somebody surely would have turned him in on all this by now.
Well, I
If it
think
were a
that
thing.
even Mark agreed that the whole Clinton Podesta thing, I think that was all bullshit. I mean, there was people that actually advocated that there was some kind of ring, but the ring had nothing to do with Clinton, and that was a big red herring.
Well, no, but I mean, Podesta pops up in like every version of this,
Right, because of the WikiLeaks.
right? And I mean, he's inextricably linked to the DNC and the Clintons anyway. So anybody wanting any kind of dirt on the Clintons would have exposed him on this, trying to discredit them. Like, oh, hey, look, they hang out with this horrible person, and I'm sure they knew about it the whole time.
I'm pretty sure it's standard practice to hang out with horrible people if you're a politician.
Well, granted, but I mean, there are levels of horrible that we're all willing to accept and what we're willing to not accept. And even the most hardened, crooked cop will never turn his back on a child rapist case.
That is true.
Yeah, like I said, I don't see much to it. I'm not saying those things don't happen. I mean, Mark does point out that it happened in Canada and a few other things. But I mean, this whole where Hillary runs a pedophilia ring, whatever. I don't buy that. I mean, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Hillary, but I'm not going to accuse her of bullshit things that I don't think that she would ever be involved with.
I think there were some pretty decent anti-Hillary points brought up, but ultimately you didn't need to get all conspiratarded.
Right, but see, that's what this election was, right? I mean, people went to extremes on both sides. There was more fake news than news out there, I think.
Actually, to be fair, I find that the liberals who went to the most extremes tended to be Jill Stein supporters.
Well,
she
still wants a recount, doesn't she?
Yes.
And she got like $6 million for a recount. That who cares?
Here's the thing that bothers me about Jill Stein and this whole recount stuff. This is a woman who said that if Hillary was president, there would be a world war. There would be a world war with Russia. And now she's like, let's have a recount so the person who wants, who's going to start this war with Russia can get elected again. I really think she's doing it. I really think she's either the most dishonest person imaginable, or she's doing this because she's just into it for the money. I don't
say
see
for the money. She's got $6 million so far, so I'm going to say for the money.
I think we should all calm down and listen to Dr. Jill Stein's album from the early 90s.
Oh, no.
Have you listened to it? It's so bad. It is so
terrible.
No, I just no.
She has a song about riding a bike.
Listen to one of the songs. They're so bad.
No, I'll check it out later.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah. All right, Rain's here. Rain has something to. Wayne, you want to say what you announced to me earlier?
What? So there's three things going on. Number one, I actually got in touch with Logic, the YouTuber, and we're going to have a back and forth video challenge or video debate in a sense. So I'm
taking on big dogs because I like Logic, right? I really kind of agree with him just about. I think pretty much almost on everything.
Everything.
Well, I mean, a lot of things. I mean, he definitely he definitely has great production value. He's very educated. I mean,
yes,
he says he's not.
Very entertaining.
But he's very entertaining. I think very highly of his videos. I would love to say hi to him. So
this is a man.
I got you.
Yeah, I really wish he would just make sense out when he uses the word possible, because he uses it in so many damn different ways. Like he doesn't know that he doesn't know the difference. He treats logical possibility and physical possibility as the same thing.
Oh, it's the same
yeah,
thing.
I find a lot of people have a problem with that, with reunification. Here's the thing about possibilities and in when it comes to being impossible, vice, improbable. If something is impossible, it's outside the set. Okay, if I say I'm going to roll the die, and what's the possibility of me getting a 7? It's impossible. Okay, it's 0 probability and impossible, but 0 probability doesn't mean impossible. Okay, you can have 0 possibility and still be possible, which is confusing to a lot of people. They think that if it's 0 possibility, that means impossible. No, impossible means that if I cannot physically do something outside the sample set. Okay, if I roll a die that's 1 to 6, it is impossible for me to get a 7. But if I take a real number line and I arbitrarily, randomly throw a dart at that number line to pick a number, then it is improbable to the zero possibility of having a non-transcendental number, because I will always hit a transcendental number every time, although it's not impossible to hit a non-transcendental number. It's a zero possibility. So zero possibility doesn't mean impossible. No, it's really hard to wrap your head around.
Oh, and I just want to say, and secondly, so first, so first, me and Logic are going to be having a back and forth debate. Secondly, General and I, coming up in the near future, probably like in about a week or 2 weeks, we're going to be interviewing Dr. Michael Heiser.
I heard about that. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I heard that. From him,
And
actually.
number 3 is I'm actually going to try and get in touch with Hugh Ross again from Reasons to Believe. And I want to see if he can come back sometime like before Christmas and have another chat with us.
Do you want to have it before Christmas or after? Tompkins says he'll be available in January. Now, granted, like I don't want to have Tompkins and Hugh on at the same time. So Tompkins said that he may join us in January. I was thinking maybe having Hugh back in January rather than December. But what do you think?
I don't know, because right now, and I know he's kind of
so busy during the holidays. Do you really want to bother him during the holidays?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll check and I'll see his availability.
Yeah, check with Anastasia. But yeah, I mean, I already told Anastasia that we would probably be inviting them back on in January. I still get all of Fuzz Ronda's tweets. And I know people actually are friends with him on Facebook. He just befriended me on Facebook the other day.
Yeah, he friended me on Facebook too. But you know what's funny? I looked at his pictures and his posts. So he's just now getting back on Facebook. He hasn't been on for years.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to be too active on it, but yeah, we'll get them back in January.
So those are the 3 big announcements. Yeah, I guess if you guys, because I am basically like the PR guy for the Great Debate community. If it is some other people like you think we should get in touch with, tell me, and I'll try and get in touch with them.
Well, I tried to get in touch with Mary Schweitzer, or excuse me, what do they call her? Mary Smitzer, Schmitty. What the fuck did Rappaport keep calling her? Yeah, Mary Smitty. Smorty, Smitzer. I don't know what the hell they call her. But anyways, yeah, but I haven't been able to reach her, and I even attempted to contact some people from the same school she's at. So that's been pretty difficult. Even though Paul Humber has talked to her before, he does have her contact information, but he doesn't want to release it to me, which is understandable. But yeah, I'll think of some other people too. Let's see what happens with this Friday where I have Ben on. Ben has talked to Tompkins. He's tried to get some insight from Tompkins of Tompkins' work, and he's going to be defending Tompkins' work tomorrow. Well, yeah, I guess tomorrow. Well, the day after tomorrow. I still got 30 minutes till tomorrow. On Friday. But so when's this Heiser thing going to take place, and what channel?
Say that one more time.
When's the Heiser thing going to take place, and what channel?
In about 2 weeks, because I know. So the thing between me and Logic, me and General are both thinking about tackling that, and so I'll do my piece probably like sometime between tonight and tomorrow. And General said he wants to do his piece sometime next week. And then after that, then we'll be free to talk to Heiser. And I said, General, you should probably have it on your channel, because I know a whole lot of like the people who's been following General's channel. They know all about Mike Heiser and stuff like that. I never really brought him up on my channel.
Yeah, well, Heiser, he's more of a biblical guy. So I mean, it's not really my channel kind of thing. I'm trying to reserve my channel for the guys who are promoting bad science, not theology. I wouldn't mind, but.
Steve, speaking about bad science, I made a post on Instagram. You gotta follow me on Instagram too if you are on Instagram. But I made a post on Instagram, and some random guy, he comments, and I'm talking about fossil fuels and biodeposits and stuff like that. And he says, hold on, he says, oil is not a fossil fuel. And then he puts fossils in quotation marks. He says oil is not a fossil fuel.
It's not a fossil fuel anymore. It's now a biofuel. It hasn't been a fossil fuel for decades. They've realized that their initial hypotheses are wrong. It's actually created by microbes and shale deep in the earth.
So I'm late.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's not fossil fuel. Yeah, when we were kids, they taught it as a fossil fuel, but it's really not.
Okay.
Right, Seth?
Did you ever?
Seth. Oh my God, we lost Seth.
How will we go on? Okay, well, he's gone. Let's start praising Trump.
Oh,
God.
all hail Trump. So TrueEmpricism is now at 34 people. We have any new viewers that haven't voted yet? We are really light on viewers tonight. This is like the lowest viewership I've ever had. Ever. 17 people? I never have that low.
Oh, so do you ever get a chance to look at the cytochrome C paper?
No, but I did bring it up to somebody the other day on who was I talking to about cytochrome C? Now, what about the cytochrome C paper? What about it? I posted something on my Facebook, and I posted that what was it about cytochrome C that they used it to bond carbon with silicon in a new type of bond that they never seen before. They use it as the enzymatic reaction. That was kind of interesting.
Yeah, as far as I know, as far as I know about it, because I didn't even look at the paper. They directed the evolution or something like that in it, and they predicted which way it would go or something like that.
Yeah, well, Rational gave me the paper I asked for, but it was actually beyond my level, so I can't necessarily say I gleaned much from it. But just from what I could glean, it appeared that they created a new bond using silicon, and that one of the questions we have asked a long time is why is carbon the most abundant element used in, for organic chemistry, right? Why is things focused around carbon when silicon is pretty much nearly the same when it comes to electronegativity and the ability to bond with other elements. So this has actually created a new type of bond, and I guess it used cytochrome C as an enzyme to do so. But if somebody wants to, that knows more about that, by all means, please inform me.
I guess Fiona would be the person for that, right? Or Christopher?
Yeah, I don't even know if Fiona's up on that. I know Rational is because he found the paper. I just found it to be fascinating, but it was beyond my level. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I looked at it.
I'm not TrueEmpricism. TrueEmpricism, nothing beyond his level, right? Because he's so goddamn smart. Well, you weren't here.
Speaking about Trump. No, I wasn't. The voting, right?
No, I was going to tell you that I don't know. Do you remember Codifile? I don't know if that was before your time. This guy Codifile. He's
probably was me.
And he says the stupidest things, like he's been saying that gases are not affected by gravity, that somehow gravity does not affect the atoms in a gas. And I'm like, what? I was like, how does that work? Atoms are mass. You can use the law of gravity to figure out what the force is between that and the Earth. And so how is it that they could possibly think that an atom of gas is not affected by gravity? Because he's like, well, the gas would settle to the bottom. I'm like, yeah, if they had no kinetic energy, duh. But obviously a gas in a container is going to have kinetic energy. Those are going to be traveling in all different vectors all over the place, having constant pressure inside there to overcome the force of gravity, because gravity is very weak. And he's like, no, if gravity affected it, it would all settle at the bottom, regardless of temperature. I'm like, yeah, you're a dumb fuck.
I was arguing with somebody about E equals MC squared, because I actually brought up the point to him. I said, E equals MC squared actually disproves Younger creationism. And so we start talking, and then they start getting into the thing where, well, maybe E equals MC squared doesn't exist.
It's a formula. We know it works because we have nuclear fission and we have atomic bombs.
Well, I was just trying to point out the fact that, I was just trying to point out the fact that if you change C squared, like E would make the sun so hot, we would all be dead. And like that's my point. I keep on bringing up, and he's like, well,
Well, yeah, and also it also change the electric and magnetic constants as well, and so you wouldn't even have fusion because you couldn't have anything overcome the Coulomb barrier. So you couldn't have fission, you couldn't have fusion, you couldn't have atoms. How would you overcome the Coulomb barrier if the permeability was so high that you couldn't have a proton even approach the nucleus? It would just be repulsed by the Coulomb force. So Yeah, I mean, these people don't understand that if you start messing with these constants, it's going to change things. And what's funny is these are the same people that argue the fine-tuning argument, right? So they're like, oh, look, fine-tuning, the universe has to be exactly the way it is. Oh, but C has changed, therefore it doesn't have to be fine-tuned. Pick which one you want. Do you want the fine-tuning argument? Do you want to say that there's a variable speed of light model? You can't have it both ways, people. But yeah,
so yeah, besides that, and arguing with younger creationists and stuff,
there's something called the Planck unit.
Lisa?
There's something called the Planck units, and what it basically is an equivocation, or it basically is an equalization of relationship of constants if you normalize them. So it's basically something along the lines of C equals Boltzmann constant times the gravitational constant times the what is it? Oh my goodness. Somebody refresh my memory. I don't remember the Planck constants. But anyways, there's like 5 Planck constants, and basically if you normalize them to 1, they're all equal to each other. Now, if one starts changing, like C starts changing, that means all the other constants have to change. They're all called natural units. So if somebody wants to posit that C changes, then obviously you have to change H bar, which is reduced Planck's constant. You have to change your Boltzmann constant, your Coulomb constant, and your gravitational constant. So all these, when they're normalized, is equal to 1. And boom, if I say C is variable, that means all the other constants are variable as well. And I don't think younger creationists want to go down that route, that they want to say that all these other variables have changed as well. Do you know what I mean by that? That they're normalized?
Well, I guess I can only relate to they're finely tuned. But,
well, it normally just means you set it to 1. If, for example, if I start using the Lorentz contraction formula, which is 1 divided by the square root of 1 minus v squared divided by c squared, instead of having the actual values for c and velocity, what I do is I just say, okay, I want c to equal 1, then I want v to be a percentage of 1. So I don't even have to know what light speed is. It doesn't matter. I normalize it and say, okay, c is equal to 1, and then I'll just take a percentage of that point using 0.9998 or something, and then I can stick that in the formula, rather than saying, okay, the speed of light is 206,000 miles per second, and I want to figure out 99.99% of that. What is that going to be? I don't have to do that. I can use it as a fraction, as a percentage, and normalize it to 1. That's what it means to normalize.
And that, Steve, is why I like reliabilism.
And that is why I don't subscribe to Younger Creationism. Anyways, I can't believe our viewership is so low right now. I'm surprised. Must be an off night.
I haven't heard any new Younger Creationist arguments for months. I don't know. I haven't heard any.
For what?
I haven't heard any new Younger Creationist arguments. I mean, so they use the same ones literally for the last 20 years.
Oh yeah, I mean, even Matt Slick had brought up moon dust accumulation the other day. I'm like, dude, come on, man. This is something that even creation.com says don't use as an argument, right? I mean, he's so far out of date, he doesn't realize that even moon dust accumulation has long since been taken out of the realm of even a discussion, because they've got a new data that actually shows that the initial values they used for the moon dust accumulation was off. But again, to younger creationists, they don't care, right? They don't care.
Right. That's what.
Facts are not important to them. You've seen the creation.
Really scary.
What's that?
What you say?
You've seen the creation.
I was gonna say it was really scary.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's really scary. It's really scary that the people who you think would never be younger creationists, like for example, I was really caught off guard by one guy on Facebook. He starts saying the climate change is real and the government is lying and et cetera, et cetera. And I'm just like, holy crap! Like I would never think you were like a climate change denier or whatever. Because I mean, the guy's so smart, but.
Even the smart people, I think they have cognitive dissonance of some kind. I mean, you can't be a PhD and be a younger creationist and not have some form of cognitive dissonance. I mean, I don't remember the guy's name. Jen will remember, but the guy that is a nuclear physicist that did his thesis on rubidium and strontium isochron dating, and then he later on goes, well, this is all wrong only because we don't know the assumptions. We base the assumptions on what we think, and we can't prove the assumptions. And we're like, well, we never prove assumptions. And so his whole thesis on the rubidium strontium thing, he tries to invalidate. And it's like, wait a minute here, come on, you can't have a PhD in nuclear physics, not understand rubidium, strontium, and isochron dating methods, and then turn around and say, oh, well, yeah, but these are based upon assumptions, and therefore we can't trust them. Well, bullshit, because everything's based upon assumptions. And no, isochron dating is not really based upon assumptions. Isochron dating, you could actually determine the initial concentration of the primary isotope based upon the ratio of the decay isotopes from the non-radioactive to the radioactive isotopes. So there is a long, complicated formula that you can use that will allow you to tell you what the initial amount of the material was without having to know the initial material. That's the whole point of isochron dating. Matter of fact, the rates program headed up by Humphreys et al., that they had actually admitted that the isochron dating method did work, and the isochron dating method did indicate that the Earth was billions of years old. But they were challenging the fact that was, obviously based on the fact that decay rates, stay the same, and they were challenging that premise, which is okay, but they had no evidence to challenge it with. There was no indication whatsoever that the decay rates have changed, and even if the decay rates had changed, you would still have to account for billions of years worth of energy, which would liquefy the mantle of the Earth. They could not get around that. They had no explanation for that.
Yeah, because they're trying to put all that energy into like a 6,000-year model.
Right.
So.
Right. And so, I mean, even young Earth creationists, even the PhDs that are doing the rates problem, or the rates work, even they admit that the data indicates an old Earth. They have no problem admitting that isochron dating works. Go check them out. They'll say that isochron dating does indicate that the Earth is billions of years old. Their challenge to it is not that the method doesn't work. Their challenge to it is that the decay constants may have changed. But of course, we have no indication of that. And of course, if it did change, it would screw up everything imaginable, right? Life would cease to exist if the decay rates changed, because as you said, you have to account for a lot of energy.
They better pull a Simon Conway Morris, where he was debating Stephen Gould, and Simon Conway Morris to say, maybe there's some natural law behind evolution we just don't know yet. So, I mean, even if younger creationists said something like that, so maybe it's some type of natural law to account for this, we just didn't find out yet. That would be a little bit better.
Well, they couldn't be natural. They couldn't be younger creationists, though. The problem we have with younger creationists is that they're positing a deity that basically has said, okay, I'm going to have a planet, a new reality where all the evidence points to an old Earth, but I want you to believe on faith that there's a young Earth. That's the deceptive being, because he knew that we would create science, and we knew that science would create technology, and for him to say, okay, I want you to believe it's a young Earth, contrary to all the scientific evidence, that makes no sense. And if a young Earther says, I believe that's a young Earth on faith, by pure theism, then that's one thing. It's bad, but it's not as bad as a young Earther that says, well, I believe the Earth is young because science indicates it is. That guy's an idiot. I mean, simply put, he's just a fucking idiot.
Well, I do like the younger creationists who was like me, who say, I don't really care, if the Earth is old or young, whatever. I'll look into the evidence. If it's old, it's old. If it's not, it's not. But for the people who make their whole religious foundation on a young Earth, that's pretty dangerous. Because when you find out this stuff is a lie, I mean, you might go crazy. I mean, Steve, remember I keep on telling you, I had to retrain myself how to think. What I did was too, and even and I'm a Christian saying this. When I hear Christians giving advice, like legal advice or whatever, I'm very careful about what they say, because I already know they somewhat have a bias. So I think I told you, I looked up this guy. His name is J. Warner Wallace. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
No.
He's an ex-cold case detective, and basically he was given cold case methodology on how to investigate stuff. And I would literally stop the video like 5 minutes before it ended and before he stopped preaching, and I would just write down a methodology, like, all right, circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, etc. And I would just take his methodology and not take his bias, and I would use his method that way. So, because with a lot of these people, with like a lot of creationists, what I see is and I'll give you another example. So me in general, is actually something we don't agree on. So I don't know if you ever heard me in general argue about this.
Hey, wait, one second. One second. I have to step away for like 10 seconds. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm back. Okay, you in general. What was that now?
Yeah, so as a matter of fact, so me and General actually we've been having this debate for about maybe like 2 months, 3 months so far, and well, actually since September, because that's when I came up with the model. But this is why we actually need Mike Heiser to kind of settle this, because we've been having a debate, even though I think the science is still on my side. But long story short, I know you have heard of the Christians who interpret Genesis 6, where they say Genesis 6 says there was giants in the earth.
Yes.
And angels came down. Right. All right. So
and the sons of God, so the daughters of men, that there were sons of God, so the daughters of men that are fair, and took them to be their wives. And in those days, giants walked upon the earth, something like that.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And so I take that completely different.
Genesis 1:26, I remember.
It's no, it's actually Genesis 6, chapter 1. I think it starts in verse 1. It starts in verse 1. So
that's right. 1:26. Let us make mankind in our likeness, so he may rule over the fish, and in the sea and the birds of the sky. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. You're right.
So me and Jim, we've been having this back and forth, and so I made this model, and it actually is falsifiable, which is pretty awesome. And my model basically is that yes, I do think there's truth in that Genesis 6 account, but I honestly do think it was exaggerated because it was written from the perspective of people who didn't know anything about modern science, modern physics, and genetics and stuff like that. And so we think, when you look at the word giant today, we interpret it as, oh my gosh, there was 10-foot, 13-foot, 15-foot people walking around, right? And so like younger creationists, they look at something in the Bible and they're like, oh my gosh, the laws of physics had changed, and I'm like, no, that's not how it works.
Well, I mean, are you kind of a concordant too, like generalists?
In a sense, I like this view. It's called the worldview approach. It was made by a lady named Carol Hill. Carol Hill. She works for ASA, the ASA Foundation. So it basically takes both, but you have to take it consistently. So not everything should be taken in a concordance. It depends on the interpretation. And so I like it how you should let the science guide your interpretation, because you can't go wrong with the science. The science rules out the bad interpretations. And so, basically, my model is just, if angels really did come down and had sex with women and all that stuff, the only evidence that we do have for something weird happening, and which is actually funny, is because Hugh Ross, he puts the flood back to about 45,000 years ago, and like I said, like we know, humans and Neanderthals were having sex 40 to 45,000 years ago. And so I said, maybe around this epoch or period of time, this is what these people were trying to talk about. Maybe they thought the Neanderthals were angels or something like that. They didn't know. That's
because I just don't think the Bible had anything to do with human lineage or anything like that. I don't find a correlation at all. I know General does, and he can make an argument for it, but I mean, I have to be realistic and just say that I don't see it. you know, Neanderthals did mate with Homo sapiens, but that was hundreds of thousands of years ago. By the time they were extinct 40,000 years ago, I don't think they were probably even genetically viable anymore to mate.
You
Hiller
know, they
wants
found
to-
a fossil.
he has to go. Can we bring in Hiller real quick? I think you want to ask me.
Yeah.
Get ready to go. Sorry, Hiller. Go ahead.
Don't worry, I gave Ronnie a vote
Yay!
just for you, Steve.
He's at 35 now. Yay! Well, you know, G-Man won with 120 some odd votes, and Ronnie's 1/3 of the way there now. I'm sensing this to be good. You know, Benjamin, did you vote for Ronnie? Yeah, we can't hear you.
Take that as a yes.
Tap 3 times for yes. Yeah, I can't hear him. Oh, wait, I heard something. Talk,
Wait, can you
Benjamin.
hear me?
Yes,
Can you
we
guys
can
hear me?
now. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I thought for some reason I thought there would be some kind of push to talk thing or something on this.
Nope, just talk.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I got the vote in as soon as I found the link down
Sweet.
there. Yeah, he's gonna get the win. He should
I
get
think so too. I've already said this numerous times that I think it's going to be completely dominated by you know, true empiricism. Now I understand Antonio, you know, Brad has a shot. He has a dumb fuck, but come on, nobody beats Ronnie. Come on.
Yeah, he's willing to say 2 different things in the same day. It's amazing.
that is a unique sense of dumb fuckery, isn't it?
Yeah.
yeah. I think he's gonna win with Antonio coming up as a close second.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think everybody else doesn't even have a chance. Like I said, I don't even know who like Pete Shea is or Fuck It World. These guys are not going to be the contention. Von Helton, yeah, everybody knows he's stupid, but nobody wants to really give him fucking any kind of credit.
Is he really an atheist?
He's what?
Is he really an atheist? Because I heard him talking about like flat earth stuff, and I'm like, what the heck?
No, Von Helton's not an atheist. He's a fucking Christian. I don't know if he's a Christian. He's a theist, but
I don't know. I got no clue.
hard to tell. He's Van Helton. Well,
All I
most
care
flat
is that
earthers
he's
are theists
an
in
idiot.
a way, aren't they not? I mean, how many
Right.
atheistic
I don't-
atheistic flat
I don't
earthers do you know? I don't know too many, if
I
any.
don't think there's any. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The whole thing is based on the Torah and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, look at like when Claim Your Inheritance came in.
Oh,
I mean,
there is one person who's
fuck.
saying that, and that's Kent Hovind. He actually he has made this. He's let out the suspicion. I forget who it was. It was Arguing from Ignorance, I think, is who posted a video on that. Kent Hovind has made the claim many times that it's an atheist prank, basically.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have to. You know what? I actually know Argument from Ignorance really well. He actually was. I can tell you guys now. He was the one that helped me with one of my videos a while back. So he's really been supportive of my channel. I'll have to ask him about that. I really like Argument from Ignorance.
What a great guy to have as a buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really cool. He's got a lot of subs.
Yeah, which is amazing because he's pretty slow with his posts, but they're always just crisp.
Crisp. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he's really him and my friend. Trying to think if I should give his real name out, but well, I guess everybody knows him. It's Sean Gee. He's also known as God damn it, Christopher Hitchlap. Like, but everybody knows who he is, so it's not like I'm doxing to him. But yeah, he just has some amazing stuff.
Yeah, what I feel is important about what you guys are doing in this whole community, and even the people who are outside of this community, is you're making it possible for people that I know who I can't even have this conversation with. They can watch you guys' videos and learn what they need to learn, but it's like it's just hard enough that they learn something, but it's not too much. It's not personal that way too.
You haven't dropped into a hangout before, have you?
No, I never have before.
Yeah.
This is the first time.
Yeah, another cherry. I got another cherry.
Yep.
Yes, thank you very much. I love my cherries. I took your cherry, Ben. Don't worry, I'm straight.
It's all you, man. It's all you, man.
Wayne's like, God damn, Steve, you have a collection of cherries. But I mean, you've been in the live feed for a while, Ben. I mean, you've seen what's gone on in our community, and I mean,
yeah, I've been watching for a while.
what's your synopsis of it? I mean, we try to do our best to really give these guys benefit of the doubt sometimes, but I mean, there's a point where you just have to say, "Holy shit!" The things that True says are just wrong. They're just outright stupidly wrong.
Sure, there's definitely arguments that are being had that are definitely probably not doing anything anymore. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they shouldn't be happening, because the fact that it's a forum for any argument. If you put a post up and it's about member berries, you know, we can talk about that for 6 hours, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. The thing is, you acknowledge what your channel is about. Each of you has a certain thing you want to talk about. Everyone figures you out real quick, and it's what I like about it is you can still be anonymous, but there's room for everyone.
I'm actually using my real name.
Well, no, I mean, but like people, I think you guys probably have a lot of viewership and stuff that they're not actually participating. I think there are probably a lot of people like me.
A lot.
Yeah, hell of a lot. Because what happens with me is I'm just surrounded by fundamentalists in my family, and I came out of the closet a few years ago, but I've been at it for a while, and so they all is an opportunity to just like, get out all the microaggression that they ever wanted to get out, and it's been pretty rough for both sides of things. So rather than try to continue that, I've pretty much just learned to point them towards people like you. Say,
it is weird. It is weird when people that kind of just like sit on the outside. We've been in this community for a long time, and to think that these people just they listen, they see what's going on, they know all the players, and yet they don't get involved. And I understand certain people don't want to. I wish more people would, regardless if you think that you have a say or you have anything to add to the conversation. You'd be surprised. I mean, like Hannah, for a very long time, never got involved in the community. I mean, she just sat back and listened to my channel and listened to Red's and other people's, but she never got involved. And then once she got involved, she's become a pretty well-known player. She tried running Hangouts for a while. I don't think that really worked out too well. But a lot of people that just sit on the sidelines, I think they have a lot more offer to the community than they realize, because this is something that people do pay attention to. We're not the big leagues. We're not the A team like Logic and like Armored Skeptic and those guys. But we do have a little niche of our own, I think.
Sure. Yeah. Everyone basically just judges themselves really harshly on what they know, but I think it's also
I mean, shouldn't you kind of be self-critical a little bit on it? Because if not, you end up like these Dunning-Kruger people.
Oh, sure, but I'm talking on like a level of like not even thinking that at least you and I think we have something to say,
Sure.
But
yeah, if I did it, I wouldn't have so many videos out. I mean, I wouldn't be having Hangouts for 8 hours a day. Sometimes. I mean,
yeah, but go ahead.
I was going to say that, I think a lot of people do have something to say, but they're scared to say it. I think that a lot of people are intimidated by thinking that whatever they say is going to be recorded and used, in all posterity against them or whatever. It's just like, don't be so worried about that. Just have a conversation. Half the time when we're talking, I don't care if we're on air or not. I'll have just as many conversations off air, especially with people like Ozzy and other things. I prefer to be off air than on.
That's the other thing you're definitely fighting against, is this is a whole new format for discussion. It's pretty foreign. I mean,
well, it is. I mean, that's what Hugh Ross said. I mean, Hugh Ross, since he's been on my show or my program, I couldn't call it a show, but my program, he actually has mentioned us 3 times so far, and each time he's made it clear that this is a new emergent forum that he's not used to. And he's like, it's great that people can get together. They don't fly anywhere. They can sit there and have a conversation, and everybody can talk, and he's not used to it. And he thought it was really great. Matter of fact, he wants to come back. And I was thrilled to death to say, hey, look, we've introduced, Dr. Hugh Ross and Fuzz Rana and Reasons to Believe to this type of media. I think that's awesome.
He was so excited.
Thank you to Wayne, by the way. Wayne actually, again, he was the one that actually made that all happen. So, props.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve, he was so excited. 1 week after we got done with him, he showed a 7-minute clip of his experience on your program, and you would stop talking about it.
Yeah, like I said, I think that interview with him went exceptionally well. I was well pleased. I was a little bit nervous. I was a little bit starstruck. I'm not going to lie. I have a huge amount of respect for Dr. Ross in his astronomy. I may not agree with him theologically, but the guy is a brilliant astronomer. I mean, there's no question about it. Hey, Simon. Yeah, I would like to get more things like that going on. That would be really cool. If I get Dr. Tompkins in here, though, that's going to be awesome. Oh my God, that'd be my highest rated program.
Steve, you're gonna break the internet.
Yeah, I break the internet. It'd be like slow down traffic. Well, because everybody wants a piece of him, right? Now Ruhif can't make it in January probably. As everybody knows, it's not a secret anymore. He said it's perfectly fine to talk about. Ruhif is going through chemo, and he starts on December 31st. I think yesterday he started, or the day before. No, I'm sorry, the 30th, because he messaged me and showed me his chemo rig. So about 2 days ago he started his chemo again, and he may be out of commission for a few weeks. So if or actually months. So if I do get Tompkins on in January, he may not be able to. It's November 31st he started his chemo. I'm sorry, but. We'll see, because I really would like Ruhif to talk to Tompkins directly, even though they've engaged before, because Ruhif was the one that talked to Tompkins and made him realize that his 70% genomic analysis between humans and humans and chimps was invalid because of the bug program in BLAST. But yeah, if I get Tompkins, that'd be awesome. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, anyway, yeah, I gotta go, but it was nice. So.
Yeah, Hillary. Yeah, anytime, buddy. Yeah, drop in anytime, bud. Yeah. I haven't been running Hangouts too much lately. I'm sorry about that. It's been
yeah, it's understandable.
Crazy, holidays, and we're blaming the holidays, isn't it? But
yeah, it happens. Well, I'll see you again soon.
All right, thank you, sir. And of course, we have Wyatt. Pretty boy Wyatt.
Oh my gosh, is that Wyatt? Is that the
Look at him. Dude, he's like the face of every boy band you've ever heard. Seriously, I mean, can you sing, Wyatt?
La 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 la.
Okay, obviously not. So, but if you could, you'd be famous, man. Your hair's grown out too.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, leave it like that. It's better.
Hey, happy birthday.
Yeah, Wayne.
Yeah. How old are you? You're 21.
20.
Oh shit! You got another year before you can drink. You better tell me. You better tell me you're gonna.
I'm not going to drink.
Yeah, you are.
Why even I drink? Oh my god!
Yeah, come on. You mean priest drink? Come on. It's 21 birthday. You have to have a drink.
I have drank a little bit once or twice, and not a fan. Not a fan.
It was nasty, right? Yeah.
Yeah, of course it is. That's why we like it. It's shitty. I mean, I'm having IPA tonight. Yeah, nobody likes drinking, man. It's just something that's fun. That's all. Anyways, how are you? I still have yet to watch your I don't know. I don't want to call it debate, but your discussion on the trailer park.
Oh yeah. That was a good-ish discussion. I still would have liked to know the question of the debate before the debate actually started, but
What was the question of the debate?
Yeah, the question of the debate is revelation a valid source of knowledge? That was that was the question of the debate, and
what's it called when Revelation's closed? When you believe Revelation has been closed?
Sensationalism.
Sensationism. Thank you. I was thinking Peterism, but that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Sensationism. Thank you.
Well. I spent like the entire time I was preparing for the debate, going down. I spent some time even in Lenox, Alabama, trying to prepare for the debate, and all that time I thought was on the validity of presuppositionalism.
That's so not fair. That is so unfair, dude. That's so wrong.
Yeah, all that time I was just preparing for the debate. And I thought it was on the question of is presuppositionalism valid? And now,
that's a completely different topic than sensationism.
Yeah, and then I got
Revelation.
Then I got into the debate, and then a little bit before the debate, they actually let me know the question. Like, thank you for letting me know earlier.
Yeah, like they screwed you, but you don't go back on your screwed up. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Wayne actually tuned into the debate, and
Yeah, I did tune in. You did all right, but I didn't know. I didn't know they didn't tell you, so that's probably why you weren't that well prepared. Okay.
yeah, that was why I wasn't really well prepared, because I didn't even know the question before the debate started. Which I do pretty well doing debates on the fly, doing a little bit of debating on the fly, but when I get some preparation going, then I think I would do really well. Like even a couple weeks preparation, I thought I would have did better in that debate because I had some preparation, and then they just flopped the question on the debate, and then it's like, oh no, all my preparation went for naught.
Aw. Well, how do you like prepare for a precept argument anyways? I mean, it's just like, I believe God told me this is true, therefore it has to be true.
I was like prepared to give like the whole entire history of presuppositionalism, why it's valid scripturally, and why it's valid philosophically. And Wayne Fillmore is the second person. There's a second Wayne Fillmore in here.
Oh, so you were actually going to give the position that it was valid?
Yeah, I was going to give
That it was a strong. Well, I actually tend to agree with the precept argument.
It's not an argument.
Well, that's the problem. Like I like to put the quote unquote around the precept argument, because it's basically saying, well, yeah, fill in the blanks. You can't say it's not true. You know, it's you've not got the information to say that my information is wrong. It's kind of like saying well, God is there, but he's there where you've not looked.
Well, that's not the precept argument. The precept is basically a way to try to get supposedly a person to evaluate their worldview, right? To do an exegesis on their own worldview rather than actually have a real argument. Because the precept has no argumentation. There's no argument to.
Oh yeah,
precept.
yeah.
Well, presuppositionalists do use evidence. Even Clark and Van Til said you could use evidence. I mean, no, but.
Well, your evidence isn't. It's not physical evidence. It's more philosophical, like the philosophical proof for the beginning of the world or something like that, right?
Well, maybe I've just heard it from Dawkins too much, but it just doesn't seem like an argument at all. It's just more of a word salad, and it's.
Don't mention Dawkins. I mean, he's an embarrassment to Christian much.
Well, we all agree upon that. Even the worst precept or evangelist, I think most people understand Darwin's is a piece of shit, right? I mean, Darwin's deity is just a worthless piece of shit.
I mean, I tried to talk to Dawkins and say, hey, engage people better, you know?
He doesn't. See, we can engage like people like you, Wyatt, and other people that we like. I mean, we disagree all the time, but I like you immensely. And yet, Darwin doesn't understand that how to have an actual conversation with it, like a human being would, right? With like an adult.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand that. I mean,
he's not. I don't think he's looking to converse. He's just looking to bully and feel superior. I've got a really strong feeling that as he is talking, he's heavily masturbating into a tissue or something. You know, it's just like, oh yeah, they can't answer it.
I mean, I was going to go to Kent to help me out, but I just thought better of it and say, you know what? Kent's an evidentialist. You won't understand most of what I'm talking about, anyways. But
well, I mean, I hate to bring this up, and I'm not putting you on the spot, Wyatt. Okay, so don't get all pissy on me, okay? But as we all know, our dear friend Wyatt here actually, joined Mr. Kent Hovind in his little dino park, sitting in his chair, going, "Ah, cult leader, I love you."
No, I didn't. No, I did not actually. But I was just going to do
Right.
a little mini.
You looked like you were being retrained on life in that classroom.
I was thinking along the lines of like 1984 or Clockwork Orange or something. I was like,
no, when I
they
got
didn't pull your eyes open, did they?
I got into that chair and I was like, hey, let's do like a little mini podcast before I leave. And then Kent brought up his legal matters and I was like, okay, I'm going to get a lot of comments on that I'm going to get a lot of comments on that. So I was just going to add a little disclaimer saying, okay, just talk to Kent about his legal matters. Don't talk to me. Don't, you know,
What?
bring me into this, you know. But
That was probably a smart move too, brother.
you know, and evidently Robert Beatty didn't even understand that, even when I said it in the actual discussion.
Robert Beatty is a creep. Oh my gosh, he's a creep. I blocked him.
Yeah, Robert Beatty actually did a whole entire website. You know, JK, one of his pages on his website to me is like I have to bang my head against the wall for the whole entire stupidity I have to read.
But why? What was going through your head when you were sitting in it? Because like it looked pretty creepy when you were in that classroom. Because he never turned the camera around until that day you came, and then I saw like, oh my gosh, he has it set up like a classroom. Like he's a teacher. Like he actually has a certification.
No, he actually, what was going through my head is like, okay, we're doing a little mini, we're doing like a little podcast before Kent takes me back to Pensacola. So that was what was going through my head, and then he brought up his legal matters, and then I was like, oh no, I'm going to get comments on that before.
No, I'm talking about before when you were like, not when you were interviewing him, but like when you first came, those first 2 days when you first came.
Oh yeah, when I first came, yeah, Kent almost killed me.
Oh my gosh!
I told you not to drink that Kool-Aid.
Yeah, Kent almost actually killed me. I got there. They took me to Kent's house, and then Kent came outside and said, "Okay, Wyatt, I'm going to show you how to use the four-wheeler." I should have gave Kent a little disclaimer before he tried to show me how to use the four-wheeler and say, Kent, me and vehicles do not mix, okay? But no, Kent said, okay, Wyatt, do you have a driver's license? No. Do you know how to drive? No. Get on the four-wheeler, and I'll show you how to use it. Like, okay. And then I got on the four-wheeler, and I was like, just trying to use it. It was just when I was while I was steering, and I was just like tapping on the throttle, and it was just like Kent lost patience and said, "Okay, get on my back. I'm just going to get on the back of the four-wheeler. I'm just going to drive you around the park." Drive you around the property and give you a tour that way, because obviously you're not getting it. He didn't say that, but obviously you're not getting it, Wyatt. So he went on some jumps, and that's why I said he almost killed me. Which I like going on jumps. Me personally on a bicycle, but you know.
Kent still thinks he's a 20-year-old young man.
Yeah, and then around like 7 o'clock, he actually called everybody in and said, "Hey, we're going to do a Bible study tonight, just like a little half an hour long." And then he did the question and answer. He turned the camera around to me, and I was like, all nervous, you know, but.
Yeah, I noticed that. Like, so the two videos you were in, he didn't really talk about younger creations, which is great. He needs to stop.
Yeah, the two videos that I was in, the one where he gave me the quote unquote pilot's license, which I have. No, oh, here it is. There it is. Yeah. But yeah, that was one of the videos, and that was one of the videos. He just came up with that on the fly, like, okay, that's your sense of humor, Kent, coming out.
You know, I would probably visit Answers in Genesis's museum before I visit Ken Hovind's museum, just because it's probably more quality, bigger, air conditioned. But Ken Ham is mean. Oh my gosh, he's a mean old man. Ken Ham is a mean Billy Go Gruff. Well, have any of you guys like seen him converse with people like recently?
Yeah, his second debate with Bill Nye, his second quote unquote debate with Bill Nye, I don't think he did that well. Just because he's
that was boring. He did a debate with Hugh Ross, and oh my gosh, I mean, and it wasn't his very first debate on the John Akerberg show. It was his debate on TBN, and so they got on TBN and they had this debate having a back and forth. And it wasn't supposed to be a debate. It was just supposed to be a discussion about the evidence for creation and the evidence for God, and etc. But of course, when you have younger creationists and older creationists on the same panel, there's going to be an argument. And so Hugh Ross is going back with Ken Ham, and oh my, I tell you, they actually invited Ray Comfort on the panel. And Ray Comfort is just sitting on the panel not saying anything because Ray Comfort doesn't have an education. So,
yeah.
Sorry, Ray, but it's true. But, and they also invited Eric Hovind, which Eric Hovind is the worst creation science gender apologist out there. He needs to just let his dad do the talking.
Yeah. I mean, I think Eric does have a little bit of a more of a grasp nowadays on what's going on in young Earth creationism. I mean, I saw that with his discussion with Steve and Isaiah, and then I saw Kent just looks like he's a little out of practice when he was on your shows.
I don't know. I think both of them are just terrible. I think Eric is a lot worse than Kent though, but maybe it's because I always really saw Kent repeat his stuff in his seminars.
Yeah.
So,
well,
I don't know.
Yeah. Kent didn't have when I mentioned the fallacy of affirming the consequent on Kent's video.
Right.
Yeah. He had the look on his face like, I don't really understand logical fallacies. And even formal ones at that. I think
because he's out of date with this stuff, man. Kent is he did his apologetics and stuff like back in like the 70s and the 80s and 90s and stuff like this. So he's a dinosaur.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, it's funny that what happened was, when Kent started, you got to remember, we didn't have like the internet that we have it now, right? So people really couldn't look his claims up and see if they were valid. Now that we have the internet, you can go through every single claim that Kent has and realize that they're all wrong. Just recently, Isaiah had posted a still shot from one of the videos where Hovind is claiming that because penicillin, and bear with me here because I know this is wrong, he says, quote, penicillin only has 2 chromosomes, therefore, evolution can't be true because,
penicillin?
Yeah,
penicillin?
Yeah, penicillin. Yeah, he doesn't understand penicillin is a drug. He means penicillium, which is a type of mold, type of fungus.
I didn't know penicillin had chromosomes.
It doesn't. That's the problem. And he not only did he get it wrong on the slide, he's subsequently has said it in interviews, and even Eric has even said that penicillin has 2 chromosomes. And it's like, no, penicillin is an antibiotic. Penicillin does not have chromosomes. It comes from penicillium, right? But penicillium is a mold or a fungus, but that's different. Penicillin is the antibiotic that comes from it, and they've screwed it up for so long, and their argument is flawed to begin with because chromosome count has nothing to do with complexity.
But it would be better even if he didn't, because I know he's going around doing seminars and stuff now, but even if he did a 10-year, 12-year update on his seminars and did some corrections. I mean, you could still, talk about your younger creationism stuff, but how about even just fixing some of the claims or taking some of the claims out and making a video shorter? I mean, that would do it a little bit better, show a little bit more honesty, but not even that. Even if he did like a 10-year update or something.
If you did a 10-year update, just research more, or just get more up to date with the arguments, his arguments in general, I think he would do better, even as a debater. I mean,
but you know what I think actually has some valid arguments against evolution? I think RTB, not every argument they give out is a good argument against evolution, but they got some good arguments where there are some gaps in the fossil records, etc. But that still doesn't mean evolution is false.
Well,
and so
gaps don't mean much. I mean, they find the things for the gaps all the time. And when they found a Darwinian, what was it, Darwinian Madagascar? I can't remember the name, pronounce it, but that was basically what was a basal group to Haplorhini and Streptococcini, and that was a quote unquote missing link, even though it wasn't really missing or a link, but they find these things all the time.
Yeah. Even this claim, I'm surprised Kent hasn't used this claim, because this claim was actually before Kent went to prison. Remember Barrow and Tipler, the anthropic cosmological principle?
Oh,
Vaguely.
yeah, I know. I know
what the anthropic cosmological property is, and that's just basically it.
I know you're talking about
contingent upon our observation.
Yeah, they did 10 steps in the course of human evolution, each of which is so improbable that before it would occur, the sun would have ceased to be a main sequence star and would have incinerated the Earth. So basically, even if evolution happened,
which it does all the time,
right?
Even if evolution happened, it would still be a miracle. No.
Well, and that's the oldie, the theistic evolution approach is that, yeah. And one thing why you've got to understand is evolution and the theory of evolution are two different things. Okay, people conflate them all the time. They are not the same thing. Evolution is what happens in a population when it evolves because of a change of allelic frequency. That happens daily. Okay.
Yeah, the theory of evolution is what we're talking what creationists and evolutionists are talking about. We're not talking about evolution in the strict sense of change over time.
Well, we still got to agree that Kent contributed to evolution because he had kids. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I mean, evolution, we all know it does exist. Evolution happens every day, right? The theory of evolution is not the same as the theory of common descent either, right? I mean, you've got to separate those as well. The theory of evolution just means that how do species evolve? And the theory says species evolve because of genetic changes based upon natural adaptation by natural selection, genetic drift, that kind of stuff. That's what the theory of evolution is. The theory of evolution is not the same as we evolve from lower life forms. That's not the theory of evolution. That's the theory of common descent. People get them confused all the time. Hey, look at the heretic woman's here. Yay!
Heretic.
Is she awesome? Oh,
yeah,
you know what? She's a perfect woman. We can't hear her. She can sit there and look pretty with big boobs, and we can't hear her. What else do you want out of a woman?
I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm not used to coming in muted. My bad. I'm used to running the show, but anyway, hi Wyatt.
Yeah, you're on my territory now. I get to run it. You get to sit back and watch.
I know, but that's okay. I don't have to moderate anything. I don't have to do anything. I can just sit here and say stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of like what most women in my life do.
Sorry with Robert Beatty. You guys should know Robert Beatty just likes to start fights. He loves.
Who's Robert Beatty?
Controversy. I mean,
he's an acquaintance of mine. He's been on my show before, and it's not really pertinent to anything.
He's just a guy. Yeah.
He's a retired IRS auditor who has a thing for Kent Hovind.
Good or bad?
A thing for exposing him and, that kind of thing.
That makes sense with the whole IRS auditor.
With the IRS auditor thing, yes. So, but that's Robert's thing. I've personally stopped taking him seriously a while back. Stopped. Understandable. he can get a little overzealous at times.
He's crazy, but okay.
Yeah, you should see some of the stuff he's written about me, which Wayne, actually, which Wayne, I actually shown General, and General was like, "Oh my goodness," just like, I mean, he's not for Kent Hovind either, but you know, some of the stuff he's written about me personally is just borderlines on ridiculous. Just borderlines on ridiculous. I mean, I stopped taking him seriously when he compared Theodore to Jared the Subway guy.
I don't even know who Theodore is, but
Yeah, I was gonna say I have no idea who Theodore is. But whatever.
Jared the Subway guy. That's pretty fucked up, man.
Theodore was Kent's tech guy.
Oh, okay.
Was?
Yeah, he started his new ministry.
What?
Yeah.
Say what?
Yeah, he was his old tech guy. Helped him get started when he got out of prison. And Robert Beatty actually compared Theodore to Jared the Subway guy because one little clip that Ken said, "Hey, bring me this book," and Theodore was like, "Okay." Theodore was like, "Hey, here's your book," and then Theodore was in the frame, and then in the frame you can only see the side of his face, and then he went back, and then he's like, and then Robert Beatty took a snapshot of him and say, "Hey, doesn't he look like Jared the Subway guy?" Now, bear in mind, I've actually seen Theodore on video.
I've seen Theodore too. So.
Yeah, and I've seen Theodore in person.
Isn't he? He's Middle Eastern, right?
What?
Middle Eastern. He's a Middle Eastern like heavyset guy.
Yeah, he's a Middle Eastern heavyset guy. Actually, he has a beard now. He's grown his beard back since you last seen him during that debate.
There you go. He's the stunning image of Jesus.
Well, you guys know the traditional quote image of Jesus is actually Cesare Borgia, right?
No, I don't know what that means, to be honest with you.
So
does that mean white?
Yes, the traditional, white, long-haired, bearded Jesus. That is taken from a historical painting of Cesare Borgia, who was the second son of Pope Alexander VI, better known as Rodrigo Borgia, who was the quite the libertine for a pope, shall I say? Because he had 4 sons and a daughter, and in those days it was just like, well, yeah, clergy have mistresses that are sort of pseudo wives, and it was all, nobody cared.
Yes, he would have, because Jesus would have been rather dark skinned, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if he was from the area he was in, my understanding is people were even darker at that time. So, yeah.
See, I don't think he was white or black. I think he was just kind of like brown, a dark skin.
Middle Eastern. Yeah, Middle Eastern looking, but I think with a slightly more African-y appearance. That's what I've seen anthropologists that have done up a proposed. Yes, I am.
Okay. See, I'm not a mythicist. I think that Jesus probably did exist. I think there's enough historical records to at least enough to validate that he probably something that was the current corner or the kernel of Christianity, but or Christianity. I don't know if he was divine anymore.
I think the biblical Jesus is an amalgamation of many people.
You don't think that there was somebody that was crucified under Pontius Pilate?
No,
I think there was.
I don't think so, and I've actually just talked to there's a gentleman named Matt Kovacs who's coming out with a documentary series on the historicity of Jesus in the spring, and he's interviewed the theologians, he's interviewed archaeologists, paleontologists, all of the historical guys. He's interviewed like everybody, and what really sticks out, if you look in terms of the typical crucifixion burial, even if there was a dude that was crucified, he wouldn't have been buried they would not have allowed him to be buried in some rich guy's tomb. It just wouldn't have happened. The Romans would not have allowed that to happen. And there's no precedent for anyone else ever being buried differently than like either left to rot on the cross or thrown in a mass grave full of criminals. That just never happened. And why paleontology, I may have misspoken with that. I was trying to think of forensic archaeologists. There's
I
another
was
term.
confused for a second there because I was pretty
Yeah,
sure that Jesus wasn't a
no.
dinosaur.
Yeah, no. What was the term I was looking for? The human version.
It's
Pardon?
forensic anthropology. Is that it?
Anthropologist. Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
Forensic anthropologist. But the long and the short of it is someone who was executed as a criminal and potentially a seditionist would never have been granted.
Oh, a seditionist. Wow.
Oh, that's what I like. If you look at the story from, if you take
He was a
some of the
heretic.
stories,
I don't know about seditionist.
well, he was going against the Jewish law, against the Jewish lawgivers, the Pharisees, and all of that.
But
It's
it's
an
against
angle.
against the religious
That wouldn't be
theocracy,
a
right?
sedition against
It wasn't
Rome.
against the state.
No, sedition, that's what the Pharisees saw him as, was a seditionist. But anyway, they would never have allowed
Get back.
anyone to come and take that corpse and give it a proper burial, let alone, in some rich guy's tomb. And then the idea of he being the only body in said rich guy's tomb wouldn't have happened either, because it would have been a family tomb. There would have been other bodies in there. And then if he's wrapped up, how are they going to know which one was the Jesus body that was missing? Like, none of it adds up.
I mean, the angel told them, right?
Oh, well, yeah, that's, some guy who says I'm an angel tells you something, you just believe it.
Also,
Right, but let's assume that it's some guy. Like, it's not possible. I also think that saying that Jesus wasn't buried isn't necessarily a problem for him existing.
And also,
No, but
yeah. Also,
yes, sir, what?
Okay, yes, you also got to take into account that these guys were expecting a resurrection. So that means these guys were actually expecting that the disciples would actually go in and steal the body and say, okay.
Oh, yes.
So
I know.
Yes. So you got to take into account, you got to put him in a place that is heavily guarded.
But the point is, if the Romans had either left him to rot on the cross or mixed him up in a mass grave with other criminals, that would have been a moot point. Like, how are you going to know where he is to even steal a body? Who would even know if they dug him up out of a mass grave? No one would even notice. You know what I'm saying? They're going to go, oh, look, go dig through those bodies. You're going to find out that Jesus isn't there anymore. That's not feasible.
So they were actually, my opinion is, they were trying to prevent the disciples from actually creating a resurrection myth. So that actually gives more credence to the resurrection.
But like I said, there's no precedent, proof, evidence, indication that anyone would ever be granted, like that they would even allow his whether it's the Marys or the disciples or anyone to take that body anywhere. There's no precedent, no evidence that's ever happened to anyone ever that they would ever allow that. It's because one of the main reasons for doing a mass execution is as a deterrent. And in ancient times, even up until early modern period, leaving a body out, like, stick the head on a spike or do this, or that's how you would make an example out of that person. Now, my historical area of expertise is the Tudor period. And if you look at, 2 queens and many noblemen that Henry VIII had put to death, and they were afforded extra privacy, like, being executed in private was not a thing unless you were like a major noble person, because they wanted to make an example out of you. But even those people were not given a decent burial. Anne Boleyn had her head chopped off, was stuck in an arrow box and thrown in the basement of St. Peter Advincula Chapel in the Tower of London. She was not given a
different
proper
society
burial.
in a different area with a different religion.
But it's not a different religion. It's still Christianity.
No,
And
the Romans executed Jesus. They weren't Christians.
no,
Yeah,
but I'm saying that idea of making an example of the criminal being executed has been a tradition for centuries, and not even the noblest of the noble and the richest of the rich are exempt from that. So why should Jesus, who is a nobody?
Because Jesus was executed by the Romans, who didn't particularly care.
Right.
He wasn't trying to. They weren't attempting to humiliate him in any way. They even took him down from the cross, according to the narrative of the gospel. They didn't give a shit. They were doing it according to the gospel anyway. They were doing this at the behest of the Jews.
Right, but even at the behest of the Jews, they still had a procedure that they kept, that if you're going to execute someone publicly by crucifixion, as in, the Roman Empire is saying, yes, we are doing this, they're not going to, we'll just make a special case, we don't care. Yeah, sure, take him, give him this rich burial, blah, blah. No, it wouldn't have happened, especially since they wanted...
I see the Romans just really not giving a shit.
But they don't. But not giving a shit is the whole point. Why would they make an exception for some nobody that they don't give a shit about, when the whole point is to be a deterrent and scare others into obeying the law?
Well, I mean,
the Romans weren't scaring others into obeying the law. The
Yes,
Romans were executing somebody at the behest of the Jews. The Jews
it doesn't matter, but the reason why he gets there is immaterial. They don't. If the Romans don't give a shit why they're executing this guy, it makes no difference. The whole idea of, hey, we're Romans, and if you don't obey us, we're going to make an example of you. The common people aren't going to know why this guy is up there, except for whatever the Romans say he's up there for. The whole background is irrelevant to the spectacle of the actual execution.
All right, I'm looking up how he came down from the cross. I'm looking
well,
at Mark.
I don't believe that.
Who brought him down?
I don't know. I think it varies.
Even if you don't believe it, you still have to investigate it and look into it. You can't just say, "Well, I don't believe that."
It's a historical document.
Oh, but yeah, I have, and I've been an atheist for 27 years, and I started looking into whether Jesus actually existed like a decade ago, and the more has been explored by others, not necessarily I don't make it a research project myself, but as I have read other opinions, the more the quote accepted evidence gets examined, the less reliable it becomes to me.
Oh, I see. The Gospel of Mark describes that Joseph of Arimathea asked Pilate for the body.
Yep.
And then Pilate, once informed that Jesus was actually dead, just granted the body to Joseph because Joseph was a respected member of the council. So I could see.
Why would Pilate care?
I could see him granting the request simply because he doesn't care.
I mean, he felt guilty.
It doesn't make sense, though. It really doesn't.
But I mean, it makes sense. The interaction with Pilate earlier. It makes sense according to the narrative, because the interaction earlier was that Pilate respected Jesus and actually attempted to say, "Hey, I'm going to try and save this guy by giving you a choice between this guy or a convicted murderer," and they chose Jesus.
But there's also
so that experience could inform us, like, I'll grant you the body if you want to try and do a respectful burial.
But the whole Pilate liking Jesus, Pilate trying to save him, Pilate giving them, there's no precedent for that ever. That sort of thing never happened. Like, if you look through
Pilate liking Jesus, is no precedent for that ever happening?
No, there's no.
I understand that no former Pilates liked the former Jesus before that. I don't understand.
No. What I'm saying is, no Roman official would ever go to the people and say, "Hey, do you want to let somebody go here?" Like, that just would not happen.
It would make a little bit of sense because that's a border province that was.
But there's
that
no.
You have to delicately manage.
But there's no
directly.
evidence. There's no evidence that that sort of thing ever happened anywhere.
There's also no
other than
precedent for the
Bible.
Jews being treated the way they were in the Roman Empire. Usually a conquered group wanted to become citizens and join the Roman culture, and the Jews were an exception to that. And the Romans tolerated it because of it being a border province with Parthia. Now, if it does make sense that in a place that had those kind of exceptions, that you would have the prefect of the province do things that are maybe a little unorthodox. That doesn't seem strange to me.
Well, it doesn't maybe to you, but if me,
I'm not even a Christian.
I just don't. It doesn't make any sense to me. Because if you don't see, I look at it irrespective of the Bible. I don't care what the Bible says. I only care what the facts are that can be substantiated, because I see the Bible as historical fiction. There are things in the Bible that happened, or places that might have existed, or the odd person here and there like Pilate that you can prove, but a vast majority of it is pure fiction.
What other historical documents do you consider pure fiction on the same level?
So you look at the Bible from the perspective of...
Damn it, Wyatt.
Yeah.
I asked a question that would have been challenging.
Yeah, you look at the Bible from the perspective of historical fiction.
And he continues. All right, Wyatt, run it over.
Yeah.
Don't care about... Because I was chasing her on something. I think she's laughing because she knows it would have been hard to answer that question. But
yeah, I want to hear her answer. Hold on.
What? Okay, what's the question?
All right, it was what other historical documents do you just consider pure fiction arbitrarily?
Well, the Bible's not a historical document. That's the thing. I look at
the whole thing is a historical document. I don't.
No, it's not. It's
a series of historical documents. That's fair enough.
It's not a historical document.
Argument. You guys need to find what you meant by historical. I've had the same argument with
Okay, to me, a historical document is a document that we either know the authorship of, we can trace its history specifically, like for instance, a proclamation that was signed by a guy named Pilate, or a letter from a certain someone that went, like something like that can be substantiated. We know that X person wrote this to this person and it was signed, and we know the context of why it was written and that sort of thing. Not
historical documents until what, the 1600s, when people started writing.
There's things on papyrus from Egypt that we can substantiate. Hey, this is a list of stuff that was in Pharaoh so and so's his ownership and his scribe. Yes, some of them we do, because they're signed by scribes.
The ones that we don't are not historical documents?
They are, because something mundane, like, hey, here's a list of stuff that's in my storage facility. Nobody's going to fake that. Why would you fake that?
Battles?
Those are iffy, because those are always usually written by the victors and probably written to favor whoever won.
So you don't consider them historical documents?
Some are. If somebody was there and said, I witnessed this and here's my story, yes, that's a historical.
Like the histories of Herodotus historical documents?
I don't know enough about that to say one way or another.
How about the records of Greek wars that there's questionable content in it, but it's still a historical document.
I don't know enough about Herodotus or the provenance of those documents to say, because I've not studied those.
What about Plato? Plato's manuscripts didn't show up till
again, I don't know enough about Plato and where those documents were found and how those documents were vetted. I don't know enough about that to say, but if it just showed up and somebody said, well, actually, I have a really good example for you. Do you guys know Marco Polo?
Who?
Marco Polo.
Oh, Marco Polo. Oh, yes, of course.
Marco Polo. So Marco Polo and Polo, he was supposedly in the late 1400s, early 1500s. He was this merchant who traveled to China and Mongolia, and he lived and worked under Kublai Khan and had this, you know, amazing bunch of adventures. And there's a book that's been out that was written about him and all these events, all fake. The only evidence that exists is that there was a guy named Marco Polo that lived in Italy around the same time, and there's no evidence he ever left the city he was born in. He was not a merchant. None of that stuff happened. But somebody, you know, around that time wrote a book about all these fantastical tales, and it was just taken as rote for centuries afterwards. None of it happened. And that's in the modern era. That's in the 1400s. So if that can happen in the era of verifiable documentation, it can be easily happening in the ancient world where hardly anybody even knew how to read or write.
I'm surprised that there's a Marco Polo mythicism as well.
It's documented. There's no proof of anything other than a guy with that name lived around that time and never left his town.
What do you mean by proof?
Like there's birth and death records and will and documentation, legal paperwork that verifies.
What do you think of William Shakespeare then? I guess.
William Shakespeare, there's documentation that he lived. There's documentation of his children and all of that. What he may or may not have written, I have not investigated that myself. You
don't think it was a stage name or a pen name?
I don't think so, but I haven't studied that in depth, so I'm not 100% gonna say for sure because I haven't.
I figured it was probably a pen name, but
no, I don't think
I guess
so.
I'm confused about Marco Polo because you don't substantiate whether or not people existed by finding birth and death records, especially in an era when
I'm not saying
like
but I'm not saying he didn't exist. I'm saying that the only thing we know is a guy by that name existed. But look at the huge myth that grew out of that he was a merchant that traveled to Mongolia and China, that he was a servant of Kublai Khan, that he had all these adventures and traveled to all these, you know, exotic locales and brought back. None of that happened. There was a guy.
They falsified it with corroborating evidence, and so you can find out if a story is true or not with corroborating evidence. So people
they've searched it. There are no records, and the Chinese at that period were meticulous record keepers. You can find out all kinds of stuff about Kublai Khan and his reign as the Emperor of China at that time. You can find out all kinds of records about anything that happened around that time, and a white guy over there that was at the side of the Khan would have been absolutely noteworthy. People would have written all kinds of things about this. There's nothing, nowhere.
Okay, so I've found the claims that you're talking about come from a guy named Francis Wood, right?
Mm-hmm.
His book, Did Marco Polo Go to China?, has been widely criticized by the historical community as being something that is terrible.
Well, I didn't read the book. I saw a documentary that I don't recall him being mentioned in it, but I could be wrong. It's been a while.
I've just kind of looked. I'm trying to find where you're getting this information, and a lot of what you're talking about seems to be coming from this guy. But the book that seems to be the cornerstone of questioning whether or not Marco Polo went to China has been widely criticized as like crap history.
Oh, but what kind of criticisms do they have? Because when they actually looked for records, there were none where there should have been.
It seems to be that what I'm reading is that it's like this long list of historians that say this book is
just because but why?
Why? Because you were talking about looking for historical documents like birth and death records in an era where that kind of record was pretty spotty. I wouldn't use that to try and substantiate whether or not such person existed.
And that wasn't, but they're not disputing a guy named Marco Polo never existed. They're disputing all of the fantastical stuff that they said he did.
Well, let's say you find the birth and death records of a guy named Marco Polo that lived and died in Italy. But then they're saying there's no evidence that he left there. I don't think you have the right guy if there's no evidence that he ever left.
But
it's entirely possible this is somebody who doesn't have a birth or death record.
Okay, but then how do you account for the lack of any writings ever of this fabulous European white guy that hung out with the Khan and the emperor and did all these magical things in a culture that was meticulous for record keeping. Like, that would be a huge story that you'd think some, you know, some Chinese writers would.
The Chinese would burn their records whenever they would change houses of power. That's why you wouldn't find them.
Then we wouldn't have any records of any.
No, not everything was burned. Because people would grab them and leave the Forbidden Palace before someone would burn down the damn library. That was something that happened like every few hundred years in China.
But that doesn't mean that, like, it's still any lack of anything anywhere. Like I'm sorry, the
So what would be left? You probably have like 1 or 2 records from the person that he met. Did he ever meet the Emperor of China? Is that something that's described?
Kublai Khan was the emperor of China. He took over China.
He was a Mongol.
And he lived and worked as Kublai Khan's servant for over 20 years.
Right. So that makes a lot of sense why there wouldn't be any record of that.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because this is a Mongol that took over China.
Yes.
And then when the Chinese took it back, they probably burned the damn library like they always do.
But I'm saying that a white guy at the side of the emperor for well over 20 years, to have no one anywhere in the entire Chinese empire have anything written is.
You seem to think that writing is more ubiquitous than it was at that point in time. That's not.
Like,
I understand,
yes,
like, you're in the Tudors period, in which writing was much more.
That
ubiquitous.
is the Tudor period.
Right.
It is the Tudor period.
Fine. Tudor period. I don't care. But you go back into before writing was that ubiquitous. It's just that wouldn't be odd.
But it was
like there were Asians
ubiquitous.
that made their way into Rome. There was very few writings about them. Europeans made their way into China as well. There was a point at some time or another where there's a theory that a lost legion wound up fighting for China, because there's some records that might suggest that happened, but it's not heavily written about, and a Roman legion fighting for China is pretty significant. But that's something that's a historical question. It's not said that it didn't happen because there's not records.
But the key point, you said not heavily written about, but it was written about. We have nothing. Zero.
Not by the Chinese.
But no one wrote about it until this one book. And the other thing about this book is
there's a difference between a legion and one guy who traveled. Like there wasn't a record kept of every person that the emperor met with.
Yeah, but the guy worked at the emperor's side for over 20 years, according to this book. And there's only one book. There's only one book.
Not a Chinese emperor.
He was the emperor at that time.
But
he took over.
He's not Chinese.
It doesn't matter. He was still the emperor of China for like 20 some years. But the point is that
doesn't necessarily count.
It does historically. If the guy takes over and he says,
in fact, China, but he's still not Chinese. Like he's a Mongol.
It doesn't matter. He was still the emperor of China because he took that title. You know, it's semantics, whatever. He was the ruler of the time.
That's not what I'm contesting.
Okay, what are you contesting then?
Whether or not he was Chinese.
I don't care if he's Chinese.
He's not Chinese, and that's that's culturally significant to whether or not records of him would have been preserved after power was taken back by the.
And even if they burnt a library or whatever,
where that information would have been kept about Marco Polo, I imagine.
But there would have been all kinds of scribes.
I don't even know that the library was burned up.
Well, yeah, I know. You're just saying that because it.
But that was something. I'm just saying that that's something that was traditionally would happen whenever there was a major change of regime.
The point is that you said yourself there was writings about other Europeans and whatnot. So this guy supposedly did more than all of those others. He had all of these fantastical voyages and went to all these places and, you know, apparently saw dragons and all kinds of crazy things. Why is there nothing other? And the other thing about this book that I was trying to say is the earliest version of this book has a fraction of the stuff in it that the later like it was added and added and added. They've changed descriptions of Chinese cities. They've changed, you know, locations of stuff. They've added things. It smacks of.
That's something that happens in these documents sometimes.
but then that makes them unreliable.
Deborah, hang on one sec.
Yes.
Yeah, all great and dandy, but the real question is very simple though.
Yes.
Did you vote for TrueEmpricism for Dumbfuck of the Year?
Did I vote for who?
Did you vote for TrueEmpricism for the Dumbfuck of the Year?
I don't even know who that is.
Well, what you're gonna do, Deb, is you're going to look on the group chat here, and you're gonna click that little link, and you're gonna like the video, just like it. Doesn't matter, pick one. I don't care. And you're just gonna do that. That's gonna vote for Ronnie TrueEmpricism as the Dumbfuck of the Year.
Okay. We'll
now you can continue.
Okay.
The whole video, though, the whole point of this hangout is for Dumbfuck of the Year 2016. I was letting you guys have your little interaction.
Okay.
But the question is really is this Ronnie, is gonna win for Dumbfuck of the Year? So.
Okay, and what does he do?
What does Ronnie do? Anybody know? I really don't know what he does. I don't care what he does. I just know he's a dumb fuck.
Okay, then.
Yeah, he's the guy that for a year said DNA degrades in water, and that mathematically, the type of mathematical system used changes the value of pi.
Okay, then.
Yeah. He's not a bright guy. He's just not. The Reg Rhetoric has a Dumbfuck of the Year every year, so.
Okay. Excellent. See, I don't know. I just got the invite and decided to show up, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I sent you the invite special. Isn't that cool?
It is. Thank you.
Anybody who gets a special invite, they feel special.
Oh, well, thank you. It's not, and I don't usually get invites at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, I don't know what it is your time. But
I just read that he wouldn't have been mentioned in these records because it's possible he would have taken a Chinese name.
Maybe. This is the lowest audience I've had in ages, so just FYI, she's a lot more busier than this.
That's okay.
Oh yeah, Steve, Heretic Woman is actually the person who moderated my debate.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Steve knows.
Yeah.
Yep, on my channel and all. I've got like almost 260 views on that actually, which is pretty good. Yeah, I'm more podcasty, so I get most of my audience comes from the podcast side than the video side, but I like doing video, so I still do.
I don't know how to do a podcast. You're gonna have to show. I'm gonna have to like break into the podcast thing.
Super easy. I actually do it both at the same time. When I do my show, I'm streaming podcasts the same time I'm streaming YouTube.
I have done two things at the same time. So I had a bisexual girlfriend.
Awesome. I run 3 screens to keep it all figured because
I used to have actually 3 screens too. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it easier because you can see my video. I've got my fancy schmancy stuff there. That's a separate program I use to slide in and out of intros and outros and.
Yeah, Deborah invited me as a guest on her channel. It was fun. I actually enjoyed myself.
Thank you. We had fun. Yeah, I thought so.
I really liked that debate. I just didn't like the whole arguments afterwards.
Oh, yeah, well, we just take Robert with a grain of salt and move on. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it. First formal debate I've ever had.
That's good. It was kind of informal. Like a lot of like really formal debates have more structure. We only time limited the opening remarks, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, Wyatt has tried informal debates with me. I don't know. I don't think you've come out ahead. Wayne had actually a formal debate with me. He was actually the only person I can actually say I had a very formal debate with. And as we know, Wayne has now denounced creationism. I can't say that was the sole cause because it was in general, obviously, helped out his ministry. It was a catalyst.
It was a stepping stone.
Mm-hmm. It was a stepping stone, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do it. I don't debate often, but when I do debate, I put my heart into it, and I think Wayne, you realize that I put a lot of effort into that debate. I really did.
Yeah, I want to do
and that's
more.
why I won't debate something like Neffy or those guys because I'm not going to put the heart into it. Yeah.
Oh man, that guy.
I'm not going to put the heart into it. I put a lot of research, and I dedicated a lot of 2 weeks of my life to that hangout, to that debate. I wanted to make sure that it was accurate and good. I'm not going to do that with somebody like Nephilim Freeze. It's not going to happen.
Nephi doesn't. It doesn't matter what you say. He just repeats the same crap over and over again. It's like when you're at the other. You know, he's got this like bubble around his head, so you know, counterpoints just bounce off the force field. You picture him like a Star Trek force field around his head, you know.
I wouldn't mind having another debate on your channel. Just structure it better, and I'll probably go on again.
Well, I would love to debate you if you got into evidentialism, but you're straight precept. I can't do it. I can't do it. Going precept is like going full retard. I can't win.
We have such a eclectic viewpoints here. We have like, you know, Wayne on one end, and we have like Wyatt on another, and of course we have Deborah on another. Mm-hmm. By the way, can I call you Deborah? I'm not doxing you by doing that, right? Okay,
no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm totally public, whatever. I don't care. Once upon a time.
But obviously,
no, that's fine.
You go by Deborah. So.
I do. That's cool. Whatever you like. Just know Debbie's. I'll smack people upside the head that call me that.
Debbie's. Little Debbie's.
I hate that name. It's either I'm like a cupcake, or you know, that chick in Dallas that I don't like to talk about.
I've been trying to have a few hangouts with somebody. His name is Missing the Mark, and then another person I know of. They're basically they're, I think he's Catholic, or at least, you know, I know he's atheist, but they
Missing the
actually
Mark is a terrible debate username.
I like some Missing the Mark videos.
I'm just saying that it's like really easy to make fun of. It's like, well, I think you're missing the mark on this.
Well, he's a particular video. He agrees on a lot of things. I mean, I know Deborah's a positive atheist, and I've always maintained that you know, if you're going to be an atheist, I think positive atheist is the way to go. And that negative atheism, just to me, doesn't really tell you anything. It's the same thing as saying I'm a non-theist.
Yeah. I would like to see general debate heretic woman. That'll be.
I'm trying to get general debate Floyd. That would be fun. General and Floyd.
Wyatt, you and I can go to town on pre-sup anytime.
Oh yeah, we could. I mean, I don't know.
Ocean would destroy you, Wyatt.
As some like Jason Peterson. But
Wyatt,
I probably wouldn't want to enter a formal debate with you, just because, like, as Steve is probably about to say, I was a competitive debater. So
I'm not a competitive debater, but I hold my own in
Hey, I've only admitted I was wrong once, and that was like Ocean. I admitted to him once I was wrong because
I won't let go of it.
Yeah, you know, he made a very, very valid argument, and I couldn't get out of it. So
what conversation was that? I don't even remember.
Oh, what was that on?
Oh yeah.
You know what? I remember enough to remember that it was.
Just remember you were wrong. Okay.
I was wrong. Yeah, I remember. I conceded to you. I was like, you know what? You made a very fucking valid, cogent argument that I cannot, you know, refute. And what was I going to do, right?
Yeah. Hey, Steve, you remember that guy Sean McCraney, the guy Hard the Matter, who actually used to debunk Mormonism back in the day?
No, but.
The guy got famous for debunking Mormonism. This guy's name's Sean McCraney. He runs a ministry called Heart of the Matter, and I actually got to calling down his show and calling him out on a few of his heresies.
I can't remember what Ocean pointed me out. Oh my God, Ocean, what was it about that you pointed out a very, very fucking good argument?
I figured that's any conversation in which I disagree with you.
No. There's just only one. There was only one. You actually really did make a good argument. I was like, fuck. He did get me. Because I'm not afraid to admit that, right? I'm like, okay, wait a minute. You know, if I back myself in a corner, I'm like, yeah, I can't double down on something when I know I'm wrong. I mean, it's just that would make me true empiricism, and then I'd be dumb fuck of the year next year. I wish I knew what the hell it was about.
I want to get a Muslim on my channel. really badly.
Try Farquaad.
Farhan.
Sorry.
Is that the guy
I'll
from
message him
Shrek?
right now. See if I can get him in here. Since I think he would be happy to talk to you.
Because I debate Muslims on my Facebook all the time, but you know, as soon as things get a little challenging, they tend to run away. So I want one that's not going to run away.
Are they?
Do they blow up on you?
Farhan.
Oh,
Oddly enough, no. And my
that was a terrorism pun.
I know. But I find it odd because I'm really blunt with them, like really blunt. And my argument of choice is the pedophilia angle, because there's some really good Quranic verses that you don't like. I don't even have to get into the whole Muhammad thing. It's right in the Quran. So I'm really, really blunt with them, but they just tend to run away more than anything.
Oh, here's what you should go to. There was you shouldn't use this as an atheist, but there was a good argument for the Trinity on even using the Quran. But
that wouldn't help me so much.
I'm looking up Muhammad mythicism and seeing if I can find anything.
Hey, you didn't remember what the hell you beat me about. It's really bugging me.
That I don't remember?
Yeah, that we don't remember what the hell. I finally could see to one person, and I just don't remember what the hell it was about.
I would love to get
a little disturbing.
I would love to get into a debate on the Trinity, though, but that would be fun.
What is a debate on the Trinity? Nobody gets it. Nobody understands it. Unless you go for Mysterianism, it doesn't make sense. Mysterianism is the only position.
Wait for anybody to explain it to me that it didn't involve them being a polytheist or violating the law of identity.
There you go. There you go. I agree. That's it. Go ahead. Explain the Trinity that doesn't violate the law of identity or is not a polytheist. Because if you go to monotheism, or what is it, monism, or any other position of the Trinity, you are basically positing some kind of polytheistic position. And Mysterianism is the only position that I think is even remotely viable, because you're basically saying we don't fucking know, right?
I just take the Athanasian Creed. The Athanasian
I don't know
Creed.
either. The Athanasian Creed doesn't tell you anything about the Trinity. It doesn't explain anything.
They just say there's three equal, co-equal persons.
What does that mean?
That violates the law of identity.
Yeah, what does that mean? You can't have three different things that are exactly the same.
Well, actually, I changed that. Every time I've heard someone explain that phrase, it has either been polytheism or violated the law of identity.
There is an argument within mathematics that the autopsy paradox. I think it's the autopsy paradox.
If it's a paradox, it doesn't really help.
Yeah,
that kind of hurts your position. I think that what I just described is kind of similar to the arithmetic. It's a dilemma, a Trinity dilemma, of violating the law of identity versus the polytheism bit. But if you're going to introduce a paradox, the paradox doesn't help. What's the paradox? What is it? What's the name of it?
I think it's the autopsy paradox. I forget what it was called. General pointed it out to me a little earlier. And
are you saying autopsy paradox?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find this. Right, this is not something that I can.
Yeah, it was basically a mathematical thing where 1 + 1 + 1 could equal 1, and it is something within mathematics. That's kind of paradoxical in some way, but don't know much about it, but that is, but I would go to
in a world of mathematics where the plus sign is actually a times sign.
Yeah, I'm looking this up now.
Is that TrueEmpricism math?
1 + 1 + 1 = 1.net.
Oh, by the way, we need to update. TrueEmpricism now at 44 votes. Antonio at 34. Yeah. So Ronnie, you're 4 points ahead.
For somebody who's on the list.
Really? You don't know the list?
No,
all right. We'll go back to the topic of the hangout for a second. Sorry, Deborah.
I apologize.
No, it's cool. No, we got to fill you in. I want this to be fair. Even though I'm going to cheat my
copy
ass off.
paste it into the side chat, and I can see what the.
Yeah, I swear to God, I will make sure that Ronnie wins. I don't care if I have to go to your house. I don't care if I have to threat you with car bombs. Okay, he's going to win.
That's
yes.
Bad.
I'm going to threaten you with eternal damnation
because threaten me with things. That's
exactly.
threatening me.
If you don't vote for Ronnie, you will be condemned to a life of eternity.
I just want to know who the other options are. I want to be an informed voter.
Okay, here's the 10. Ready? And tell me honestly, I bet you don't know 3 or 4 of these people.
Probably don't.
Nature Hacker, TrueEmpricism, Matt Slick, Crow777, Antonio Riley, Antonio Subaritz, Pete Shea, Bucket World, Von Helton, and Darwin's Deities.
I would have a really hard time not voting for Von Helton, sir. I'm sorry.
This dude is worse than Matt Slick. Is that even possible? That guy's like a slime bag.
Who?
He is a bit of a slime bag.
Matt Slick. He's such a slime bag.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that, but he's not dumbfuckery's level of like Ronnie. He's just not.
Okay. He's just dishonest, but
sure.
Send me the link to
it. I just didn't speak on it.
Yeah, I always laugh the time that he showed up on my precursor show and rage quit because Foda told him that the Bible was the same thing as a Harry Potter book.
Matt Slick rage quit on that?
Oh yeah.
That's kind of funny.
It was hilarious.
I had a moment with Matt Slick. There's like a little 20-minute conversation I had with him where I just took the position of being amoral, like a non-realist, and tried to get him to convince me that morality matters or exists at all, and couldn't do it. It was. I
can understand that. That's a good position. I might try that sometime.
I'll send you the video real quick. Hold on.
Oh, cool.
You would probably be entertained by it.
I would,
despite being wrong on my Capella.
Oh man. Yeah, no, that was so funny. He just and like he's on someone else's show and he starts saying, you know, if you're gonna do this, I'm gonna leave, blah blah blah. And we're just like, okay, bye. Like why are you trying to dictate to someone else what they can do on their own show, you twit?
It's like you're being an uppity guest right now.
Exactly.
So hey, Christina Blackfeather's listening from work
Steve,
again.
you
Yay. What?
You can't. You're a bad whip. I don't think that you can.
Yes.
Please give me the link to vote. I've asked like 5 times.
I am working on it.
Find it.
So here's the link. Okay, everybody. Here's the link to vote again. Okay, so what you're gonna do? You're going to do this video. You're gonna go up or down, thumbs up, thumbs down, and you are going to vote for Ronnie. Because if you don't, I know where you live.
It doesn't matter if you hit a thumbs up or a thumbs down. You're saying.
Yeah, it makes no difference. It counts as a vote. I will find you. See, I have a unique set of skills.
But like, if you want him to be the dumb fuck, do you say
up or down? Doesn't matter.
It doesn't. That's what I was saying. Okay. Because there's like
only
one.
Up or down.
I don't see any. Do I just thumb up the video?
Yeah, thumb up, thumbs down. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
If you don't vote for Ronnie, what I do have is a unique set of skills. I will find you. I will kill you.
Yeah, you have to get across the border first, dude.
The thing is, though,
Canadians have blocked us out, huh?
Ocean,
yep.
Ocean, why would you vote Von Helton for the dumb fuck of the year?
Why not?
What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah. But there's a different level of being a dumb fuck. There's a level where you're just like mentally ill, which I don't think you can call dumb fuckery. That's just.
Well, Simon, just remember this. Simon,
that's like criticizing someone in a wheelchair for not being able to run.
Simon, he's on the ballot. Simon, just remember this: if you don't vote for Ronnie, that'll be it.
If he's on the ballot and he's a bigger dumb fuck.
Listen, if you don't vote for Ronnie, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if I don't, I will look for you. I will find you, and I will kill you. Okay, just let you know. So vote for Ronnie.
So Ocean, here's where it is. The Banach-Tarski paradox.
Okay.
What about it? I know the Banach-Tarski paradox. What about it?
I don't.
I know exactly what the Bonacci-Tarski paradox is. The Bonacci-Tarski paradox is a paradox that if you take the axiom of choice, you can actually create a two objects from one single objects if they're spheroid. So you can take it like the Bonacci-Tarski says that you take a basketball and using topology, you can take the metric space and turn one basketball into two basketballs using the axiom of choice.
I mean that.
What about it, Wyatt?
Used to explain the Trinity a little bit, but
No, it doesn't.
But
No, it doesn't.
I don't.
No, it doesn't. The Bonacci-Tarski paradox is just a paradox that involves taking different axioms of the ZFC theorem. That's all.
I'm glad Steve is arguing this and not me because I think I would be hopelessly lost. I'm looking at the wiki for it and I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
It has to do with
Yeah,
I have no idea what this is. I can't even begin to understand this thing.
See, I wouldn't even debate the Trinity because I think it's all bullshit anyway. So I just
You can't try it to mathematical bullshit. That's weird. I mean, ZFC. Okay. First of all, Wyatt, are you familiar with Gödel's incompleteness theorems?
No, I'm not.
Okay, Gödel, especially a second incompleteness theorem, stated basically that you cannot ever have a complete system where you can prove something unto itself. Okay, so if you take certain axioms, you can prove certain things, but you can't prove certain other things. So basically, there's no one complete theorem out there that allow you to prove everything. Okay, so ZFC, right, was a God damn it, I'm drunk. Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory, ZFC, how certain theorems, certain axioms you can take. And one of the axioms you can take is called the axiom of choice. Because of that axiom of choice allows you to have the ability to take certain things out of a set. And that allows basically the possibility of converting one round object into another round object. So you take one basketball and you can use ZFC to create two basketballs out of one. That's the Bonacci-Tarski paradox because it shouldn't allow you to be able to do this, but it does. That has nothing to do with the Trinity because it has to do with one object being into two objects, not into three objects. Hey, Brenda, I've got you, Brenda. Don't worry.
Right.
Yeah. I don't expect people to know about ZFC theorems. I mean, that's the axiomatic set theorem was what it is.
I mean, I'm not into.
Hey, I'm drunk. Whatever.
I'm not into philosophically proving the Trinity. I'm into scripturally proving the Trinity, and I got some arguments even from the Old Testament that surprisingly.
No. Why you would be wrong about that. The Trinity is not in the Old Testament.
Au contraire, mi amiga.
Amiga?
What?
Wow. I'm drunk, but he's calling you a bitch.
He's speaking in tongues. It must be true.
I love that.
This motherfucker.
I took 4 years of Spanish, but holy shit.
But didn't he combine Spanish and French there? Just a second.
Yeah, amiga is a
Not
female
fair,
friend,
isn't
by the way, Wyatt.
Okay, Wayne, I'm going to prove you wrong here.
That he's a bitch?
Exodus 3.
Wayne, are you a girl?
2, 8, and 9.
Wayne is Wyatt's bitch.
Oh.
You don't
God,
prove
they're
things
thrown.
by citing Bible verses.
Yeah, no shit.
Right? Why? The people at that time.
Have you ever heard of the binatarian language in the Old Testament? No.
Binary. You just said it. Binary.
Binatarian.
What the heck is that?
The binatarian, as opposed to Trinitarian language, as opposed to
binary system, as in the two powers in heaven.
Yeah, the two powers.
See, he's got me thinking about the Binars in that first season episode from the Next Generation.
Yeah, there's modalists, there's modalists, there's binary.
But why? They had a binary system, and it was a two-party system. It was it's called the two powers in heaven. That was the name of the doctrine too. The two powers in heaven. They didn't have a Trinity. It didn't exist.
How about Isaiah 48:16?
No, because Isaiah wouldn't have been thinking about Trinity. He would have been thinking about the two powers in heaven.
Isaiah 48:16. Look it up.
Why the Trinity? the Trinity it literally is a new human interpretation that the church came up with because they thought was a better interpretation than the two powers.
It's actually, isn't it a pretty secular idea? I think it's the Christianity is definitely not the only religion that does the Trinity idea.
I've heard things about that, but I'm not sure.
What other religion has a Trinity?
Well, I wouldn't say religion, but I would say like philosophies. Aren't there some naturalist philosophies that are not a trinity, so to speak, but like three forces? The three is a kind of a big deal.
The three forces is not what the Trinity is.
Are you thinking of the sort of pagan law of threes?
Yeah, and the idea that many gods are actually the same. I think that's actually like
yeah, because the law of threes isn't about gods per se. It's basically whatever you put out into the quote universe will come back to you 3 times 3.
Oh, that's like a Wiccan creed.
Yeah, that's totally a Wiccan thing. But that's when you're talking about that was the only thing I could think of that was remotely a 3 thing.
Yeah, there's also the maiden. There's a couple of things in Wicca, like there's the maiden mother crone concept of. But it's not supposed to be like the Trinity. It's a representation of 3 stages of a woman's life.
But that's what this is. This is a father, son, and then the maternal.
And
they're coexisting. Like they're supposed to be existing all at the same time and still be the same
Yeah.
entity. That's not the case with the maiden mother crone. The maiden mother crone is one person at different stages in their life.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
and they equate the maiden mother crone with the phases of the moon as well.
It's definitely the first one to adapt the idea of a single god into multiple beings. But I think the idea of the cohesion of gods is not an old concept in any way. I think it was throughout the entire world.
See, Benjamin,
is this an insane asylum?
Benjamin, you're
Am I crazy?
Feeling crazy.
You're very starting shit.
Well, actually, there's
I
some
think
schools.
he's gonna have a mistake entering this conversation with a pagan.
There's some schools. There's some schools of thought of Hinduism because there's hundreds of deities in Hinduism, but there is a school of thought that all of those hundreds of deities are just avatars of Brahma.
Isn't it the god of Brahma? Okay, the god of death.
Yeah.
Still not violating the law of
Well,
identity,
he's
though.
not really. They don't really have a god of death.
Well-
He's just the supreme god out of all of them is Brahma.
Interestingly enough, when you and Ocean were arguing earlier about the gospel, especially about the resurrection part of it, I was agreeing with like half of what both of you were saying, and then strongly disagreeing with like half of what both of you were saying.
That's
great.
By the way, just as an update, Antonio Superats, 36. TrueEmpricism, 49. Go fuck you. Go fuck you.
I voted for True.
I voted for you, Brenda.
How could I?
Hey,
Not,
I don't care. I don't care what Matt Slick thinks about you, Brenda. You're awesome.
How could I not vote for him?
I don't know. I honestly, Brenda, I don't get it. I don't know how Ronnie cannot win this hands down. I don't know. It to me is mind-boggling that anybody can even consider anybody else in contention for Dumb Fuck of the Year compared to what Ronnie has done over the last year.
Did Reds vote?
What?
I don't know.
Is Reds voting?
Reds can't vote.
Reds can't vote.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Abe, did you vote for Ronnie?
Yeah, I put a Ronnie vote in there.
Simon, did you vote for Ronnie?
I've not voted yet.
All right, I'm gonna kick you out. Next.
I'm giving you a great opportunity to plug why you should vote for Ronnie.
Wait, I have to sell it.
He's only been going on for the last however many months.
He doesn't need to do it twice.
I can sell it to you, Simon. What is pie? what is
delicious?
What is pie?
It's just mind-boggling. I wish, like Brenda, I swear to God, I really do wish I could have gotten in that conversation because I really would have asked him. Does he understand pi as irrational? Does he understand that pi is transcendental? I don't think he knows any of these concepts. Does he not?
Brenda,
does he know what transcendental means? Does he know what like an X root?
Hey Brenda, did you see that little GIF of pie that I sent to Ronnie?
Yes.
Brenda?
Yes, I did. Yes,
I don't.
yes, of course.
You didn't see
Yeah,
that?
the one with the the circle of pi.
I think I did see. I've forgotten parts of it, but I think I did see something like that. Yes.
Yeah, like I said, I don't expect everybody to remember calculus. I have a hard time remembering calculus. I even I had to think to myself. I just made it up 2x parentheses, parentheses 2x raised to the second. I mean, I had to think about it in my head. How do I do a differentiation on this? Okay, I take the exponent, move the coefficient, and I take the original, and then I take the derivative of that, and it comes with ax. I had to think about that, right? It's been a lot of time. But Ronnie in his infinite stupidity, he says he has an A in calculus. I seriously fucking doubt that. There's no goddamn way he has ever taken calculus of any kind. There's no way. This is none. Zoology, come on. Do you think Ronnie would understand calculus? Honestly?
Oh fuck that. Fuck no. Come on, seriously?
Again, I am out of practice.
I posed him questions as well, and he just ignored them.
But somebody's not going to go learn calculus in a matter of 5 minutes, right? He can't pull this whole Wikipedia shit and go, I understand calculus now that I look at the product rule. No, you ain't going to understand calculus if you've never taken calculus.
Right. There's some things you just got to go to school for. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not just about going to school. It's also about like having to knuckle down and practice and actually do the shit, or else you're not going to get. First of all, you're not just going to get the concept. You're not going to be able to see how it works in practice.
Yeah, and you need to use it in your life. Otherwise, it just kind of fades away from you.
Well, see, I learned graphical calculus.
These skills are very perishable.
There. Well, see, I learned graphical calculus in nuke school, and I'm sure zoology will admit that graphical calculus is a lot different than analytical calculus. And when I went to college,
I'm not even sure what you mean by that. To be honest, I learned it one way, and I was
graphical
like,
calculus is a very, very different way of looking at calculus. And when I went to college and took calculus, I had to retrain myself to learn Leibniz notation and understand exactly what the methodology was being used, because I was used to a very graphical approach. We took it as literally to do derivative. We had to understand that it was a limit of a secant line going to the tangent line of a circle. It was all done graphically.
That makes sense. Although I've never really done it that way, though. It's like the instantaneous curve, instantaneous tangent. Yeah,
right. Because in college they teach you analytical. Well, in nuke school we learned graphical calculus, where they try to approach it as let us explain to you how it actually works from a graphical point of view, and we didn't have a lot of the analytical nomenclature.
But yeah, like I said, Ronnie's not going to understand jack shit about that.
Right. That's my point. I mean, he's never had any of the schooling, so that's why he doesn't grasp these concepts. I mean, a lot of people understand calculus way better than I do, but that doesn't mean I haven't had it. So when he says things like DNA degrades in water, I'm like, where do you go from that?
Yeah, so does that mean like you melt like a witch when you go swimming?
That's what. Yeah. Exactly. That's what it means.
Wizard of Oz.
I have a lot of people on my Facebook that are not in this community that are actual scientists. A lot of biochemists. I have a friend on Facebook who is a specialist in telomeric repeats and biochemistry. I mean, I have a lot of friends that are not in this community that I do glean things from. And when I bring it to their attention that there's somebody in the community that actually says water can be hydrolyzed, where that DNA degrades in water, they're just looking at me like, what? Like, what do you find these people, Steve? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how they do this.
Okay, like, I am not a scientist by any stretch. I quit science after my first credit in high school. Like, I'm just not a science person. Even I know that's a stupid thing to say.
Yeah, because you would melt. And the biggest thing is, when he says, okay, hydrolysis is the breaking down, the cleavage of a bond due to water. Okay, water causes the bond to break. And he has said literally that water can undergo hydrolysis. How does that work, eulogy? How does that work? Explain this to me.
Fuck if I know.
It's complete crap. It's complete nonsensical bullshit.
You use the word. He was the one who said like DNA degrades in water in some sort of reasonable amount of time. Yeah, DNA not degrades
water.
or falls apart in water.
Maybe he thinks that we're derived from the aliens in signs.
I think this he's probably went through his first year of biology in primary school and watched the clip of someone putting a cell in a water.
Well, I mean, come on. I mean, seriously, we know a lot of educated people in our community, and I know a lot more off of the community, actually. And that's, I mean, I don't just rely on the people in our community for information. I know people I can email that are specialists, and I do ask them questions, right? But you know, when you have somebody that says things like, "Oh my God, you know, DNA degrades in water," I can ask a ton of people, and every single one of them goes, "This person's an idiot." That's the first question they ask me is like, they're like, "No, this isn't the way it is." And so, for him to posit this, it's just mind-bogglingly stupid.
That's the nice thing about science is when someone makes a claim, usually it's already been substantiated in some way.
Well, I had a guy the other day.
I
had a guy the other day. Wait, I had a guy the other day. Let me explain this real quick. This is funny. I had a guy the other day, Motokoto, or whoever described before. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't him. It was a guy named Sergio. I had actually told him that the Big Bang cosmology model was confirmed, meaning that it is an accurate representation of what we observe. And he's like, where has it been confirmed? You know, show me evidence that the Big Bang cosmology has been confirmed. So I gave him all these different websites, all of them saying this has been confirmed. And he's like, well, that doesn't mean anything. That just means they have a high confidence in it. I'm like, no, it is confirmed. Do you know what confirmed means? Well, that means it can't be falsified. I'm like, no, it doesn't mean that. Confirmed means it can't be falsified. It just means that confirmed means the model accurately represents what we observed. It doesn't mean that it cannot be falsified. That's all it means. Confirmation says the model accurately represents what we observed in reality. And he doesn't understand this.
Well, it's like the people that are like, well, you know, evolution is a theory, as in, you know, that means we just guessing.
They need to be discounted right off the bat. I mean,
yeah,
they're just fruit on the ground, stupid.
It drives me. Like I said, I am not a science person by any stretch. Even I know what the difference between a scientific theory and a, you know, I'm just gonna pull some shit out of the air.
A scientific theory is a confirmed model. I mean,
yes.
Even a hypothesis, people have a misconception. A hypothesis is not an educated guess, right? Hypothesis is a coherent, possible model based upon the evidence we've known thus far. It requires a good amount of substantial evidence to even get to a hypothesis in science. It's not just a random guess.
Yeah.
RNA world is a good example. I mean, that is not just something random people pulled out of their ass, right? This is something
There's a shit ton of work behind that.
A shit ton of work.
Yes.
But people think hypothesis, is an educated guess. No, it is not an educated guess. It is an educated understanding of things we know to be true that we build upon a model that we think might hold true, but needs further confirmation.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm just thinking how Ronnie is able to reconcile, even just going back to the DNA and water thing. I think, what was it, under room temperature conditions of water, I think DNA falls apart in like, what was it, 1.5 million years old, or 1.5 million years or something like that.
I think actually, I'm not. Don't quote me on this, but CRISPR has a paper on it, and I asked him for it the other day, and I don't have a copy of it, but I believe the glycosidic bond can actually degrade in a matter of a few weeks for a half-life.
Well, not that one. What's the strongest bond out of the entire chain? Yeah, exactly. Isn't that in the order of millions?
Yeah, 10 to the 30 plus something millions.
Yeah, exactly. But like, I think I got a figure out of Sam once, and it was if water was heated to about 95 degrees Celsius, that the phosphodiester bond would still last for something around 3,500 years.
I think it was more than that, but yeah, it was complete. Yeah, there was two examples.
Keep the water.
95 Celsius.
Yeah, if you keep the water at about 95 degrees Celsius all throughout that 3,500 years, it would finally start. I think that would be the half.
That's
half-life
spontaneous.
of that.
But see, that's spontaneous degradation, right? That's spontaneous cleavage.
Yeah, well, the whole point of that is literally, even if water was 95 degrees for this entire point in time, he's pretty much waiting the same amount of time as when Noah actually had the flood event happen.
Yeah, but see, but he always maintained that dissolve and degrade were the same thing. I'm sorry if they're not.
No, they're not.
Deborah, do you know the difference between degrade and dissolve?
Say that again.
Degrade and dissolve.
The difference, yeah, because dissolve means it's becoming like a liquid and it's changing its complete composition, but to degrade means that it's breaking down and it's like a decomposition.
Very close. Very close.
Yeah.
Very close.
And I've not
degrade.
I've never studied
Yeah,
science.
it's fine. No, very close. When he is saying degrade, he is saying that the DNA loses its nucleotide sequence, which it doesn't.
Okay.
Dissolve just means to go into solution. Very simple. That's all it means. Dissolve means to go into solution. And he
Degrade
thinks
would be more like a decomposition where it falls into its separate chemical components.
Yeah, he thinks well, yeah, but even if you dissolve and break into your components, in DNA being a macromolecule, it's not going to lose its sequence, right?
No, its covalent bonds is still
doesn't break apart. What happens is that hydrogen atom comes off the OH group of the phosphate.
Yes, but the rest of the covalent bonds still remain intact.
Yes, the backbone remains intact. But he thinks, well, first of all, you got to understand that Ronnie did not understand that dissolve meant to have not only a go into solution, but being an acid, that the H comes off the OH on the phosphate group, right? He did not realize this. He kept on saying that there was a partial negative charge on the phosphate backbone because he read this on some kind of answers from Yahoo, rather than understanding what it was dealing with. And so he thought that was the DNA breaking apart, rather than not understanding it was just an OH bond that was separated, producing an ionization of H, going to an H2O molecule to eventually finalize become hydronium, which is what an acid does.
Mm-hmm.
And so he wasn't understanding this concepts, and I don't understand. I don't expect most people to do that. Come on, uology. This is like not basic shit. Well, it is basic shit, but I mean, people don't know that people have never studied this stuff. They're not going to know this stuff. Come on, let's be realistic. But for Ronnie to say he's a fucking biochem expert, and to say that
he's got no tertiary education.
It's bullshit. Sorry, I'm a little buzzed right now.
That's all right. It's like 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock for you?
No, it's almost 2.
Almost 2. All right.
But hey,
It's almost 5 here.
Am I wrong in my science?
Sorry, what was that?
But am I wrong in my science?
I don't think so. Look, quite frankly, chemistry wasn't exactly my strong suit. I certainly didn't do it in tertiary education, but I think I actually had a pretty good grounding when I was in high school with it. So yeah, I still recognize most of what you just said there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can explain the whole dissolving and the losing of the H ion pretty well.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
Going into
solution is a fairly simplistic kind of thing.
I explained to Ronnie the whole electron transport chain, right? I explained to him how at the fourth complex that oxygen is not oxidized; it's reduced. It doesn't take electrons; it gives them. And even then he didn't understand. He even kept on saying, "Okay." Finally, he admitted, "Well, okay, I misspoke," but he didn't admit that in rational mind we're right. He never admitted that we were correct, that oxygen is not able to be oxidized, okay, except for fluorine, whatever. Yeah. But, I mean, for the most part, in ETC, oxygen does not become oxidized, okay? It's not that fucking complicated.
It is the oxidizer.
It is the oxidizer. And I explained this to Ronnie. I understood it. Been there, done that. Rational mind explained it to him. And he finally said, oh, well, yeah, I may have misspoke. But he never admitted that I was right. I don't get that.
I mean, seriously, redox reactions is well, what we have in year 10 stuff, which is like what is that in American terms?
What's that?
I don't know. What's in American terms for year 10? Do you guys call it year 10 or something else?
I know redox equations, but I don't know. What
I don't know. He's thinking of a grade in school.
Grade in school. Yeah, we literally learned in year 9, year 10.
Would it be the 10th grade in high school?
Yeah, so 3rd and 4th grade of high school.
Okay. Yeah, the 3rd year would be 11th grade.
4th year of high school.
Yeah, it would be like, for us, it'd be like grade 11, grade 12.
Yeah, 11. Mm-hmm.
But that's
I'm Canadian though, so I'm different from him again.
But that's where Americans learn that angels transport the electron over.
There you go. And the more you pray, the faster they go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but Ronnie was so adamant that I was wrong, and I was like, "Wait a minute here." I even wrote this all shit down, and I even give it to Sam, the scientist, and even Sam said, "Well, I'm not that familiar with this, but it seems right." But I mean, like, wait a minute. I mean, I can look through this and go, "Okay, I remember the electron transport chain from college. I remember, learning about the different complexes, but I certainly remember that oxygen is not something that is oxidized. It does the oxidizing. It is the oxidator. That's something I've always known, right? That's not that complicated." And Ronnie said, they're going, "Well, no, oxygen takes the electrons." And I'm like, "No, Ronnie, it doesn't." And when I made a video about it, explaining this to him, all he did was just basically say I was wrong, and yet admitted that he made a mistake in what he spoke.
To give him one backhand credit about that, I actually got that confused when I first learned it. But that was when I first learned it, not after I've actually learned it. So quite frankly, that's a pretty good evidence that he learned it for the first time when he first said it on the Hangouts.
Thank you. This is exactly. Yeah, bingo. If this is something that you've learned about numerous times, then you kind of have an understanding. But if you just look at something, for example, I know Ronnie well enough to know that he looks at like Wikipedia and then takes it for gospel, right? And he'll just glean things from Wikipedia. But I'm sorry to tell you, but Wikipedia doesn't tell you a lot of things. If you ever go to Wikipedia and look up the 6-factor formula, it's very confusing. Now, the holographic principle, it's very confusing. It doesn't really tell you much. You have to have some kind of understanding of from an actual formal education to even glean what Wikipedia is telling you, because it's not a place to go to learn things from a very basal point of view, right? If you've never been exposed to something, you're not going to
learn. Frankly, you do need a lot of background information before you can even jump into get your teeth into the meat of that thing.
Yes.
I mean, if I actually asked him what is the Farmer and French three-factor model, he'd be like, "What?" Most people are like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is.
But that if you actually studied economics, that is one of the most basic economical models out there.
Well, wait a minute. I took micro and macro out, so I don't even remember that.
Farmer and French 3-factor model. Oh, sorry, not economics. Finance and economics.
Oh, finance. Yeah, no, I took economics, but I don't remember that.
But the thing is, you just really do need to get into the actual education. You really need a background on that education, or else you have no idea what the fuck is going on.
We don't diss them for not having a background, but we had diss them for not. We diss them for saying shit as authoritative and not having any educational background, to support it. We all worked hard to get good grades, right? Yes, I didn't finish my degree, but I had an A average. I almost finished my degree. I'm literally a cunt hair away from a bachelor's degree. I know enough to know.
That's a nice description.
You should go get that. You should go.
But I know really. Yeah, I swear you really should go study for that extra content.
I know. We'll tell me all the time. But the point is, at least I know what I know what I don't know, right?
All you need is a cunt hair. I'm sure.
I just need a cunt. Yes.
Yeah.
What image?
I imagine the final exam would be entertaining.
Yeah, you're having a test on a good cunt. Yes.
Yes, it would be a short thesis too.
But see, I don't have to do that.
He did say that he liked pussy on air before, though.
I do. A lot actually. No, I didn't say that behind. No, I did not say that. I would, but I didn't.
On air. I've heard you on air.
I thought you said you liked pussy on hair.
Well, off air, I don't whatever.
Well,
Simon, does it really matter?
Not really the preference.
You know,
But I don't think anybody in this community
I
would
suppose
ever
it can be a
think
wee bit beneficial if you've not
education.
flossed that day. It can serve two purposes,
But seriously, does anybody in this community really does think that I've never been to college? I'm somewhat autodidactic, but oh my god, I mean, yes, I learned shit in college. I didn't learn it all on my own or a nuke school, right? I mean, I was trained by educators. I'm not going to say that I was so smart that I could learn this on my own because I couldn't.
You literally have to be a savant in order to do that.
I'm the autodictat.
You're the other.
Yeah, I have bits and pieces. I have bits and pieces of information here and there, but when it comes to in-depth knowledge, I simply don't have that, and I have to watch that to make sure I don't overstep.
Well, like most of us, you hold your own pretty well.
Well, yeah, but it's important for me to remind myself that it's thin soup on my end. There's a few things I think I know, but if we get into depth, then I'm quickly out of my league. But I get there eventually.
I'm kind of there as well. You know, I was at uni and did like my thermodynamics and structural mechanics and all that sort of nonsense. But I can get there. But then when I actually start talking to people that require to know thermodynamics, other than from an engineering standpoint, I'm like, just leave me alone. I don't know what I'm doing here. You know?
So from an engineering point, it's more practical based.
It's more of just more a practical base. You don't need to go into fucking like the concepts of Maxwell's demon and things like that, and it's just more like how bridge design and like because my background's like mostly is fire risk engineering, so like designing buildings and things like that. So it's just more concepts of fire travel and thermodynamics in that sense, structural mechanics in terms of building design.
Oh my god, my fifth IPA out. So IPA is pretty strong shit. What is it, like 8 point thing alcohol? Damn,
that's fairly high for a beer.
I think it is. I mean, like, what is the normal alcohol content of an IPA? It's like 6 or 7.
It's usually about 5 or 6.
This is 6.9.
Oh man,
7% alcohol.
I have fell in love with a new lager. You really need to try it. It's a beer called Hop House 32. It's made by the people that make Guinness, but it doesn't taste like Guinness. It's a lager.
I don't like Guinness.
It doesn't taste like Guinness. It's not like thick or anything. It's like a lager, but it's just amazing.
I'm drinking a thing called Wild Range. Ever heard of that?
No.
I haven't
There's
either.
a million microbreweries around.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I mean, I'm too poor to buy beer, but my roommate had Boston beer and he didn't want it, so he gave it to me. I live on Patreon, so I'm not going to spend it on beer, but when somebody donates to me, you know.
See, I'm going to be deported as a Canadian at some point because I don't like beer at all. And
you suck all around if you don't like beer.
You're actually not allowed to stay in Scotland if you don't enjoy beer.
I think so. I think
you might.
The taste test you at the border.
You might be sent. You should be careful. You might be sent to a third world country like America.
I know.
Ooh, gauntlet is thrown.
I know. Well, the other reasons I suck as a Canadian, so I don't like hockey. I hate winter.
God. You don't like hockey?
I don't like. I do not like hockey at all. I don't like winter. I don't like beer. I don't like Tim Hortons. If you know anything about Canadian culture, that's like Starbucks on steroids. I just suck as a.
Yeah, I'm not a big Canadian fan. I mean, yeah, they have great singers and dancers, and they're all beautiful people, but.
No, we don't. We have Justin Bieber and Celine Dion. Oh, God.
Okay. First of all, Justin Bieber can sing. He's a cock. He's an asshole, but he can sing.
I can't stand his music.
He has a good vocal. He has a good vocal range. I'm not going to give diss to him when he can't, but he's an asshole.
Yeah. You're bound to the good vocal range if you get your testicles removed when you're 6, though.
Yeah, that's what he probably did. He probably has testicles. I mean, but he did fuck, like Selena Gomez. So
This conversation's getting weird, guys.
How the fuck do we get to castratis?
Selena Gomez is hot.
Okay.
I agree with Steve.
What the fuck does this got to do with
no
castration?
idea who these people are.
What's this got to do with Ronnie?
Selena Gomez has everything to do with
we are talking about ballless.
Really? Selena Gomez.
Wow! I just came back from cunt hair, and now there's balls getting cut off.
I'm not going to change. I'm not going to decry that.
Well, anyways, Antonio has 37 votes, and Ronnie 52. Yes,
I saw.
Oh wait, 1 sec. True Empiricism on the first day of voting has already half the votes G-Man had all of last year. Thank you very much.
How many usually do they end up with?
Well, G-Man won in 2013 with 125 votes, like that, in that ballpark.
I saw a rare event tonight.
2 homosexuals fucking in the park.
That's not rare. That's not rare.
Yeah.
Brenda, where do you live?
I live downtown Minneapolis and close to LGBT area. Yes. No, I saw Ocean get seriously pissed off tonight, and that shocked me. I am shocked and shook to my core.
What shocked you, Ocean?
My notions of reality have been shaken, and my foundations, thrown asunder.
It didn't help that I was playing a first-person shooter at the same time. But I got mad at Jeff. I told him to get the fuck out of the room several times and loudly. There was a large number of decibels that could be used to describe my voice.
I think it was justified.
I think it was too, obviously.
Wait, what happened?
I was very mad at him. Because it's Jeff Keller. He was being dishonest in a conversation, which is synonymous with being Jeff Keller, and so I yelled at him.
Might have to go rewind that.
It's not the hangout that Tom is currently broadcasting. Is the one right before it. I guess the latter part of it. But
how does this video have 4 dislikes?
Jeff Keller in the hangout, and then you might see Overwatch. And then you'll see Jeff Keller again, and then you'll see Overwatch. That's me yelling at him.
Who gave this video 4 dislikes? I mean, who are you people?
I'm sorry, Steve. It just wasn't up to standard.
Well, okay.
There's
a gradient of standard, okay? I mean, seriously. I mean, they all can't be home runs, okay? What do you guys want from me? I can only deal with so much. I haven't had to hang out in like a week, okay? I've been slacking, so.
No one's really had any hangouts, I don't think.
Well, Tom has some. Yeah,
it's been pretty dry lately.
I know. Yeah, I mean, Tom, I gotta admit, is picking up the slack. Tom has been trying to take over in my footsteps and Nadia's, but unfortunately, Tom has fell into that trap. Was that he will allow anybody in, even if they want to talk about the most asinine bullshit, racist shit.
Oh, he likes the race topic being talked
about.
Yeah.
Right, and I won't. I won't have that on my channel. Right, I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that bullshit, right?
Like his channel even held a debate about the race issue. Did you? And you watched it, right? Or you watched?
I watched most of it.
It's had several. The problem is it never ends. That's the thing. It just goes on.
Tom is not racist. Tom is
anti-racist. The conversation around that debate actually kind of highlighted something that race is difficult to define, and.
Yeah, because it's a non-biological construct.
It's a social construct.
Yeah, it's a social construct.
But anybody that claims that race is genetic.
Well, science and race.
And that's something that I didn't think, that's a concept that I didn't think had been given a huge amount of sunlight, and that debate gave that conversation a lot of sunlight.
But that guy, science and race, okay, his whole argument was for race realism, yet he posited a position of race from a cultural standpoint, which is a contradiction in itself.
I told him not to do that.
Yeah, well, he doesn't understand why there's a contradiction.
Boy.
It's a huge contradiction. I mean, he does. How does he not understand that? You can't posit moral realism and go from a cultural-based position, which is societal-based. That's the whole that's the antithesis of moral realism.
I yelled at him about that.
Or
Not as
just
much as I yelled at Jeff, but I did yell at him about it, saying that because he was basically his premise for being a race realist is that he has a movement that he calls the alt left, and that he thinks that the scientific differences between races should be used for liberal purposes and not for the purposes that the alt-right has. And his concern is that once there's a racial justification scientifically, that the alt-right will run with it and use it to justify their means rather than have another movement already in place once it becomes scientific fact. Now, my problem with him on that is that it's obvious looking at the issue that there isn't a way to scientifically justify race, yet he still argues for the issue, in a sense creating an excuse for the alt-right to try and run with it.
Well, there's no way to scientifically justify race without using a social construct.
Well, the other problem is that the left, even if race was actually shown to have a certain level of scientific realism, the left would never accept it.
Of course not. No, I agree with you.
You're probably right.
Yeah. By the way, welcome, Caitlin. She had just watched Antonio Super Rat's video.
That is a
she's
weird.
She's suffering
I don't
now.
understand
so we need
that.
to be there for her.
I tried to watch Ronnie's response to Sam.
Steve, do you actually have a link to Antonio Subarat's that horror film?
I don't actually.
I'm a little bit afraid to ask because every time that Reds was playing it on your Hangout, I've been at work and
you've never seen the video?
No, I've heard it in the background. I'm like, oh my fucking god! I don't want anybody else to hear this shit.
Sexy.
Nighttime. I have 4 fat men going down to me like a chocolate cake.
I don't understand that video. What is there's context missing?
Yeah, there's context. The context is that he was approached by a individual that said that they were going to do a promotional video for his channel. Like if you go to my channel, if you're a new user, you automatically get exposed to my greatest hits. Okay, that's what I put up in my video. They told him that he was going to make a video for his channel, so a new user would see this video. And they had him do kind of like all these different types of gestures. And he didn't realize what he was doing could be construed as being slightly homoerotic. And so the person making the video was bullshitting.
Slightly.
And he,
Slightly?
Majorly?
I don't see how some of those, especially the bum one, really? Did he not get a clue at that point? I mean, come on.
He was not self-aware.
Was he like twerking on camera or something?
He was pretty much twerking.
Coming out of his mouth, and he had his hand like circled like a circle like an asshole, and then a finger going in and out of it.
Yeah.
How do you not know what this is supposed to be, guys? I don't get it. Okay, I haven't had sex in months, but I'm not that stupid. By the way, I've never had gay sex that I'm aware of.
You're aware of. Good. Thank you for clarifying.
Have a few more beers. Have a few more
Yeah.
beers.
You've ever passed out on any time whatsoever? You know you're in trouble.
Yeah, I've had friends that didn't like me very much. That I don't know what they did with me, so I don't know. Just saying. Come on, we've all been there, haven't we?
I have woke up a few times not knowing where I am.
Well, yeah, look at your hair.
Yeah.
Simon, you are a beautiful man. I'm not kidding. If I was gay, yeah. Cheers.
All I have to go on is the duck there.
Speaking of beautiful people, have you seen Nadia recently?
You know what? She actually looks okay.
She
No,
looks
I
great.
did.
Yeah.
She looked healthy.
Yeah, I was actually really happy to see that. Yeah.
I mean, she stepped away from all this, and she actually looks. Well, I can't say normal, but
she looks like a lot better than she did.
Yeah, she did. Caitlin, you want to say hi? Caitlin's from Facebook. She's not used to this G+ shit.
It takes a little getting
We were
used
probably
to.
already freaking her out with all the talk.
Yeah, finger assholes and.
No, she's probably used to that kind of talk. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's just nice to not be the only girl here. Usually it's me and like 10 guys.
Your fantasy come true.
I know, eh?
Yeah, why are you bitching?
I'm not.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I was here by myself with 9 women, I'm not gonna complain. I'll kick
Okay.
Ocean out in a heartbeat. And the rest of them.
Usually there's a few ladies around here that like I go to a bunch of meetups in the area, but the local one, there's usually like 60-40 in favor of guys, but the Toronto meetups, oddly enough, it's usually me and guys, which is odd because there should be a lot more women there, but
Yeah, I know. I need a lot more women on my channel. That's true.
Mm.
And
the internet in general favors men.
Yeah, it does. Antonio Subarats votes right now, 82 views. He has 37 votes. TrueEmpricism has 78 views. He has 52 votes. So yes, True is majorly pulling ahead. Thank you, people. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Steve, how many of those were stock accounts of yours?
51. What am I going to say? I'm not going to lie. I had a shit ton of them. No, I only voted for True 3 times. So.
Oh, only 3 times.
Right now, but that may change. I'm not going to lie. If he starts losing, I'm going to create as many stock accounts as it takes. Yes, I told Brad, Ronnie's going to win. It doesn't matter. Caitlin, are you there?
I don't know, because the silhouette was there for a while and then it disappeared. And usually
Caitlin.
that's
Oh, there she is. There she is.
There she is. Somewhat. She's in bed.
Just to unmute herself, though.
Your mom's in bed.
Oh, she is in bed. What is she wearing? Oh my God! What is she doing to my channel?
Is that still me?
Yeah, I'm gonna change the rating.
Now we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm wearing clothes.
Yeah, well, that's we're on air, hopefully, but yeah. What happens off air doesn't matter, but
She says she's wearing clothes, then she proceeds to immediately use the covers to cover up all of her clothes.
No, it's because my nose is cold. It's really cold here.
it is fucking cold. What is the temperature? I'm gonna tell you right now what it is. It is. Oh my God! It's 41 fucking degrees here.
I'm going to say that I do not believe she is wearing pants.
What's that in normal temperature?
What did you say? What did you say, Steve?
There needs to be
normal. 41 degrees would be about 105
What?
What?
Fahrenheit.
Wait, what?
No.
No, 41 degrees Celsius. The accent. Oh no, wait, I'm gonna have to go backwards.
Pretty sure that
she said normal temperature.
41. I got
Everybody that's from America interpreted
5
as
degrees.
Fahrenheit. But
Yeah.
5 degrees. Okay. I'm at 4 right now, and that's warm for this time of year.
It was -2
Wait,
here
like 4
yesterday.
degrees only?
Yeah, it's 4
Like
degrees Celsius.
Fahrenheit? Like it's
Celsius.
No,
Celsius. Okay.
Celsius.
Yeah, it's like 5 degrees
I was
Celsius
like,
here.
fuck that noise.
There's a little C next to the degree.
No,
for Canada.
normally it will be like 4 degrees Fahrenheit this time of year, but
What are you drinking, Caitlin?
we're having a warm
Is that water?
spell.
Yeah, I'm drinking water. I'm in bed.
What's wrong with you?
I'm in bed.
Well, so
It's
She keeps saying
9.
that like it's the answer to something. I don't know.
It's about 9 p.m. here in Sydney, and it is 25 degrees Celsius.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Very nice and
enjoy it.
toasty.
I would enjoy that.
Yeah.
Really?
That is
Seriously?
That is 77. That is
Yeah, I know,
77
I know.
Fahrenheit.
I would enjoy that.
25 is about room temperature. It's about 78 degrees. 78 degrees.
Yeah, it's 77 Fahrenheit.
So yeah, that's pretty normal.
I moved into a really
yeah, but-
old building,
yeah,
and
but,
the windows are huge.
Guys,
reason.
Guys, it's 9 p.m. here and it's 25 degrees. It's not getting any colder.
Yeah.
How could you
I would enjoy that. I would really enjoy that, actually.
Would you enjoy going up to 40?
Yes, that's what we get in the summer.
Degrees C.
Yeah, we get 40 in the summer with humidity.
You know what? I think it's comfortable right
pleasant.
now. 5 degrees Celsius is not bad.
I like 40 degrees, actually. Did I mention I hate winter?
I'm the exact opposite. I'd rather
Deb, where I used to live, it was 122 degrees. Okay, that's 50 degrees Celsius.
Where,
50's a little high, yes.
It's fucking hot. No, it's not a little high.
I'm okay. I'm okay with 40. 40 is good. I don't really want to go much beyond.
We've had 46
when your
here
balls
before.
can resolve a drought, it's hot.
Yeah. Yeah, 46 would be a little more than I'd want, but I'm good in the
very toasty.
Very toasty. Now, but do you get humidity or is it dry?
Yeah, it's about 90% humidity when it's about 120 degrees.
No, not as much humidity, but it's
in California.
Pretty much. It lasts. That's the thing. It lasts all throughout the day. Even at 10 o'clock, it's like that as well. Well, at 10 o'clock, you're talking like about 32 degrees Celsius, and still, you can't go to sleep as easily.
No. Well, you'd have to have
By
some.
the way, Caitlin, did you vote? Did you vote for Dumb Fuck of the Year, Caitlin?
I didn't yet.
Oh my God.
I'm not informed. I'm not informed enough to make a decision.
Oh my God! No fucking you don't have to be informed. You just make it a vote.
No, I have to be informed.
Steve is the kind of person who is an authoritarian.
Totalitarian.
I am authoritarian. Oh my God! Seriously, just vote. It's Ronnie. Okay.
You are.
He's trying to run these votes like Carnegie Hall runs New York.
I'm just saying, there's no other explanation that's possible to just explain the dumb fuckery that is Ronnie, except the fact he's a dumb fuck. Therefore, he wins hands down.
Well, okay. There were other options. Let's just take a look.
Barely.
Von Helton was the only one that really put up a fuss.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know what's funny?
Von Helton should not be on the list.
I just realized I was screen sharing Caitlin this entire time. Sorry.
What?
Nothing. Sorry, viewers.
Wait, what happened?
Don't repeat it.
I had
You're
a white
on
box.
candid camera.
Oh, good.
I forgot.
Well, good thing I'm wearing clothes, right?
Yeah, I forgot the white box actually goes live. My bad. Go on.
All right, so the options.
And we were talking about all these bad things earlier on.
The options are Nature Hacker, True Empiricism, Matt Slick, C. Crow 777, Anthony Riley, Antonio Subriets, Pete Shea, A Fuck It World, Von Helton, and Darwin's Deity.
And no one is even close to Ronnie besides.
I'm surprised there aren't more votes
Antonio.
for Darwin's Deity.
Yeah, and really, that's surprising too. Actually, because everybody hates Darwin, but I'm not too surprised because everybody hates Darwin's and everybody knows he's a dumb fuck. But he's kind of like not even really talked about it much anymore, right?
I think Matt Slick has more. No, yeah, Matt Slick has more votes than Darwin's Deity.
I was gonna say Matt Slick would be up there. I mean, I don't know the guy
Von Helton's
here.
beating Matt Slick.
Darwin has 11. That's it.
So Darwin's
any
Deity
of
has
them.
an entire channel devoted to him called Darwin's Greatest Hits.
Yeah, I mean that's
And
pretty
it's just
impressive.
a series of conversations that people have had with him.
When you're that big of a dumb fuck,
where they wind up yelling at him. Also, Brenda, Darwin's Deity is another person I blew my top off at.
Oh, really? I don't think I've
Yeah.
seen that.
Isn't he the one that you? Who did you blow your top off at? That was Christian
Ronnie.
Hillbilly.
Christian Hillbilly.
who did you lose your top for?
I didn't just blow my top off. I went into orbit and then dropped a series of thermonuclear bombs.
Yeah.
I've lost
done
my
that
shit
with
at a
Christian
number of
Hillbilly.
people. Darwin's Deity is one of my favorites.
Well, it was actually both Arcane and Hillbilly.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Arcane was calling me faggot all the time, and so was Hillbilly, and I just completely lost it.
Yeah, you
That's
just like
that's a good reason.
Yeah,
That's a
she
very
just
good reason.
Brenda lost it. She went. It was one
I
of the most
will-
epic.
Will not. Will not.
On.
Do you you understand, Ocean? How I feel about that? That it's
No,
just,
I understand that you don't appreciate it, that you don't like it, but everybody else in the community thinks it was the greatest thing.
Yeah, I don't really understand that because it's just very. It's against my values.
Well, think about it. What did you think of me blowing up at Jeff Keller?
It was. I was mainly kind of in agreement with you that he was being a dick.
Right.
Yeah, and I didn't think you would.
I think that
overboard.
nobody in that, like in watching you explode, sides with Christian Hillbilly Arcane.
Okay.
I'm convinced Arcane's just a troll now, though.
What has happened to Christian Hillbilly, by the way? He just kind of dropped off the planet last year.
Going to hospitals dressed up as Batman, I imagine.
Oh my God! I saw you. I saw you.
He does
Christian
that
Hillbilly
too,
as my
doesn't-
best of video.
You're not joking either, are you? You're
No.
not joking.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, he goes to hospitals
He
dressed
does.
as Batman.
He does. He does. He dresses up as Batman. He thinks he is Batman. I have a
Batman
greatest hit
tattoo.
video that include Pops, which is like
Not
Christian
joking about
Hillbilly's-
his Batman tattoo either.
Yeah, his Christian Hillbilly's nickname was Pops, and so in my best of video, I have like him talking, and oh my God, this is ridiculous.
I would check the crawl space at his house for bodies.
It's fucked up. Caitlin, you see what I have to deal with here?
Yeah, it seems awful. You poor thing.
I know.
Steve basically runs the insane asylum.
Yeah, I'm the warden of the insane asylum. That's
He's
great.
also an inmate, but nobody tells him.
That's true. That's why nobody trusts me with the keys.
Steve's Arcanum. What is that? How you spell it? How do you pronounce that? Arcanum. Arkham.
Arcane Logos?
Arkham Asylum, are you talking about?
Arkham.
Yeah.
Arkham.
Steve's Arkham.
Yeah. I'm the gatekeeper.
Yeah.
The Ghostbusters.
Yeah, but further in the story, we learned that
Gotta take care of us.
the gatekeeper is really the oldest resident.
Well, of course.
Which, by the way, Steve, I'm hungry. Can you give me some food?
I feel a niche. Okay, I mean, there's a niche that was there, and I just took it and grabbed it.
The keeper of the spray bottle.
Not like grab the pussy. I'm not saying the same thing. Not the same thing.
It could be like Shutter
That's
Island.
called assault, by the way.
It could be Steve's Island. Steve's Shutter Island. That was a freaky movie. I enjoyed that one.
I liked that a lot. Yeah.
You guys like a lot of
I
freaky shit.
like mindfuck movies where you think you know what's happening and then they just like completely screw you over at the end.
Yeah,
That's
Shutter
a good
Island.
relationship I've ever been in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Although I'm getting to the point though where I can tell that that's going to happen too soon, so they need to get being better at it.
I'm actually watching a new series now. Don't spoil it for me, okay? But I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's called Under the Dome. I'm on the 9th episode. Don't spoil it.
Flat Earth.
It's not bad so far. I
Have
binge
you
watch.
Have you watched Planet Earth 2 yet?
No, but I haven't watched people.
It's
people are
fucking
good.
awesome. You need to watch Planet Earth 2.
really?
It's reached number 1 in top IMDb in the series, and it's not even finished yet.
It's not like a movie with
No, it's like a nature show. It's got like David Attenborough voicing over it.
It's like showing animals and sea life and stuff.
Yeah, but it's like it's reached the top IMDb TV shows of all time, and the series isn't even finished yet. It's got 9.9 out of 10.
How do you do that with a nature show, though?
I have no idea. It's just because of the way it's filmed. It's fucking amazing.
It's fucking beautiful.
It's
I have it on
actually
DVD.
I don't know. I keep thinking in my mind of like all After Earth, like with like Jaden Smith or something.
no, it's a documentary thing.
Because Jaden Smith, I'm sorry, he's this.
I mean, I think I've seen Planet Earth, or I've seen one or two David Attenborough documentaries on nature and stuff.
Yeah.
So they were all wonderful, but I just wouldn't think that they would get that high of a rating.
Well, the original Planet Earth and the Planet Earth 1 is number 3 top rated TV shows of all time.
Really?
And Band of Brothers is number 2. Planet Earth 2 is number 1 now. But, yeah, you should really watch it. It's on BBC iPlayer. You watch it for free.
Well, we have now pussy on the screen. Shit. What the hell?
Kitty. Aw, pretty kitty.
Oh, look at that pretty pussy.
No, he's an asshole.
That cat is
bad.
huge.
That is a fucking
They're-
monster pussy.
They're all
He weighs
assholes.
23 pounds.
Oh my god!
That's a lion.
That's a
I have-
tumor.
I have one that used to weigh.
23-pound cat.
23 pounds.
Okay, I have one that used to weigh 30 pounds
It's a fucking
before we
circus
put him on
rescue.
a diet.
How much does he weigh now?
He's like 15.
Oh my god.
You divided that cat by 2?
Yeah, pretty much.
Huge.
Pretty
That's
much.
an old big cat.
Aw.
He's a big boy.
Wouldn't want to come across that in the jungle.
Just like, let me fucking go.
Hey, they're talking about
Cats
my
don't
Planet
understand
Earth
the concept
Is
of a
he-
camera.
show.
He looks like a snowshoe.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, see, we have nothing else to talk about. We talk about big pussy.
Well, you put pussy on the screen, everybody's going to talk about it.
Nothing worse than big pussy.
Don't
they're
let me
never
change this
happy.
video to 18 plus, okay?
Yeah.
That is Sir Digby Chicken Caesar.
That's really funny.
Sir Big
Yeah.
Dick Chicken Caesar.
I have a picture of my cat. Hold on.
And then the Countess Cha-Cha Regina von Floppen.
Oh,
I'm starting to get the feeling that these cats aren't actually that big and you're just tiny.
Oh my god.
she's like 90 pounds.
He has
and
a
these cats
lion
are
and
like,
a tiger.
Well, no, Cha-Cha's super small, but Digby, he's like 23 pounds, 24 pounds.
How big is this super small cat that is huge?
She weighs probably like 9 or 10 pounds.
all I know is Caitlin, you increased my viewership like tenfold right now. So
sorry.
Don't apologize.
Yeah, apology not necessary. I'm getting Patreon out of this. I don't know. I will use my friends. What can I say?
Ocean, tell me, are you watching that?
No, I just saw that you linked it.
Tommy asked, "What's Under the Dome?" Under the Dome is like this series about this dome that comes down over this small town, and it's like invisible, and people are like wondering what the hell is causing this big dome to like isolate this small town. It's pretty good, actually. It's pretty good so far. I'm only in the ninth episode, so don't spoil it for me. Season 1, so. But it's pretty
Is
good
it
so
a bit
far.
like that Simpsons spoof about it?
Well, I know Simpsons did something on it, and I don't know if they did it before or after. So
I thought that
'cause
would have been
in the show
cool.
itself. It says even this, they're like, "Oh my God, the Simpsons predicted this." So
No, I think there was a previous story about this that Simpsons just spoofed it, and now they're doing a remake of sorts.
maybe because the series itself goes, "Oh my God, the Simpsons got this right."
Is that the one with the Simpsons movie?
Sorry, which one?
Don't die in
that
us,
was,
Kevin.
that was the Simpsons movie, wasn't it? The
Yeah,
dog-
it's the one where when they went to Alaska.
Yeah.
Here we go. Cat picture.
Oh,
That's my cat.
Oh,
you were that's a
You
cute pussy.
superstitious.
Oh, pretty.
Look at that pussy.
Mine
So
are all
cute.
sleeping somewhere. There isn't even one hand. I have 5, and there isn't even one handy to like grab and throw on camera. They're all.
Well, we could debate about that, but that's a whole different topic.
Wow.
Yeah, well.
Wow, Steve.
I've always been more of a dog person. I did stay with a roommate that had 2 cats. That I think they just hated my roommate because I would always wake up and they'd be like sleeping on top of me, no matter how I shut my door. It was, I don't know, maybe me radiating too much heat or something.
This is a picture of my cat that I use as response pictures in Facebook debates.
Mike's like, oh, spoiler, we all die at the end. Don't go there, man. Don't fucker. God damn, what the hell is this? Like, annoy Steve Day or what?
What?
What? My posting pictures of pussy is bothering you?
No. I love the pictures of pussy. Yeah, that's just fine. That is the best
we
black
gotta
pussy I've
poke
seen
fun
in a
at
while.
Steve as while
You know what? Even
TrueEmpricism is in the
Isaiah
lead.
would appreciate that pussy. Caitlin's like, who the fuck are these people?
What? I heard my name.
Yeah, well, we know a lot.
Isaiah appreciates
we know somebody
asses
named Isaiah.
instead of pussy.
He likes big black pussy. That's what he likes, like big black pussy.
So kind of like this.
Is black pussy bigger?
I don't know how it works. Yeah, I think that's what he likes. I think that's. I mean,
That's my youngest, who's like 11 now.
yeah, I think he likes young black pussy.
Callie. Macallie.
But
He
since
likes
Isaiah's not here to join
he
us, I
likes
can't
the
really
ones that are
ask
big
him.
ass.
And then I have, this is Beatrix coming up. That's the 2
Oh, that's
yeah.
cute.
Yeah, she's a sweetie.
Yeah, that's a cute pussy.
She's like 13. And then
That
the other
looks like a miniature line. No, 13-year-old pussy is not good. No.
Well, the black
No,
one's
my limit
11.
is 21-year-old pussy. I'm sorry, it's just the way it is.
Well,
I think the
okay,
legal
well,
age is 16 in the UK.
well, here we
That's-
go.
no,
I have
no.
the
16 is
two.
wrong. Sorry.
The 2 curled up are Bob and Angel, and they're 18 and 19. So there's
That's perfectly fine. Yes, that's perfectly fine.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
are
and
still-
Bob is an American
Oh,
cat,
I'm
actually.
so how to change the rating of this video. Fuck you guys.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, Bob is an American cat. He was born in South Dakota. Came with my ex-husband. I have the cat. He's long gone.
The cat survived. The husband did
Yes.
not.
Yes.
This is my cat informing me that Khajiit has wares and will sell them to me if I have the coin.
Oh yeah. By the way,
appreciated the
we do know who Heretic Woman is. We're not. She's not.
Yeah,
doxing herself.
I know. I broadcasted my Facebook page. It's completely public. So yeah. In fact,
We've
it's
called her
not
a lot of
even-
names over the years, but Deborah's fine.
I've only known you for like what, 3 months?
Yeah, actually, I've seen. Actually, no, that's true. But you've been around a lot longer. But I never. Really
Well,
interacted
yeah,
with you.
I've been doing the show for 2 years.
Yeah.
So
I
there's
know.
that.
I've known a lot of players for a very long time. Is I never really like Matt Slick. I've never once talked to Matt Slick. Never once.
Oh yeah, my biggest fan Annabelle's in the comment section. Come on in, Annabelle.
Oh, Annabelle's here. I'm not looking at live feed. Sorry.
Oh.
Oh, everybody wants invites. Okay, fine. You know what? I don't care about snipers. I'm going to send you the invite in the live feed for a change. There you go. Come on, Mike. Come on, Annabelle. I know. I'm going hog wild
I
here,
just
bitch.
saw Annabelle's comment.
Yeah.
What did she say? Oh, for God's sake, I decided what you're up to, and you've got a Scottish wink stain there. I'm assuming that she's
leave Well, you can't really blame me with them at a pussy on here. Come on, it's just.
Simon, I gotta ask. I want to know. I want to know.
There's bound to be some sort of stainage.
No, Simon, I want to know. On honesty, what is your issue with Annabelle? I really want to know.
Right, I can go back into this if you really want. This came.
Well, can you make a slice?
A slice of it. It came about because I used to get on well with Annabelle. It came about from her saying that Heretic was like stalking her and things like that, and making sexual advances. What? And you know, it's like trying to argue. Not this Heretic.
I was gonna say what? Huh?
It was
different Heretic.
No,
I don't. Different Heretic. I hope it's a different Heretic. It may not be. If that.
Yeah, different.
But, yeah.
Heretic, are you a British man?
Yeah. But,
no, definitely not.
Oh shit! Just got real.
Probably a different person.
Shit.
I have to go pee. I don't want to miss this.
I do want to miss this, to be honest.
I will be back in 30 seconds. Oh my god, Mike joined us.
The Wicked Witch of the West has
What
appeared.
could go wrong?
Shit.
Yeah, I'd rather be the wicked witch of the West than the useless fat Scot that spreads lies.
Oh man.
There's the
What
first.
have I lied about? What have I lied about, Annabelle?
You just said I was accusing him of stalking me, which is utter bollocks.
You did accuse him of stalking you?
This
Yes,
is
you
your
did.
problem, you Scottish wank fest, is that you lie and then
You
when
did
someone
accuse
puts it
him
out,
of
you
stalking
cry.
you. You did accuse him of stalking you.
You
accused him of stalking
You've been back here
you.
5 minutes. 5 minutes you've been back here and all
You
of your swearing shit
you
up.
accused him of stalking you. You accused him of
did
making
not
sexual
accuse him of stalking
advances.
I did not accuse him of stalking me. You're a liar,
did.
and that's why nobody likes you, Simon. Because
Did,
you're a
Annabelle.
liar and a freak.
Annabelle.
How did we get from
lying,
the year of
Annabelle.
2016 to like Annabelle and Simon?
Oh.
See, this is the problem. When somebody has got an actual reasonable argument with someone who is being creepy and weird, then you belittle it and put down my actual experience with that fuckwit. I don't find it at all funny.
I find it hilarious because you're a
course you do.
crazy old woman.
Creepy men on the
All I know is
internet
this,
sniffing around
yeah.
women is perfectly acceptable in this
Yeah,
community.
yeah,
If you
okay.
dare to say anything,
I'm giving
if you dare
control
to
to
say
Ocean
anything,
Annabelle.
if you dare to say anything, if you
I'll be
dare
right
to say anything, this is what happens. You
I
get some
find
little fat
you
shit
hilarious,
that's got no
Annabelle.
life and no fucking personality coming into hangouts and accusing me of accusing other people of stalking them, which I
All
didn't
right,
do.
well that is what you did say.
No,
That is
I
what you
didn't
did
say it.
I'll
You've
stand
got
by
no fucking
that.
evidence whatsoever that I said that.
All right, calm down, you.
Fuck off, you little shit.
All
You've already
right,
caused a massive shit show about this, and now you're back at it.
I'm back at it. I am back at it.
Yes,
you arrived here
Heretic
and
has
said,
asked you over and over
for
again.
God's
Heretic
sake,
has
I
asked you
decide
over
to
and
see
over
what
again.
you're-
Heretic has asked you over and over again to stop talking about it.
Yeah, and
You refuse to stop talking about it because you haven't got a life, and this is the only fucking
Yeah.
topic of conversation you can talk about.
Yeah, okay. I haven't got a life.
No,
Okay.
you haven't.
Yeah, cool.
You're just a fuckwit.
Okay, Annabelle. Why are you so angry all the time?
No,
is it
I'm not
because
angry
you're
all
a,
the time.
is it because you're a sad old woman with nothing else
Yeah,
of
here
joy
we
in
go.
this
The
life?
typical sexist
Yeah.
attitude.
I'm a
I caught you
typical
out lying
sexist.
because you
yeah.
didn't realise I was watching you,
I'm
little
not.
fucker.
I'm not
And now
lying.
you're accusing me of being old. What a
I'm
great
not lying.
argument that is. What a
I'm not
fantastic
lying.
argument. Oh,
Well,
you're
I'm not.
old,
I'm not.
therefore you've got no right to defend.
I'm not saying it because you're old. You're attacking me for points
Because
that make
you
no
started
sense.
spreading shit again.
I
I
didn't-
never
I
talk
didn't.
about you. You
I
don't even
didn't.
come into my. You don't even come into any part
What are
of
you
my
talking
mind
about?
or
You're the one that.
conversation.
Okay.
You brought up the past.
Let
again.
me get a guess here. Like, was it me or you that brought this conversation up at the start? I assume you're talking about me when you
Bitches,
say
are you that
Scottish
fucking
wank
demented?
stain.
Is that brain injury having such a fucking effect on your mind?
Oh, here we go. Yeah. You're gonna pull me up.
Because you talk utter shit.
Yeah,
I did
yeah,
not
I-
bring up this conversation. You were talking about it when I came in the room. You fat fuck.
Definitely brought me up for some reason. I don't know why.
I have no. I haven't even been in the hangout, and you are spreading shit about me stalking someone.
You were doing it from
me
outside.
accusing someone of stalking me, and I did not do that, as you well know, because we've been here. We spent hours on this.
You did, Annabelle, you fucking lying crow. Yes, you did. Oh, go fucking go on. Oh my god, really?
What did I say about you?
Look at this. What did you say about me? You called me a Scottish wank stain?
Oh well, that's the live chat. That's a different whole.
Oh, all right. That's it doesn't count if it's in the live chat. I apologize. Sorry, I forgot.
You're a bit hysterical. You're giggling away like a small child.
That's because I find you hilarious. You're a fucking middle-aged woman with the fucking attitude of a 10-year-old girl. Oh,
what? Because you're spreading shit about me, because you're a liar, because you've got nothing else to do with your life.
You're the one blatantly lying here, saying that Heretic.
You
said Heretic was stalking you.
I never.
And you're the one that said. Yes, you did. Yeah, okay. You fucking. You disprove it. You fucking.
You're a shit-stirring liar.
Piece of shit.
With no life, no job, nothing, nada. And this is
I
what you
do have a life. I do have a job. I have many friends. I don't. I find myself rather.
What?
What is it? Okay.
You're nothing.
Bullshit.
Simon, what is the issue you guys have with each other? Seriously.
Mentally ill fuck.
Yeah, you might be right there, but
I am right.
Simon, what is the issue you have with Annabelle? I don't understand this animosity.
You really can't see why I've got an issue.
No, spread slander. That's up to you.
The fucking wicked witch of the West over here. You shut the fuck up, Annabelle. I'll attack you with a squirt gun full of holy water.
Poor little boy's getting upset with a middle-aged woman on the internet.
Oh.
Simon, I mean, Annabelle is her own personality. Okay, she has a unique personality set. We agree with
she
this.
certainly has.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's that unique, considering The Walking Dead have pretty much covered her personality already.
But what is the animosity you have towards her? I don't know what it stems from.
Get that sense of humor. Oh my god, I'm on the floor.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Aren't you both Scottish or British or whatever?
Shut and stop spreading lies about me.
She's from the fucking.
Other people into your need to be a fucking shit on the internet. You wouldn't
She's
have
from the fucking Ragnarok. This woman is from hell.
Well, actually, I'm from Scotland, you fuckwit. So there you go.
Are you a Scottish wank stain as well then?
You're Irish. Come on, you guys are like neighbors.
What?
I'm not Irish. I'm Scottish.
No, he's just a dickhead, Steve. And he's
clearly not Irish.
He's been told by Heretic. He's been told by Heretic not to bring it up, and he does it. He just ignores it.
Scots Irish.
I'm pretty sure that.
I don't care if Heretics told me not to bring it up. I don't give a fuck if I see something. If I see someone,
anybody else, you don't care about the truth. All you care about is being a nasty.
If I see someone being a complete and utter fucking wide open cavernous cunt like yourself, Annabelle, I'm going to call them.
Why do you think she's a cunt? I don't know what your argumentation is about Annabelle that makes her so like. She's opinionated, yes. She's aggressive. She's defensive.
Yeah,
but I mean, I don't know why. I mean,
he gets really upset and he cries in the corner.
Well, I like the fact that she's outright lying and saying that she didn't call
Heretic a stalker
about because that is what she did say.
Yeah,
she did call Heretic a stalker. She called Heretic dangerous. She called him making sexual advances. And when Heretic tried to defend himself, Annabelle did what she always did. Wah 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 wah! I'm a big cavernous cunt. Doesn't shut the fuck up and let anyone else have any arguments because I know
that just let this little shit carry on.
I've never heard Heretic say any of this stuff.
Right, well that's because he did it in private, Steve. Could you please allow me to, could you please allow the person it happened to explain what happened? What do you want to listen to?
Let's listen to how Annabelle got fucking raped by Heretic in the back alley.
Well, that's funny,
and I don't mean her asshole, but I do.
No, go ahead.
You find that funny, Steve, do you?
No. Simon, go ahead.
Be careful, Steve.
I'm the one that was involved in what Heretic did to me, not the little Scottish white stain who decided to insert himself into what happened.
No, you're right. I did decide to speak up for Heretic because
you were. No idea
I like Heretic and I dislike people.
I know you like. I know, and that's why you're such an idiot.
I dislike
that's why
people that
nobody
accuse
likes you,
other
because you
people with
continually
zero
make
evidence
stupid
of being
fucking
stalkers and
All right, can you guys explain the situation?
Into
harassing.
conversations all the time that've got nothing to do with you. Insert yourself into situations, and then people don't like you for that
Yeah,
reason.
okay.
All right.
Yeah, maybe you can't see Annabelle. There are quite a few people that
shut him up. Just get him to stop, and so I can actually put my
talking a lot.
Simon,
I'm
wait.
just going to leave.
Simon,
Because the bags in your eyes are covering out your fucking vision.
I'm not going to have slander about me on this channel.
Simon.
Yeah,
Fine,
sorry,
Simon,
Steve.
wait,
Yeah.
wait,
Shut
wait.
him the
Yeah,
fuck
Simon,
up.
wait. Okay. Annabelle, will you explain the situation with Heretic? We all know who Heretic is. Me and him have had our differences per se, but I don't think he's a stalker.
I never said he was.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You
Steve, I'm
fucking
not gonna-
lying
Steve, I'm
crow.
gonna leave.
Wait.
Yes, you did. You
Well, I
cavernous
believe him.
cunt.
Shut him
You
up.
cannot
I'll
see
broadcast
because
him
the
while I'm
bags
going.
in your eyes are so
only
fucking
discuss
large.
time
They're
on myself,
blocking out
son
your
of
vision.
shit in Scotland.
Evil
No life,
little
no
troll.
friends, and no fucking personality.
Simon, wait a sec. I've only said that I know
I'm not
who
going to have this conversation. I came in here to point out he was lying. If you're not going to prepare to listen to why he's lying, then I'm just going to go.
You're not
There we go again. Off he goes again.
Simon, hang on.
Just go then, Annabelle. No one gives a fuck if you're here or not.
Clearly
You're
they
a
do.
fucking
because
boring
actually
old
one of my
cow.
friends
Simon.
No one fucking
Okay.
likes.
Simon, wait.
Right, no
wait a
one
sec.
likes. Right, let's go
Wait a
through
sec.
the people in the room that actually know me,
I-
shall we? 'Cause I don't know
Yeah,
whether-
Annabelle, can you explain?
No.
Can you
No.
explain the
Steve,
situation with?
do you like me
explain
or
the
not?
situation with. Yeah, explain the
Steve, do you like
situation.
me or not?
Yeah, man.
Steve,
I do.
you like me or not?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
very
that the only way anyone could satisfy
on,
Annabelle
Simon,
would be with
Simon,
fucking
wait.
a safety harness and some caving equipment.
Broadcast a fat fuck, for Christ's sakes.
All right, Simon, wait a sec. Let Annabelle finish. Yes, I like Annabelle very much. I find her to
Thank
be very
you.
refreshing.
Ocean, do you like me or not?
I think you're pretty
Ocean,
slow.
thank you. So you can shut the fuck up.
That's because no one wants to get on the fucking receiving end of you.
All right, now-
Because the
all right,
long
okay.
dick of
So these
Annabelle
two
can
men-
fucking
So now you're
satisfy a
insulting.
fucking
Now you're
blue
insulting.
whale.
He won't shut up, Steve. He won't shut up. He just talks over you.
All right, explain it.
Oh, that is fantastic. Oh,
Simon, wait, seriously, wait. I want Annabelle to explain the situation with
Unbroadcast
Heretic.
it. Steve, I'm going to ask you one more time. Either you unbroadcast or I'm leaving.
fucking unbroadcast yourself, Annabelle.
Right,
And fuck
Simon,
off.
Simon will hold off.
Do the world a favour.
No, he's clearly not going to hold off, Steve, and I'm not going to put up with it.
That's fine. I'm gonna hide Simon for a second. I don't want this.
Okay, to start off with, he's now basically told you and Ocean that you're that fucking weak and pathetic that you're frightened of me, and that's why you apparently tell me you like me. I'd just like to point that one out. Secondly, what happened was Heretic approached me privately and suggested that we went for a drink. I said very politely, no thanks, but no thanks. After which, Heretic started being incredibly spiteful and calling me a menopausal old bitch out of nowhere, when previously we'd got on. If you want to check the facts, speak to Gus, because he knows about this and he's seen the conversation. Okay, I'm not the kind of woman that goes around like certain people in here publishing private conversations in Google Plus or on Facebook. All I know, and the fact is that as soon as I pointed out, all I said to him was, I think the words were along, and it's so long ago I can't remember. All I said to him after getting several weeks of him just niggling at me was, I'm really sorry, but it's never going to happen. I never accused him of stalking me, but then he decided to go. Once I said that to him, he went full-blown attack because he was pissed off that I'd flagged up, that I'd rejected him. So then I decided to respond to him. So I got into an argument with him on a live hangout, and I said to him, this is because I turned you down, and I know it is. I never accused him of stalking me. I accused him of being a butthurt, misogynistic prick, which Heretic can be.
Yes.
Okay? So
All right.
that's the
Hang on.
Steve, I haven't
Well,
finished
hang on.
them,
One.
No, but I've had Scottish fuckwits screaming over me for the last 10 minutes, and I'm the one being accused.
All right. Finish up. We want to address what you
bullshit.
finish up. Go ahead.
Right, so I avoid Heretic, he avoids me. We haven't spoken for months. Heretic drew a line under it, so did I. The only person who decides to bring this shit up is the little shit that you've got in your hangout. He has been, most people don't like him, most people avoid him. He's just a pain in the ass child who comes into hangouts, involves himself in other people's business, and then does this and calls people, women have cavernous cunts because they don't, because they defend and stand up for themselves because they're aggressive.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry.
All women, I hate you all. Yeah, I'm attacking all women, Annabelle, not you. And
I
why?
didn't say
Yeah,
that.
that's what you're saying.
Why
You're
have you
calling
got
me.
my cunt into it? Why have you brought my capitalist cunt into my
Why are you bringing my epilepsy into it? My neurological problems?
That's what's wrong with you.
No, I think that's what's wrong with you. You've got a huge cavernous cunt that can only be satisfied by a caving equipment team, and that's the reason why. That's the problem why you're so. That's the problem why you're so angry. You found out that Heretic doesn't have the proper. Well, I'm explaining it. Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me, Annabelle? Annabelle, why are you talking over me?
Ocean, can you moderate? I've lost control.
Honestly, Steve, I'm done now.
Annabelle, you're asking me a question here, Annabelle, and I'm telling you why I'm bringing your huge cavernous massive cunt into it.
That's not really
not letting me answer your question. I'm okay then. Will you let me go? And okay, mute yourself. Why don't you mute yourself? Why don't you mute yourself while I answer your question?
And I came in here in answer to.
It's not a slur. It's relevant to the conversation.
What does Heretic have to do with any of it? Okay, first of all, guys, both of you, seriously.
Annabelle.
This is you'll never get a conversation with this fuckwit in here.
Annabelle, I mean, we all know Heretic. Heretic is unique.
If you want to have a conversation with me about it, I'll do it in private. I'm not discussing it in here.
Well, that's fine too. I mean, but I don't see why. I don't waste.
Steve, you know me better than that, okay? So don't.
Right. That's why I'm actually
mentally ill accusations. Then
you're the one that's mentally ill here, Annabelle.
I don't see what that comes from, Simon. I mean,
you don't see what it comes from.
No, I don't. I really don't. Annabelle defends herself.
She arrives in here, calls me a Scottish wank stain for some reason. I explain why I have a problem with Annabelle. I explain why I have a problem.
Maybe because you're stirring and spreading shit about me.
Annabelle, did I let you talk? I thought I let Annabelle talk. I apologize. Did I not let Annabelle talk? Did I just talk over her?
Simon, Simon, with all due respect, I've run a lot of hangouts. I've seen a lot of hangouts, and you have a lot of times came into a hangout and you have instantaneously jumped on Annabelle for no
what? Are you fucking Steve? You really need to watch some of the comment sections within either MK's hangouts and things like that. As soon as I'm in there, I get attacked by this fucking.
Oh my god, he's mad.
She's just looking for a bit of a dick.
He's been told by somebody else what he does, and
she's not had a good.
What is his version of G-Man?
About it.
He's the atheist version of G-Man.
What does Annabelle attack you about, Simon, if I may ask?
What? Did you not hear? She attacks me for. She says my neurological disease of epilepsy.
No, what? Okay, come on. Look past the hyperbole. What is she? What's her major issue with you? What does she have?
I don't know. Is it because I think it's Steve. I think it's because when she was making these accusations when Heretic wasn't here, I was saying, wait, I know who Heretic.
I've never made a.
Why don't you back up these claims of stalking and sexual harassment?
I've never heard
evidence. He's just lying, Steve. He's continually lying, and you're allowing it to go on.
Wait, I want to know, Simon. Honestly, when has fucking Annabelle ever said that Heretic, who again I disagree with her fundamentally on a lot of things, but he's a nice guy.
Yeah, I disagree with him on a lot of things. But he is a nice guy.
When has she ever accused him of
he's a nice guy. Can't possibly have got butthurt because I want to go out for a drink with him. Yeah, because he's a nice guy.
Yeah, no, Annabelle. No.
You guys stick together and don't worry about the fact.
Why is that?
He genuinely got butthurt because I had left it. I'd like to explain my side.
I would love to have a conversation with you, Steve, but this is what happens when Annabelle's in the room.
No, because you're
she's just a fucking echo chamber. She's just a white noise machine.
I'm just going to carry on talking over you.
I understand this position. I've been there myself, and that's why I'm not faulting her. What I want to know is why do you think that the situation with Heretic?
No, he's muting me, Steve.
Yeah, you muted me.
Don't.
No, you muted me first.
Right, do you know what, Steve? Then I'm just.
Simon, you muted first. I saw.
Yeah, piss off.
Yeah. I thought you were asking me a question, though, Steve.
Yeah.
Bye.
You muted first.
Are you leaving, Annabelle? I don't know where you're going. She was talking over me after you did it first. Okay, yeah. I admit I muted her first, and it was out of frustration because you were asking me a question. You were asking me a question, Steve, and this person was over talking me.
Well, my question, actually, I have a few questions, but my question actually boils down to is I don't understand your main argumentation against our Annabelle. I really don't understand what your main reason for like not liking her is. I don't know.
She's just an unlikable person.
Oh, okay,
she's a mean
individual
person.
I
She's a
understand
rude
that.
person.
But what does that got to do
She's
with
an
heretic?
aggressive person. It's not even about her. It's not even necessarily.
Poor little man. You can't handle a woman with an opinion and an aggressive personality. I do apologize.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, poor little thing.
Where did Steve just go?
I don't know.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Oh, he's back.
Sorry about that.
Right, so is it my turn now?
No, Steve was actually asking me a question.
Annabelle, I love you, dear, but I'm gonna let Simon finish this train of thought real quick. Then I'm gonna bring it back to you.
Yeah.
Well,
Can you maybe do what you did to me, Steve? I'll give you ample response. But Simon, explain to me what this has to do with heretic and what the demon is, because I don't understand what the argument is.
This originally came, and it's not just this one thing, all right? I would like to think, even if it was my enemy that was being lied about by Annabelle, saying they were making sexual advances and stalking, and this is what she did say. Even if it was my enemy, I would still bring this up. I've no.
Well, do you think heretic was making sexual advances toward Annabelle?
No, I don't. And Annabelle was the one saying this, and I'm like, Annabelle, why don't you?
No, you see, this is ridiculous, Steve.
Oh, for fuck's sake, woman! Like, let him talk for 5 minutes.
Well, because he's had meat talk, hasn't he? Yeah, right. Okay.
No, you have talk.
I'm the one getting all the slander about me saying all these things that I haven't.
Run at a fucking time.
No, that's fine. I get it. No, that's fine.
Yeah, I bet she's attacking you for being a woman as well now, Annabelle.
Simon.
Little man on the internet. That cracks me out.
Do you first of all, why would it matter anyways? And second of all,
why would it matter to me? I don't know. Maybe because I think I've got some level of moral principles about me. If I think someone's getting,
do you think heretic was making sexual advances towards?
No,
Annabelle?
I don't. But Annabelle was claiming this, and
I don't think she was.
No, you weren't in the hangout, Steve.
Yeah, I don't think she was.
In the hangout. It was in a Nadia hangout. Heretic wasn't in there. She was making comments about Heretic. Then Heretic came in, and then when Heretic tried to defend himself, this is what happened. Annabelle talked over and screamed over.
Let me ask Annabelle.
Right. Am I going to get to speak now? Is it okay with Caitlin if I speak? Is that okay,
all
Caitlin?
right.
No, I just want to check with the woman in the room that seems to be offended by the fact that another woman is getting slandered by a
Annabelle, I have no indication that you ever.
It has nothing to do with you being another woman. I don't think I should have any obligation to defend you because you also have a vagina.
Well,
That's
I don't understand
bullshit.
why. I don't understand why you're having a go at me when the guy is literally.
I'm not having a go at you specifically.
Now you're not letting me speak. So okay, you carry on.
Jesus. Just take the floor.
No, carry on. No, you take the floor. You clearly want to have. You
I haven't
clearly
said a
want to involve
goddamn word
yourself
this
in it.
entire time. You go for
Don't do it, Caitlin.
No, you
You'll be
clearly
accused
want
of being a misogynist
Simon,
and a
keep out of it, you
sexist
fuckwit.
and a horrible person that hates Annabelle. So just be careful.
Simon? Not a misogynist.
Has the Simon and Caitlin show finished yet?
Go ahead, Annabelle. I want to know why anybody would think that.
That's a good girl. You run off.
I want to think that. Why is it that this has to do with heretic?
Lovely, isn't she charming?
Heretic. I don't know why this is like a thing about heretic, like being.
Well, if I'm allowed to speak, although
go
apparently I have to ask permission from Simon and Caitlin.
No, you don't have permission, Annabelle. I'm sorry. I pondered it over. No, you asked my permission to speak, Annabelle. I'm not giving you it. I apologize.
Simon, hush. Let her speak.
So she doesn't need my permission? Well, don't.
No, she doesn't.
Okay. You don't need to ask for it then, Annabelle.
He can't help himself, Steve. This is what you get with him. It's pathetic. It's like a child.
Go ahead, Annabelle. You have the floor. Explain the heretic
Are
situation.
you absolutely sure? Because every time I speak, somebody tells me that I'm over talking. Right, I'll say this once again, as I clearly said about 20 minutes ago. This all started, I got on with Heretic fine. We used to be in private hangouts, in Gus's private hangouts, and we all used to get on, no problem at all. And I thought he was a nice guy. I wasn't, kind of boring, but a nice guy, all the same. So I got a message from him Google Plus private messages to say, you know, when I'm down there, do you want to go for a drink? And I didn't say no outright. I just gently sort of said no, but no thanks. You know, it's a, you know, I didn't want to, you know, offend him. That's all. We do, as I've pointed out, and we were going to have this hangout about this. We do get approached an awful lot by individuals in this community, and you know, you just have to be gentle with them. That's all. With most of them, and because if you're not, this is what happens. This is a fantastic example of what happens.
Here it comes.
See,
Oh, the
I'm not
BP.
saying
Oh, guys, it's about to get dangerous. The
Simon,
BP is
hang on,
here.
Simon.
No, wait a second, because the
Simon,
BP
wait.
is coming.
Simon, she has a point of it. If I lived in Britain and I said, "Hey, Annabelle, let's go have a beer," Annabelle would not give two shits. Her and I going to have a beer. We'd not give a shit, and we would go drink together. I want to know why this was like different with Heretic.
Well, I'm about to finish. So it wasn't different. I just left it. It was left, and then all of a sudden, in the live chat, he would start making digs at me. You know, oh, you're just menopausal. You're just an old middle-aged woman, and it came from nowhere. And you know, I get a lot of shit in the live chat, so I reacted to it naturally as to what's your problem, Heretic? Why are you being like this? And I got this for weeks.
Because that's how Annabelle speaks to people she doesn't like.
Hang on, Simon, let her finish.
Yeah, okay. What do you mean let her finish? She just doesn't end?
Well, she hasn't spoken for very long. Come on, give her a chance to say it all out. Come on.
This is, I mean, this is why I think that he has. I suggest that perhaps his neurological problems are the problem, because he just doesn't shut up.
I guarantee, Annabelle, you've spoke a lot more than anyone else in here right now.
I don't think she has, actually.
No, I haven't. Okay. No, Simon won't acknowledge any wrong in what he does. He does not get it at all.
Okay,
so many people have told him, and he just doesn't listen.
Oh, okay, dear. On you go.
So am I allowed to speak now? Is that okay with everybody?
No, you're not. You're not.
Yeah, Annabelle, you have the floor.
The maturity of a fucking, I think he's 22 or something.
Hide him for broadcast. Go ahead.
Thank you. Right, anyway, so what happened was I got these digs, and this went on for a few weeks. Eventually, I did crack and say to him, look, I'm sorry, it's never going to happen. Those were the words I used. I'm sorry, it's never going to happen. It was a sort of, it was a comment in code to him to let him know that to shut the fuck up, because I know that's why you're doing this, okay? Because I couldn't think of any other reason. Before I turned him down, there were no issues. After I turned him down, suddenly he started bitching at me. So yes, I did make that comment. Okay, so I haven't finished yet. So that comment turned it into a bigger situation, because he didn't like that comment. And he was like, what are you talking about? Who the fuck do you think you are? Are you suggesting? I said, and then eventually it did blow up into a hangout where I did say to him, yes, I do think that the reason why you're being such an asshole to me is because I turned you down. Yes, I do think you're a sexist asshole for bringing up my menopause every time you want to insult me. Yes, I do. I don't know, what else I was supposed to say. And then I haven't finished yet, Steve. And then Simon inserts himself into the argument. He's in the hangout. He comes into the argument and starts accusing me of being a liar. He doesn't know anything about the story. He doesn't know the backstory. In fact, nobody knows the backstory, because it was between me and Heretic. The conversation was private. The suggestion I met him for a drink was never brought into the public arena until Heretic really went for me. And then I pointed out, this is because I said no to you. And the shitstorm that has happened based on the fact that I didn't want to go for a drink with him is mind-blowing. Now, in that hangout, I did say, yes, I do think that you want to have a relationship, or you wanted to have sex with me. I didn't use those exact words, but I used the words. I never once accused him of stalking me. All I suggested was that he left me the fuck alone.
Let me ask you, Annabelle.
He was harassing me. He was harassing me at that point in that hangout. Look, Simon has completely changed the whole narrative of the story in order to be a clever dick and a wanker on the internet, basically.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that. But Annabelle, let me ask you: Do you think Heretic was hitting on you? Because I mean, if I said, "Hey, Annabelle, let's go have a beer," you know I'm not hitting on you. You know, you and I have been friends. We can have a beer.
You want an answer?
It would not mean anything besides having a fucking beer with each other. Yeah,
do you want an answer, Steve? Right. Yeah. No, I have no idea whether he was or not, to be frank, because if he was just being friendly, that's fine. But however, what my issue is, and I keep trying to underline this and no one's listening, is that it was his behavior after I turned him down that made me think that he was butthurt. Because remember, again, and I'll say this again, he didn't treat me with any disrespect. He didn't ever attack me. He never talked on my age or my middle-agedness or the fact that I was menopausal once before I turned him down. Afterwards, he changed his attitude towards me.
He felt rejected.
And I put up with it. I didn't bring up the drinks thing. I didn't bring up the fact that I thought maybe this was because I'd turned him down until eventually, because I don't want to do that. Listen, let me tell you, there's a few more guys in this community that treat me like shit, that in the past have flirted with me privately and sent me private messages. Yeah, I haven't got into
the record. I'm not one of them. I think the world of Annabelle. I would love to have a drink with Annabelle. I think her and I could play pool and have a lot of good times. I've never hit
not,
Annabelle.
Steve. You're absolutely not one of those people. No, because do you know why, Steve? You've never asked me out.
Never. I would. Why? You've never crossed my mind. You're a friend of mine, and I think you and I would have an awesome time playing pool and shit and having beers. But I'm not.
You've never sent me an explicit. You've never sent me an explicit message telling me what you'd like to do to me.
I've never done that to anybody. It's no offense.
Well, that happens though, Steve, and that's my point. In this environment, it happens a lot. And
Annabelle, you said you liked that.
Well, the closest I came with it was obviously with everybody knows I went out with a lyrical Ryan for a while. Everybody knows that. So, but that's the closest I ever came. Did ever do anything like that in this community? So.
And may I point out,
start composing an explicit letter to send
may
Annabelle.
I point out the other day when Ocean, sorry, I nearly called you by your real name then. May I point out the other day when Steve was getting hammered by Hillary for being a predator and a sexual deviant, I was right in there defending Steve. So it's not like I'm some kind of feminist fuckwit going around saying, oh, all the men are chasing me and I'm just so disgusted by it. That's not how it works. I'm just saying that this particular incident was blown out of proportion. And you know why? Because of that piece of shit in this hangout who stirred it up and stirred it up and stirred it up and loved every minute of it and still is dining out on it. That's what he's doing.
It seems like it's been going on for a while. How long ago was this?
It was a long time ago.
About the summertime.
Yeah. By the way, how curiosity, how far away do you guys live from each other?
He lives about 250 miles from me.
Oh my God. Jesus.
I think the words in his email were, when I'm down there next, how about we go out for a drink? And you're right. It was completely ambiguous at that point. Absolutely. I didn't take much notice of it. I gently said no, thanks. But I mean, I'd no interest in meeting with him. And then suddenly it just turned into the biggest shit show on Nadia's for a good, I don't know, 3 weeks because of Simon. Basically, he inserted himself into it, yelled and screamed at me and told me that I'm a bitch and I'm a liar. Heretic has asked him over and over again to stop bringing it up, but as he's just pointed out earlier, he's got no intention of doing that. He doesn't care that Heretic wants him to stop talking about it.
Okay.
Well, Simon, I got to tell you, I mean, she makes a very cogent argument here. I mean,
does she? Well, what's her argument?
Well, her argument.
You've not heard of mine, Steve.
Her argument is that I mean, this was a personal thing between her and Heretic that you tried to blow out of proportion.
It was a personal thing, so she keep bringing it up.
No, I didn't keep bringing it up.
Wait a second, Annabelle. Who was the one that originally? All right. So Annabelle,
people don't bring up their own.
How long have I been quiet for? How long have I been quiet for, Steve?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Who's the one that brought up that Heretic apparently asked you out then? And I'm not making this up, Annabelle. Why would I just make this up from someone I don't know? I don't know. I don't know who Heretic is.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I don't know.
It's like dealing with a 2-year-old.
I've got no friendship or anything like that with Heretic. He's not a buddy of mine.
Just makes shit up and then expects me to acknowledge that I agree with what he says.
This became from me seeing all these nasty things you were saying about Heretic, and then when Heretic comes on to
nasty about me,
when Heretic comes on to try and respond and make an argument, you don't let him. You do what you always do and cry and complain and pull the sexist feminist card and go
wait. Come on. Of all things, Annabelle's not a feminist. Seriously, come on.
Okay. Well, okay.
Because apparently, if you defend yourself against somebody who's a bit creepy and has been sniffing around you, and you've turned them down, and then they've turned into an asshole, that makes you a third-rate feminist.
Why is he? Okay. Do you know, I'm not even going to argue with you anymore.
Yeah, you sit down and be quiet because you've made a fool of yourself.
I'm not going to be quiet. I'm not going to sit down.
No, of course you're not. You're not capable of being
I'm just not
quiet.
going to
That
talk
mouse
to
just
you
keeps
anymore.
moving. That mouse just keeps producing bullshit.
What I'm going to do, I'm not going to ignore you. I'm not going to block you. I'm just going to ignore.
I don't care what you do.
I'm just not going to listen
You know
to
what?
you. Okay?
You've been gone for months because you got driven out because everyone was sick of you. Now you've come back and you're within literally 5 minutes you've been back. You're stirring
I've
shit
been
up
gone for months because unfortunately I've got other things to do rather than sit on the internet.
Yeah, of course I have, love. Yeah, you're a real busy bee.
Oh, okay.
You used to spend 24/7 on Hangouts, and eventually people were just saying, "Enough! You're an idiot," and everybody was saying, not just me, everybody.
Like who?
And as Steve pointed
Like
out,
who?
he's watched you go into
like
Hangouts and
BP?
create a shitstorm over and over again, and you denied it.
You mean like
denied
BP?
it.
Like who?
Who?
You know BP, the guy you gave money.
BP.
Yeah.
You mean Mark?
Yeah,
What's
Mark.
he got to do with this?
Yeah, what does BP? What does boil piss up to then?
You see what I mean,
No,
sir?
I'm not even going to get into it anymore.
No, but you see, this is what he does.
I've had the same shit argument with Annabelle over and over and over and again.
He then brings somebody else into the argument. He inserts himself into discussion, and then
Steve, you asked me a simple question, Steve. Why I don't get on with Annabelle? I don't know how else to explain it to you.
Well, I don't expect everyone to get on with me. Of course, people don't get on with me. There's a lot of people in this environment that don't like people like me. I'm very well aware of that. I don't expect it. I don't want it. I don't want everybody. I don't want to be everyone's friend. In fact, I've got very few people in this community. 2 of them happen to be in this hangout at the moment who I consider actual friends because I've known them for a long time and had personal conversations with them. 2 men, by the way. One of which apparently is a sexual predator on the internet.
Yeah, apparently
but
so,
I have
right?
really good relationships with men in this community. The people I don't have good relationships with are people who lie and who create shit because I have their butler, which is let's be honest, Simon, it's why you don't like me. As you said at the beginning, you used to get on with me. You used to get on with me. And do you know why you don't? Because I, like a lot of other people, realize what a shit stirring little fuckwit you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I still don't know what your major beef with Annabelle.
Yeah,
I really don't.
I don't know how else to explain it to you.
I get along with you just fine. I try to get along with everybody, and I'm not trying to like be some kind of like peacemaker here, but I don't know, why you really have this animosity towards Annabelle that you actually have.
Because he got involved in a situation that was nothing to do with him, and he got railed over the coals for it by several other people. And Heretic has even asked him to stop, and he can't do it. He has this inability to be told that perhaps it might be time to shut the fuck.
You know why people have wanted me to stop talking about this, Annabelle? It's because you enjoy it. You enjoy getting talked about like this.
I don't think Annabelle enjoys this. I really don't. I know Annabelle pretty well.
Absolutely. I don't appreciate little nobodies sitting in their basements or their mother's bedroom in some hovel in Scotland ranting on about a woman, a middle-aged woman, and about apparently the fact that she's accusing other people.
I don't know who you think I am, Annabelle, but I think you're confused.
Well, I just think I've just given you a list.
All right. Okay. What's your list? I stay with my. I stay in a basement with my. No, I don't stay with my mom.
Oh, I don't know. You're just a pointless human being as far as I'm concerned.
Jobless.
A typical basement troll, I think, is the image that I'm trying to portray.
I stay in a hovel. I actually stay in the middle of the city centre on a really nice property.
Oh, yeah, push too.
I can get my webcam on as well right now if you want. I can show you my window.
In your bedroom, yeah, like you usually do.
No,
what do you mean in my bedroom? Well, yeah, that's where my computer is.
Feedback from my audience. We're going to move on a little bit because I'm suffering from Simon. I do. I don't see your.
That's because I'm a respectable guy, Steve.
Simon, of course, I like you, man. I mean, just because Annabelle doesn't like you doesn't mean I can't. I mean, she's not my master. I just happen to understand Annabelle's position after like talking to her for a long time. And I don't find the fault with her that other people do, but it doesn't mean I don't think that you're wrong. I'm not saying that.
Steve, I'm not going to bring up things about Annabelle that I've came to learn from going down this horrible trail.
Come on, I mean,
and this is what I'm not going to go down. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to go down the cesspool of the whole Sugar Brigade and fucking Gus and all the rest of that shit.
I know it.
I'm not going to go down
as
that.
You do, Simon. Come on.
Yeah, seriously. I'm not going to go down that road. But when I'm getting personally attacked for fucking having epilepsy and being made out to be some sort of fat fucking basement troll, I don't know where you're getting this from.
No, I don't think you're a troll. No. I mean, I actually like you, Simon, and she doesn't have to like you. The fact that I do, but
I genuinely.
He's not going to shut up now. I'm just warning you. Just a warning. This is going to go on for about half an hour of him dribbling on about.
The only person I think that has.
Nevin, I invited you in here, but Nevin, you left when you came in here. By the way, Nevin came in and she left. So.
All right.
Fuck Nevin.
The only
I'm kidding, Nevin, I love you.
The only person I think that has an issue with me is Annabelle. I don't know who else. Maybe BP because that is Annabelle in a sense. But,
see, there you go. What I mean, again, and then he's insulted you, Ocean, and Mark now, and he's
I bring up Mark,
even the intelligence of a fucking gnat. Never mind the intelligence of you three. It's hilarious.
I mean, honestly, seriously. I mean, I don't defend.
I don't
Annabelle. Because Annabelle could defend herself. I mean, but there are times I do side with her.
You know what? This is what
I bring up BP because
I'd like to say something, please.
I bring up BP.
I would like to say something. Simon's been whittering on for another 10 minutes.
I bring up BP.
Please, can I say something, Simon? Steve, can I please say something?
I bring up BP.
Can I please say something?
I bring up BP.
I warned you that he won't stop. I mean, this is what gets on my nerves. I haven't even been on for 4 days, and I didn't realize you had a hangout, and then I noticed that you did, so I thought I'd come in and listen, and then I heard his voice, and yes, I did make a comment. I don't deny it, but then I didn't expect this little shit stain to bring up this old business that has been, put to bed from months back. Yet in the live chat, it's all my fault.
Yeah, someone asked me about it, Annabelle. I'm not going to deny it.
Yeah, but you didn't have to go into the detail about. You didn't have to go into what the heretic situation and then lie blatantly that I've accused him of stalking me.
You did.
I never said he was stalking
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Here we go again. You're just lying.
Yes, moving on from the both of you. Live feed must move on, and somebody asked a question. I don't know what the hell it was. Anyways, I'll have to find it. Nevin, you left and you came back. To the live feed, but you didn't come to the hangout. So Nevin, please join us. Alexander, come join us to give you a summary of the hangout. What we were originally talking about. Antonio has 39 votes, and TrueEmpricism has 57. So, but yeah, I really don't want to go on.
I'm going to leave now, Steve, because I did just come in to defend myself because I don't appreciate people lying about me. I'll talk to that.
No worries. I mean, Annabelle, you
know what? There's only 2 people that actually matter to me.
You've managed to accomplish nothing, Annabelle. You said I've lied. You've not pointed.
You ever shut the fuck up?
Yeah,
you ever
talked a hell of a lot more than me, Annabelle.
Yeah, as Steve pointed out, I haven't actually. But you don't like being criticised. You can't be told.
If Steve wants to point that out, he can point it out incorrectly.
Stirring shit. Yeah. You're actually you don't offer anything except shit stirring. That's all you ever do.
What have you done when you've come in here? You came in here with a shit stirring.
Oh my God, Simon, stop! Let it go, man.
I should just. This is what I always do, Steve. I always just let it go.
The main issue is just don't talk about the heretic thing. Just don't talk about the heretic
thing. I was asked about it. Anyway. I was asked why do I have an issue with Annabelle, and I told him.
Is it still an issue? Well, yeah, like, if it's been clarified to you this many times.
You did explain.
But Steve, I'm trying to put it into this. All right. So if it's been clarified to you numerous times by Annabelle, why do you keep harping about it without the corrections she's given you?
What corrections?
Like, from my understanding of this conversation, Heretic wants you to stop talking about it. Annabelle wants you to stop talking about it, and you could have given the answer.
No, Heretic hasn't said
issue. Second, it seems to be that the story that you're telling is a misconception about the actual story.
All right. Okay.
So why?
Well, when I speak to Heretic about it, it's not a case of stop talking about it. It's a case like there's no point in talking about it, which I sort of agree. If someone's asked me why I dislike Annabelle, and I'm giving you one reason why I dislike Annabelle, I can go on for fucking days, all right? But I said there's no point. she's just an unlikable person, and then that's the end of it.
I like Annabelle. I mean, I don't want to like about it all.
Like I said, I was just about to
And I'm
wrap
not
up.
clear bullshit. If I didn't like Annabelle, I'd be the first person to say I don't like her. I'm not.
There you go.
No, you're just
Some
a weak
people
man.
like me, I'm honest.
A weak man. You're frightened of me. That's according to Simon. Same
Oh,
with
you
you,
scared the
Ocean.
shit out of me. I'm not gonna
Terribly
lie.
Terribly weak men. Terribly weak.
Well, I'm a weak man. You scare the shit out of me, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, I still like you.
I can't remember the last time we had a conversation where you didn't put me straight if you felt that I was wrong, including the last one we had privately.
True. Yeah. I thank you for that. I mean, as much as I respect you and I like you, I mean, if I think you're wrong.
The last thing I wrote, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. Now, I did come in here all guns blazing because I wasn't expecting him to be in here, firstly, and B, for the conversation to be how
What do you mean you weren't expecting me to be in here? You commented in the live chat that I was in here.
You very rarely do come in here.
I'll try and explain to the more intelligent in the room. I wasn't expecting to see this individual because he hasn't been around for a few months. So it was a bit of a shock to see him. And of course, my name being mentioned. Now, that was partly my fault, and I'm putting my hands up and acknowledging that, okay? I'm not going to say that I didn't make a comment, but I didn't come in the hangout. I wasn't intending to come in the hangout. And I certainly wasn't intending in bringing up this old history. So anyway, that being said, I am actually going to leave because clearly.
Fair enough. Thank you, Annabelle.
Listen, I was just coming in to defend myself, and I knew damn well it was going to turn into a shit show because that's what always happens when I'm in the same room as Simon. But I will.
It happens when you're in the same room as anyone. To be honest.
No, that's not true.
If you want to keep making up, lies,
Yeah,
then
that's
you
not
can,
true.
sweetie. If it makes you feel really special to say things that you know aren't true,
Can we end
you know
this?
damn well I've got lots of friends around here. So Ocean and Steve, the channel owner, being two of them, then you keep lying if that makes you feel good.
Didn't you say you were going to leave?
See, there you go.
Come on.
Can you just hurry up and leave?
Hey, no, listen, Steve, it's fine. Do you honestly think this little nobody really bothers me? What I
No,
don't.
but it's just
No,
not
but what I
necessary.
don't. The only thing I don't appreciate is the lies, and I've cleared that up. And like you said, you're more inclined to
You've not
believe me
cleared
than
up that I
Simon.
was lying because I wasn't lying.
You're more inclined to believe me. You're more inclined to believe me than Simon, so that's good. My job here is done. Thank you.
If you're more inclined to believe Annabelle than me, I feel sorry for you.
Well, it's I mean, I'm pretty objective. You know that, Simon. I'm not one of those people that pull my punches. Okay, I mean, I say things the way they are. I've actually gotten to know Annabelle well enough to I see the shit levied against her that I think is completely unjustified by all aspects. And I love Sugar too. I mean, what shit? Whole drama. I love Sugar. I think the world of Sugar.
Yeah, what shit then is unjustified that gets levied against this poor Annabelle?
Well, you kind of showed it earlier. I mean, that you were bringing up all this heretic stuff that what relevancy that have on anything. I mean,
you asked me what problem I have with Annabelle, and I brought up, and this came across from her making these accusations because Heretic wasn't even in the room when she was making these accusations against Heretic. Heretic didn't bring any of this up. I don't know what was happening in the comment section. You're right. I don't know if he was making these snide comments or not. I don't fucking read the comments all the time.
Yeah, I don't think he was even accusing her of ever saying that she was stalking him and shit. But speaking of moving on, I mean, this is kind of like move on a little bit. I mean,
no, I didn't say that Annabelle was saying.
Steve wants to change the subject.
Yeah, I want to change the subject. I got Nevin in here.
Let's
Fuck you,
fucking
Simon.
change the subject. Jesus Christ.
Can I say hi to Nevin because she's popped in here before and she left.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Nevin. Not seen you in a while.
Hello, Simon. You shit.
Hello, Nevin. We all love Nevin.
You shit disturber, Simon.
Yeah.
He is. You've not trained him properly, Nevin.
What Illuminati symbol is this that you've got going on, Nevin?
It's about hashtag Pizzagate. Don't get me started unless you really want to
get started.
Nevin. Just don't.
What is Pizzagate?
I've not heard of Pizzagate.
Is started from the WikiLeaks release the pedestrian emails And 4chan discovered that there was all these really, really odd cryptic sort of messages.
Nevin, come on. Don't. You're not buying into this stuff, are you, Nevin?
No, they make absolutely zero sense in the context, like if you're just taking them literally, right? And so the FBI has a list of words that is used between pedophiles. And it's like an FBI list, which includes things like pizza, walnut.
And cheese. And yeah, but
there's all these different things. So
do you buy into this
there's emails between like the Podestas and other people of them saying, hi, you guys are all invited to the pizza party. We only have one slice of pizza though, so you guys are gonna have to fight about it. There's another one about like, Mr. Podesta, you left a what was it, a pizza inspired, or it's like a napkin that has something to do with pizza at our house. Would you like us to, like, I don't know, it's like really fucking weird. And then there's just this, it's a whole, look it up.
No, but do you really think these people are big, are some kind of big conspiracy?
Well, have you actually seen the photo of, okay, you know, like the Madeleine McCann? She went missing in some tropical island a few years ago. Her parents were like British. It was like a really, really high profile missing case.
Vaguely.
So if you look at the photos.
Is that the one that they had pictures in the hotel room and in the foyer?
I don't believe so. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll show you what the.
But I mean, do you think this? I mean, do you think this is actually a pedophilia ring?
I think it's very, very, very possible. Last time that there's recently a pedophile bust of like 90 different people that were caught sharing like child porn and stuff, and an astounding number of them were either high profile sort of people or were people who were teachers or nurses, like school teachers. So.
Yeah, it was Canada. There was like 400 people, and that was in Canada, though.
Yeah, so if these people, I just don't. Please try to explain
you're
those
Canadian.
other emails to me
You're
then,
Canadian.
because it makes no sense. And what I think is the most damning thing is that in the WikiLeaks case, the Podesta emails started on like May 3rd, and before that, Podesta had wiped his entire email, and this Madeleine McCann girl went missing on the same day that he deleted his entire thing. But here, I'll just put the link because I can't actually share it. But
do you think it is possible though that 4chan got a hold of this and kind of
check out. No.
You don't think they blew it out of proportion? Really?
No, absolutely not. Check out that thing I just linked. And Steve, if you could link it in the side. Now tell me.
It is in the side. Oh, you mean in the like feed?
Okay, so that's the
like
suspect sketch, right, of the people who abducted this girl, and that's what fucking John Podesta and his brother look like. Now. Is that not like?
I can't link in the live feed because it's too
Holy
big.
Fuck, that's amazing.
No, it's astounding. It actually it gave me the goosebumps when I saw it. Like, and I went to look just to make sure I wasn't getting like fucked with, and I actually like did a per date search, and actually like those are the actual like police sketches, and so it's not just something that they made up, right? That's the actual.
I won't even deny that the actual police sketches is just that I don't see any meat here. I think this is a bunch of people from 4chan trolling people to the point of getting them, like.
It's not. No, it's not.
I'm sorry. I don't see.
Well, have you looked into the actual evidence yourself, though?
Well, I've looked into it. Like anybody else.
Okay. Well, so you know about like the guy who owns Comet Pizza and Ping Pong, right?
Yeah, what the hell is his name? It's just an A. God damn it.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. What about him? Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just wondering, like, how much you actually looked into him, because
we looked at.
You've seen his like Instagram posts and everything.
There's been things you can draw an inference from, but do I actually think that he's involved in some kind of major Clinton, but like DNC fucking child pedophilia ring? No, I don't see it.
You don't see it? Well, maybe that's because you haven't looked hard enough.
Possibly, but I mean, Agarve, yeah, Agarve, I think that's pronounced his name.
No, that's not what it is. It's James. It's some French name, but yeah. It's very deep. It's like, it's not something that sounds ridiculous. Right. It sounds fucking ridiculous if I try to explain it in 5 minutes, because it's honestly so hugely layered. But But all the
So
evidence.
you do think though there's some kind of pedophilia going on in the pizzeria? You do think that?
I think that's
Comet?
very likely. Yeah, it's very
Really?
likely. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't think I buy
you
into
know that
it.
like before this all came out, Comet Pizza plus the place that they own next door, that same guy owns 2 places. Both of them had their logo, and you can look it up on Google Maps because they still have the.
There's a half moon that's similar, but
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Both of their logos, the half moon was just like in the logo, but both of their main logos were again main pedophile symbols, and they're like by the FBI. You can look it up, FBI pedophile symbology, and there's only a few. It's like a triangle that's sort of like in a spiral. That was one of the
right, but the blue triangle is different from the triangle on the pizzeria. It wasn't in the same direction. It wasn't blue.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
The blue triangle that symbolized pedophilia, whatever it actually meant, was not the same that you found on the pizzeria. I think when you talk about symbology, you can read anything you want because there's only a certain amount of symbols to go around, and if you look hard enough, you're going to find some kind of relationship between symbology if you want to read it into. That's how the Vigilant Christian made his channel, right?
Yeah, no, I understand
Monster,
that.
666.
That's
Come on,
not.
really?
But what are the But what are the chances? I'm not. I understand the Vigilant Christian's a fucking idiot, and I used to be into. Okay, here I'll post it. So this, yeah. So it's the blue triangle spiral thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is a logo that means boy love.
Right.
Lover, and it's literally it's a different color, but that's about it.
And it's not even the same.
Yeah, it is. Here, I'll
no,
post.
it's really not.
Yeah, it is. Here, look. There's the. There it is. Just one second. It's just turned on its side. So, what are the chances that both of these businesses, owned by the same guy, who's a donator to the Clinton Foundation, and they have a lot of their like parties and fundraisers there, who also posts very, very, very questionable photos of children on his Instagram.
Podesta has some questionable art.
No, I'm not just talking. Well, Podesta does, and his brother does as well. He has like a sculpture that's an exact like life-size replica of the way that Jeffrey Dahmer placed one of his victims.
Yeah, you show the symbolism, and I see it, but the logo again is not.
He has a what? With a what? What?
John Podesta's brother has a life-size sculpture of. It's identical to the way that Jeffrey Dahmer placed one of his headless victims, like lying down with his back completely arched. Yeah, and he has the sculpture. And then Podesta, in his office at the DNC, has an oil painting of human cannibalization.
I mean, God damn. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't see any of this. I really don't. I'm me. Come on, never. I'm an objective person, but I'm no big fan of the DNC, and I'm no big fan of Hillary. But I don't see any of this being anything more than 4chan going. Oh, look, let's see what any kind of parallelism we can find and make.
Yeah, but you do realize in some aspects, like 4chan is a little bit more like anonymous than 4chan used to be like 4chan these days.
Sure. Oh, yes. I no doubt. Yes, absolutely.
Well, so if it was something, this is just a big misunderstanding, which I honestly don't think is the case, and I've researched this for many, many hours. Then
you're an expert. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just saying.
Never enough time. You know I love you, girl.
And when I first heard about it, I wanted to like disprove it and say, well, that's just bullshit. But the more I researched it, the more I realized, well, this actually looks like it has some meat to it. And if it was something, so if it was just this big misunderstanding or whatever, then they should just comment and say, well, this is what this was about. This is what this was about. But they've been like radio silent on the entire thing.
Well, don't you think
if you comment,
it would be more huger than it is? I mean, I think that this is one of those instances where people wanted to play to a appeal to emotion, and they found a hot button that we all have a hot button for. I mean, I don't think anybody that I know would agree with pedophilia. I don't think anybody who ever wants to come in here would want to argue for pedophilia. If you want to give it a shot, give it your best. You're going to fucking lose. Yeah. Okay, but I don't think anybody that I know would ever argue there's a case to be made for pedophilia. And I think that what 4chan did was they took that basal instinct that most of us have that find the concept to be reprehensible, and they tried to use as a weapon against the liberal left.
Well,
Yeah,
I just want to point out Nevin's argument for like them not commenting on it. Like, this is the first time I've heard of Pizzagate. By commenting on something like that, it brings attention to
Well, they
something.
did comment about it. The owners did have commented. They're like, "What the fuck is going on here?" We
Well,
have
no, the guy who owns Comet Pizza, he commented after a bunch of people were like doing like a protest outside of his restaurant.
But they have commented. The owners of the pizzeria, the comment, have actually said, this is like some kind of coordinated attack against them, that they have no idea what the hell even came from. I mean, they're kind of like lost in the dark. Why
it came from their fucking pedophile ring.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. Well, and Tom points out the whole spirit cooking thing.
They should explain how those emails, all of these emails that have to do with like.
Well, it started off with the Protestant emails from WikiLeaks of spirit cooking. That's how it all started off.
I know. Well, I know. I'm well aware of that. That's fucked up in itself.
Lady Gaga and she was there, and
yeah, I know.
And I don't think spirit cooking probably meant what it was supposed to mean.
They have
images
images
of bodily fluids.
They have the woman who was the one who does the whole spirit cooking thing, who's said in interviews, like there's pictures, there's photo evidence of this, and like it exists if you look for it. So even if you're just looking at that, these people that surround them are very, very questionable type people. If you just want to look at that, but the Marina Abramovic chick who does the spirit cook, here's
right. Well, do you think that's what it is? Do you think they use like, spiritual bodily fluids to contact these, like demons?
Well, there's images of them doing it where they admit to it just being like a stage
right.
Play thing, right? So even if you're just looking at that, that's fucked up enough in itself. If
Not really. No, there's a lot of things people do. They're staged.
Like,
that people do
human sacrifices and stuff, and like that's
there's people that do think they're staged for attention, right? I mean, Lady Gaga does a lot of things for attention. I don't think she even buys into any of that bullshit.
I didn't say anything about Lady Gaga though.
But she was the one in a photograph standing over a guy in a suit with blood in it for the spirit cooking type thing.
Yeah, yeah. So isn't that a little bit weird? Like I'm considered.
Yeah,
like,
it's weird, but
and,
no, I like weird.
And
weird.
I would never. I've never attended a party that had people playing dead humans on display in a big tub with like the fruit punch dyed red.
I'm not saying that I would do it, but I don't find it to be that kind of strange. I don't know.
Really?
So if Lady Gaga was to do it, and she would make it very public because it would spread.
Well, she was not a picture of it, so I mean, she wasn't like hiding it.
Yeah,
I think a very flamboyant person.
It draws attention and makes headlines.
Yeah.
I think it's all right. You go up. The problem with this is everyone starts going off on tangents when you talk about it. Someone needs to hold a hangout where things are explained from the start. It goes back a long way.
Oh, that could take hours, dude.
Well, there's.
I'm not going to do that, but it goes back a long way relating to John Podesta, who was Bill Clinton's chief of staff, and then Hillary Clinton's campaign manager.
There's a video I just posted about it. It's like an hour and 37 minutes, and it explains it from start to where we are now.
Well, not quite, maybe. But then Podesta and Andrew Breitbart had the thing going on, making accusations about each other or revealing things about each other. So it started off as a political thing. So, of course, as the election was approaching, some people tried to discredit Podesta because they were Trump fans or whatever. What actually happened was John Podesta was a victim of a phishing email, or phishing, whatever you want to call it. And what he did was he inadvertently replied to one of these phishing emails, which gave whoever it was that sent it to him access to his email passwords. That person then was able to download all of his emails and just sent them as a block to WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks, as we know, published shit tons of emails. Once those emails were out there, other people, obviously with probably a political agenda, started to disseminate these emails and look at them. Some people, some from 4chan, some from Reddit, noticed some of the emails didn't seem to make sense and seemed to be hooked up on words like pizza and cheese, etc., which were mentioned an inordinate amount of time throughout these emails. So then other people started to look into the emails and then look at the connections to those emails, one person of which is James Alefantis, the owner of Comet Ping Pong Pizza. Other people were connected, seem to be connected to. One of those is Marina Abramovic, who is the performance artist that is involved in her performance art is related to satanic ritual worship, stroke, sacrifices, etc., etc. So she's a performance artist. Okay. Other people seem to be connected with various artists who the Podesta brothers have bought art from. So people started to build this. Well, who's this person? And then they looked at that person's social media, then found a load of Instagram photos from James Alefantis, the owner of Comet Ping Pong, and noticed some strange things related to children. And again, noticed these mentions of things like pizza, etc., etc., which you would think as an owner of a pizzeria would be fairly fine. But the problem is a lot of the context of the emails that mention these things didn't seem to fit. And so people started to think, well, perhaps it's a code. And there is such a thing as a paedophile code. There has been for many decades.
Yeah.
And you only got to look at Urban Dictionary to see that cheese pizza is a relation in. Bear with me a second, I'll find it.
What's on the FBI?
CP.
Hang on one second. But Mark, one of the emails I found.
You got to go off on a tangent, but let me finish.
Well, go ahead.
May I interject?
Well, no, go ahead. Let him finish.
Because this is why things get confused.
Let Mark finish.
This is why things get confused, because people bring up, well, I saw this email, which is probably halfway down the timeline. Then people go off on a tangent about that, and you never get to understand.
Well, go ahead and finish. I do want to bring up this one email that I remember that I just found.
Okay.
Again, so.
But cheese pizza.
Please, can I have 5 seconds? 5 seconds.
Go ahead. 5 seconds.
Thank you. Mark, your voice is soothing as hell. I feel like I'm listening to NPR, and it's 3:30 a.m., and so I'm going to fall
Yes,
asleep.
we all love Mark's voice.
Simon,
Right, so-
I got your back, bro. Steve, stay golden. I'm going to sleep.
I'll sleep to Mark's voice many times.
Yeah,
Good night, everybody.
I put many people to sleep.
I'm
Yeah,
out.
if you look at Urban
Good night.
Dictionary, Urban Dictionary, cheese pizza, or CP for short, is also a code for child pornography, CP. That's, you can look at Urban Dictionary for that. So cheese pizza is related to child pornography. So therefore, knowing some of these codes, people started to disseminate these emails and then applied the codes and then thought, well, now, if you apply the code, it seems to make more sense. And it looks as if there may be some pedophile link here. So people start to dig more and more and more. Obviously, there are some links that are so fantastically ridiculous as to not pay attention to. The idea that, you know, Obama eats babies or Obama kills children, these sorts of things. But there are, when you link all these things together, the circumstantial evidence points to something that's
Mark,
not
let me ask
right.
you,
that need-
All right, Mark, let me ask you. One of the emails.
He's almost done, dude.
Well, he did finish. He
No, he didn't finish.
So if you look at all these things in that same context, one little email, one little bit of code applied to it does tend to, and then you start. If you look at all the people that commented on Jimmy Comet's Instagram with the pictures of children taped up, then you start seeing the artwork he's interested in. Someone found a tenuous link to James A. Alefantis, almost an anagram of J'aime les enfants, which is French for I love children. Alefantis even posted a photograph of someone wearing a t-shirt that said I heart. No, it's not him. It's not him. He took the photograph. No, it's not. Go do some research. It's not him. He took the photograph of a man wearing a t-shirt saying I heart children. Okay, so all these things together, and also, and this is the really silly one, is where Comet Ping Pong's tagline is play, eat, drink. Now that's, you think, well, what's wrong with that? Until you take the first 3 letters of those words, which is PED. And you'd think for a pizzeria, I know it's silly, this is very stupid, but it's another thing. You'd think being a pizzeria, the tag would be more about eating and drinking and then playing, because it's primarily a pizzeria. So, but there's another little stupid little thing that people have picked up on. Is it stuff that's being put in plain sight? Are these people being brazen and boasting about their hobbies? I don't know. Then you've got Podesta's brother, who has a sculpture made, which is almost exactly the same as a photograph of Jeffrey Dahmer's victim where he cut his head off. Almost.
All right, let me ask you about this email though, real quick. Yeah, sure. Mark, the email I'm reading is from it's to Adler Foundation org from Podesta, and it says, "Miss you, Herb. Happy holidays. See you in 2016." Mary and John, I think you should give notice when changing strategies which have been long in place. I immediately realized something was different by the shape of the box when I contemplated who would be sending me something in the square-shaped box. Lo and behold, instead of pasta and wonderful sauces, it was a lovely, tempting assortment of cheeses. Yummy. I am awaiting the return of my children and grandchildren from the holiday travels so they can demolish them. Thank you so much. I hope you and your gang well. I miss you both, Herb. Why would he say I'm awaiting the return of my children and grandchildren from the holiday travels so they can demolish them when the box that he received had a assortment of cheeses?
Well, so he's waiting for his kids to go back so they can all share the cheese. I mean, some of the emails are obviously going to be genuine and nothing to worry about.
I'm awaiting my return of the children so they can demolish them. Why would he say that his children could demolish the cheese, or the cheese is euphemism or some kind of
only in certain emails, Steve? It doesn't mean every email that mentions cheese is relating to pedophilia. You've got to disseminate. This is what people did when they started looking at the emails, is they took the ones that didn't make any grammatical or contextual sense and then thought, well, this one makes sense. This one, why would you? One of which was sent to him saying, did you leave a handkerchief here? It's got a map that seems to be pizza related on it. If you look at handkerchief code, which was originally for gays and lesbians, there is a code relating to colors of handkerchiefs.
I think Jade actually said that it wasn't true.
No, Jade said it was related to homosexuals and lesbians, which it was originally.
Never utilized, really.
Well, yes. Well, I don't know. I don't know every homosexual or lesbian in the world or the country, let alone my own village. So yeah. So there are things like codes for pedophilia. There have been codes for various things in relation to sexuality for decades. Simply think, even when I was a teenager in the 80s, well, teenager, late teens, if you wore an earring in one ear, it was to signify that you were gay. If you wore your keys on one side of your belt buckle, it was to signify you were gay, or depending on how many keys and all sorts of other, because in those days people weren't so upfront about their sexual preferences, so they devised codes to let other people that may have those preferences in certain clubs and bars, they could look at that person and know without asking and making it obvious. These things have been going on for decades. The FBI have got details of images, symbols, codes. So they do exist. And when you look at the emails that don't make grammatical or contextual sense, that's where people have applied these codes. And then when they've looked further into things, they found other things that are linked to all these people, 2 or 3 of them, with some very disturbing photographs, disturbing artwork.
But do you really think that there's something to this, Mark? I mean, do you really think that these people are engaged in this kind of behavior, or do you just think it's
yeah, so John Podesta happens to be the I mean, obviously the whole thing started as a political thing to discredit them, and then other things were found. So when you look at the Jimmy Savile case in the UK, for instance, this was a man that was elevated in the entertainment world as the top. He was the top, entertainment guy there was at the time. He was a DJ. He had his own TV shows. He did a lot for charity. He did runs for charity in a gold lame tracksuit. He was very, larger than life character. Everyone loved him. He had a show called Jim Will Fix It, where children would write in and say what their dream was. I want to meet this film star or the sports star, and he would fix it. So they would come on the show, and lo and behold, their favorite sports star would appear, and they get an autograph and a kiss or whatever. And then he put a Jim Will Fix It badge around them saying, Jim fixed it for me. This went on for years. He used to raise money for all sorts of things, children's hospitals he was connected with. There were lots of rumors back then. No evidence. No one came forward. Rumors that he shouldn't be around children, or vulnerable adults even, or adults with mental health issues. He was literally given the keys to hospitals and morgues. He had his own keys in his own apartments, or he parked a caravan on the premises that gave him access to whatever he wanted. It turns out when he died, all of it was true. All of it, even more. He was an absolute horrific monster of a paedophile, molester, rapist. He used to rape dead bodies. And he would procure children and these things for other celebrities and friends.
Right. Nobody says these things don't happen, Mark.
No, you asked me, well, you just asked me, are you really sure these things can be carried out by these people in these elevated positions. And I'm sure that's what you asked me.
No, that's not what I asked you, Mark. I'm perfectly aware that these things do happen and have happened in the past. I'm perfectly content to say that things happen in the Canadian government and in other places. What I'm asking you is, what evidence really is to support that happened in this particular case? I mean, you can't apply what has happened prior to something else. I mean, do you?
No,
really
I'm not, Steve. I think you're misunderstanding. What I'm saying is, just because there are people in high places with power or money or wealth or position doesn't mean that they're exempt from doing
Nobody's
these
saying this. I'm saying in this particular case, do you think there's something to it?
I think there's something to one or two or three people that perhaps the authorities need to look into. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute they are guilty. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that Hillary Clinton turns up at these parties, which these other people apparently, when you link them all, have all been to. They've all attended the same things. They've all been to the same parties and have got connections to each other. It's not some mass coincidence that Podesta buys art from the people that are connected to Abramovich. This guy has got pictures hanging up of children.
Okay, so you think Podesta, you think he's a child molester? Then, what you're basically saying?
I think Podesta, at the very least, has got a very questionable hobby.
That's not my point. Not questionable. I mean,
questionable. Well, I'm not going to say
child molestation rings.
I can't say.
I think that Marcus will admit that it's not enough to convict, but it is enough to be like, all right, question.
Really?
Sorry. This is the problem, Steve. People are saying you haven't got any evidence to whatever person mentions this stuff, so you're just a conspiracy theorist nutter. And then when they say, do you think someone's guilty? And they say, well, I can't say. Oh, well, there's nothing to it then. I'm not saying there's nothing to it. I'm saying there is something that is clearly
maybe
not
I'm
right.
just not seeing this thing to it. Like I said, I'm willing to take on board evidence, but at the moment, I just don't see a case to be made here.
No one's trying to make a case, Steve. That's well, there are some people, obviously, but then if you're going to say, well, where's the evidence?
By the way,
if I said to you, you said to me, well, evolution's a thing, and I said, well, where's the evidence? Well, this happens and this happens. Well, that's not showing me that something evolves. You see the point? There is evidence. It may be circumstantial. It may be loose at this point or soft, but there is some evidence. It may be bad evidence, but there is evidence. There are things that point to something not being right. Now, I think the authorities should grab this and investigate it properly, and then come out and say, no, nothing to it. We've looked at it, as they did in the case. I don't even know what they would even investigate. I mean, I just don't think there's even enough even to warrant an investigation. How much do you need? If someone, at the very least, if I had a neighbour up the road, and people said he's got these strange paintings in his house of children being tied up and tortured or hung up, and he's got these other photographs of what looks to be the depiction of cannibalism, and there's other pictures of child abuse which is a thing, and a child abuser will place either a handkerchief or a large piece of material underneath the child they're abusing to capture bodily fluids. They then keep that piece of material, or handkerchief if you like, as a memento. That has happened, documented. And this guy's got artwork depicting this in his house. What does that tell you?
Well, I'm not saying that he's not. I'm not saying there's not questionable things.
Right. So if you saw a neighbour with that sort of thing in his house, what would you think? Would you think?
I've seen the pictures. I don't. If I had looked at them and not knowing anything about this stuff, I wouldn't even be remotely close to think they were.
That's not what I asked.
Pedophilic in nature.
Right. Knowing now that what you know about what the pictures depict,
I still don't think they're pedophilic in nature.
What?
Has anyone got the pictures?
Hang on, I'll screen share one for you. Hang on.
And the fact they have red shoes and they have depict,
no, that's not the one. Shoes. That's not the ones.
Maybe I'm not looking at the right ones. I've seen the ones where there's four kids laying, sitting sitting down with red shoes, and there's one with a girl laying down with red shoes. I don't see the.
What would you say the picture on the right is depicting, Steve?
Let me see here. I'm broadcasting it now. I have no idea what the hell that is.
That's a little fucked up.
Yeah, that's pretty.
There is the green figure is obviously an adult. Yes. The red figure is obviously not an adult. Underneath red figure is a white piece of material. Call it a handkerchief if you want. Call it just a blanket, whatever. What do you think that the adult in the green is doing to the non-adult?
Yeah, it looks pretty weird.
Right. Pretty weird.
Giving him an entirely polite and appropriate hug.
So, yeah.
While others watch.
Is this in his house? I don't know. Like,
yes, here's another one. Here's pieces from the woman whose art decorates the Podesta's favorite pizza place. What would you say the top left one is, Steve?
Yeah, that's pretty creepy.
What would you say the top right one is, Steve?
Yeah, pretty creepy.
What would you say it depicts, though?
Yeah, oral sex.
It's a child giving oral sex to a man. I think that's pretty obvious. The bottom right one is very similar to the first one I showed you. The bottom left one looks like a wand of some sort, elevating a small.
Looks like a gun.
Or even a gun.
BDSM.
But yeah, it looks as if you could say that is a child that's been tied to the wall and is being shot or tortured.
Yeah.
This is the artwork that the Podestas have and are fans of, and people are questioning why would this man and his brother have these sorts of, at the very least, there are probably preferences are a bit questionable.
Yeah.
What's the name of the artist?
Like there's liking art, and then there's art in general for the fact that the feeling that it can propose upon other people that see it.
I mean,
maybe they like it because it is so shocking and horrible and horrific.
Right. So when somebody makes something like the feces,
then when you then
Mary or a crucifix in urine, that's not art. I'm sorry, it's not art.
Some of this artwork is in the pizzeria.
And the pizzeria.
Yes.
Yeah, not only that, but it's a pizzeria that has a kids' playroom in the back, and they even had murals. They had murals of similar, very disturbing artwork. And
this is the other artwork. Look at this one here that I'm circling with the cursor. This is a young boy.
Yeah,
this is.
I've seen the one on the bottom.
Office, right?
Yeah, I've seen the one on the bottom. I haven't seen the other ones.
Did you guys already see the sculpture, the Dahmer-related sculpture?
That's what is this?
What about this one, Steve? This one. This is an Instagram post from Jimmy Comet, who's the owner of the pizzeria. Okay, he's posted this on his Instagram. It's been blacked out for obvious reasons, but that image is of a child having their buttocks and genitals pulled apart and exposed. So why would this man be posting stuff like this on his Instagram? And then, of course, you can see the people that have commented. Those people have been looked at, and some of theirs has got weird stuff on. You really nailed this one, is the comment. His comment is sleeping. Jimmy Comet is the guy that owns the pizzeria. So he comments on this photograph, sleeping. Okay, at the very least, that is something I think that needs looking at.
It is strange.
This guy is offering a family environment. Some of the flyers are weird, and they've got things like it for all ages written on them. Some of the flyers are questionable in relation to children.
I can see the fact that this is still.
Mark, is this a legit? Wait, hang on. Is that a legit photograph from a legit?
Yes, this is Jimmy Comet's Instagram. People captured all these images before he shut it down.
Yeah,
why would that picture be on a wall of art anyways, if that has to do with depicting a child?
I think like the full picture is more the art piece, like someone being sleeping to the and not even
wait, how do we know that? How do we know that's a child? If it's depicted
no, hang on, Steve. How do we know it's a child? Because people have seen the original that's not been blacked out, Steve. It's a young child it's a young girl with her pink night dress, as you can see at the top, pulled up to expose her backside. The adult with his hands on the buttocks is opening the child's genitals and backside for people to see. The artwork is the piece as a whole. The colored guy, the guy in the corner sleeping, it's a depiction of people being unaware or asleep to what's going on. And this guy, that's what the artwork is depicting. Jimmy Comet has then found that piece of artwork.
But how would that be art in any kind of museum?
Well, the picture.
They put art in galleries. There are galleries for these sorts of things.
No, I mean really like public art galleries where they would display something despicable as that. Like seriously.
Yes, there are some. There are some that are not necessarily open to the public, but they have you can.
There's some questionable pieces in the. There's like open art galleries, public funded galleries where I'm from. Like have
there are
really
also private art galleries,
yeah,
where people that that like this sort of thing, of that persuasion, are invited to. People have them in their houses. We're talking about people that probably have the room to have these things on display. They invite all their friends to view the private, and they have a party at the same time. Look at the gallery, this, whatever. That happens. It's not a secret.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm looking at the map of the complex that the pizza shop is in, and who owns all the buildings and businesses around it.
Yep.
It's really interesting.
I
This
know.
is not good.
I know.
It's a plaza. It's a plaza, and there is also some small circumstantial evidence where Jimmy Comet or Jimmy James Alefantis detailed to his friends how he was having basements and linked possibly with other tunnels to other businesses within the plaza.
Well, there's photos of them doing work on the basement in there, and there's a construction company right next door to Comet Pizza, and they do construction. If you go to their website, they specifically they specialize in doing underground tunnels and specific work to do with that. And yeah, if you look at the owners of the entire plaza, in fact the entire block, it's all very, very interesting.
Let me ask you this. Hang on, Mark. Let me ask you this. If all this was absolute, it came out to be complete nonsense, how would you go back and look at it and go, okay, how do I explain this away if it was deemed nonsense to begin with?
Well, in my line of work as an investigator, I've looked at lots and lots of, because I saw a lot of it about, and I thought, here we go, another conspiracy theory. Then I kept seeing bits and more pop up on various social media that I'm on. Then I saw some other stuff, and I thought, I wonder if there's anything to this at all. So I looked into it and then gathered more information. I probably watched hundreds of hours of stuff, and I've spoken to other friends or colleagues and relatives that are in the industry, what they think, and they've all said there's certainly something to it. The idea that it goes up as far as the president, I would say no. But I don't know, but I wouldn't say. I would say that there are people that need looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steve, I think Mark kind of answered your question before he went on there, and he said, at the very least, he's got a very, very, very questionable.
I said that too, right? But if you look at this one, this is another post from Jimmy Comet, right? So he posts this just deserted, empty room, right? The comment that he posted to it, it says, "Oh yeah, this looks fun," and someone else says, #kill room. And the guy who posted that, his name is working on my midnight cheese, or working on my night cheese. And he, I believe it's him, specializes, his whole job is making child-sized coffins. And someone else says, just rinse it off when you're done. And then Jimmy Comet posts #murder. And this is all on, this is publicly on his fucking thing. So there's them working on this sort of, this is in
okay. First of all, we do know there's a lot of creepy people out there that say some stupid shit on the internet. Okay, that doesn't mean necessarily they'd actually do this kind of shit.
We're not saying they are, Steve. Why you keep
when
on
the
this?
guy who makes children's coffins' name is working on my midnight cheese on Instagram? Come on.
And this says German baby, $1,200. Do not touch. Jimmy Comet posts way overpriced. When you link all of this stuff together, just like Mark was saying, in fact, I wasn't expecting Mark to, I was expecting him to attempt to dismantle what I was saying, but I'm actually really happy that he has looked into this, because when I first heard about it, I wanted to debunk it. I was like, that's bullshit, right?
Yeah.
But I looked into it, and I've done at least probably 10 hours.
How is it Jared from Subway can get busted, but Jimmy Comet?
I wonder how, because he's made
another guy in
$1,000 donations to the DNC, and they hold fundraisers at his pizza place.
I don't know if anyone knows much about computers. I don't know the in-depth details, but I'm looking at something today where some hackers have got hold of the Comet Pizza website, and they found some encrypted code that shows that there are something like another 1,800 domain behind this. So there's something behind their website.
Yeah, there's a password encrypted, protected part of their website they've been trying to get into for weeks now, and they haven't.
Well, I found something. I'll show you this. This is what's been.
Is this?
Hang on. Oh, this one apparently was an email. I'll show you this one first because I saw this today. Because obviously people are now looking into it, like even anonymous are involved.
Yeah.
So I'll just share this one with you. Right, can you see that? Yeah. This is an email from a guy called B. Coleman who has, I think, either anyway, it's liftlinestrategies.com to John Podesta in 2015. The email says, after thinking about what you said, I'm definitely on board. If you have to have that type of insurance, then it's a two-way street, and that is an insurance that I'd really love to give you. So you think, okay, they're talking about insurance. Then he says, as for dinner, I'm not particularly fussy about the type of pizza I enjoy, just as long as there's no hair on it. I hate hair on my pizza.
That is kind of creepy.
Yeah.
Who specifically says I don't want hair on my pizza? What? You wouldn't go to fucking Domino's and say, what have you got? I'll have the pepperoni, double pepperoni, hairless, please. Why would you have to specify? And the other one that I mentioned,
just kind of make me sick, man. It's just
yeah, you know, and I want to go on record saying that, you know, I want to go on record saying that, you know, if there's something to this, I would be the first person to say, hey, there was something to it. I'm not discounting.
Well, then why are you poo-pooing even people researching it?
I'm putting up there now. This is something. This is something that's been found.
Mark. No, wait, I want to clarify. Mark, have I ever said this is not something that people cannot look into? I mean, even Mark, when I talked to you privately, I have not said this is something completely stupid. You shouldn't, you know, research. What I said was at the moment,
you thought it was just a load of old trolls and it was nonsense.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm wondering though why you're not encouraging people to look into it though, because even if there's the slightest possibility that there might be something going on with harm to children, I would expect someone who doesn't have a bias in favor of the DNC or Hillary or whatever to advocate people researching it and looking into it.
That's true, but the problem is that when hang on, let me finish.
This what I'm showing now may change your mind.
I'll look in a second. One second, Mark. But if every time there's an accusation of something and people went off the deep end, then innocent people would be unfairly punished. Okay. And that's the point that I want to make, that if this was something that is something to be evaluated, then yes, it should be. But to say that something like this is evaluated to the point where Hillary Clinton is involved in some kind of sex scandal, child pornography or child whatever it is, I don't see the correlation there.
But we're not saying that, Steve. No one's saying it's all about Hillary Clinton. You've got to drop this. It's all about Hillary nonsense. It's not. It's about people that are connected to her that have been shown to have some questionable.
And that's fair enough. And I told you, Mark, I would look at the evidence objectively, did I not?
Right. Okay. I'm giving you some now. This one here, right. This has been found by hackers that have gone into the background of the Comet Ping Pong Pizza website. And you can see on the right there, someone was saying we need, to expose this with legit material. So then what the other person says that as far as you can tell, it is legit. So it says, for the newcomers, spelled CUMMERS, last month satisfied customers were raving about our pizza, and we know you will too. Repeat customers know the drill. For newcomers, run the program. It's an app apparently on their website. This is the background to it. The I don't know, the encrypted stuff. It's got this thing that's been found. Right. Newcomers, first run the program given to you by your special friend, and all instructions on how to enjoy this joyous hobby will be easily understandable. But please remember the penalties for breaking the rules, which are also included in the program. Very few have broken the rules, and needless to say, the penalties are harsh. All pricing is included in the app. The app will only run once, and the following requirements must be met. The app is to be run from your own personal computer that only you have access. Your computer must be connected to the internet when run. The app must be run from your home. You must destroy the media on which you receive the app. Remember the password that will activate the app, as there will be no icons on your computer. November specials. This month we have 5 fresh pizzas for your enjoyment. We also have 4 surviving pizzas from last month's session. All are on sale at an extremely low price, as they are in poor health and not expected to survive. So a requirement is that you finish eating your pizza after your session. This month's special includes a 30% discount on severe torture. Each image below is available for $1,000 in fine print. Andrew, whoever that is, also has some prints he would like to sell, so contact him for more info. Brackets, they are true masterpieces. Below is then a pricing guide, 0 to 3, 10, so whether that's pieces of photo or actual photographs or numbers of photographs, including rape, minor torture, severe torture, and finish them, up to $250,000.
Now, where did this come from, Mark?
This is people that have hacked the Comet Ping Pong Pizza website in relation to an app they had on there. They found a lot of encrypted, coded material, which people are now deciphering. They've
How do you know? I mean, my question, and I'm not discounting this, but I'm saying is, how do you know it's hacked and not created?
Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking.
I tried to explain that. Look at Kendall Burton. There's another guy that mentions it's all over Twitter at the moment, and people are obviously questioning. Even someone in this photograph says, or this screenshot I've got, what the fuck is this? Where did you get this? How do you know it's legit? We need to expose it with legit material. That thread then goes on. I mean, you can look it up.
Right, but how do we know how do we know it was not created rather than
the hacker's name is Jonathan, and apparently he was threatened and took down some stuff that he had already posted. But there are further details on Twitter. I'm not saying this is real. I agree with you. Someone could have typed this out easily and said, so someone needs to show how they got to this. But there are 2 videos out there, which I'll put links in the sidebar, showing the person doing the hacking and showing some really relevant, pertinent information that shows.
I've learned from experience, people that a lot of times, with the exception of WikiLeaks, I mean, I do trust WikiLeaks. I think they've been very accurate in their what they've released. But for the most part, whenever I see something like this, I'm sorry, my bullshit hairs go up tremendously.
I just explained to you, Steve, that there are videos showing the person doing the hacking and how he got to that information
in real time.
Yes.
Yeah, even that, I don't know.
So you're not going to. Well, so someone,
I am a skeptic when it comes.
Someone films themselves hacking into a website and showing that there are secret encrypted stuff, and then comes up with that. You're still not going to be convinced. I don't know what is going to convince you.
Well, like I said, I would have to see that. I haven't seen the video, so I can't even make a judgment on it.
Well, as I said, I'll put it in the sidebar for you so you can look at it, and then go and do some more research yourself. This is the problem. I did my bit rather than ask other people how I got it, or I went and looked myself.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I understand that, Mark. I'm not faulting you, but I mean, when people read into things, it's pretty scary. Like, for example, I mean, I look at your icon and go, look, Mark's wearing a red shirt that's a star and looks like a half moon. Therefore, he's a pedophilia. Pedophilia.
No one's saying that, Steve. No one's saying on that one thing that makes me a pedophile. You're still not getting it. It's an accumulation of lots of stuff.
Well, I understand it's accumulation of lots of stuff, but even still, you can build. I mean, Visually Christian makes a building
Dude,
up.
Mark said it was circumstantial from the beginning.
No, I understand. Yes, I do.
But why are you still saying, well, you're accusing him of being a pedophile? I'm not.
It just seems too circumstantial to me.
Too circumstantial. So there's levels of circumstantial now, is there?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, this is all circumstantial to begin with. It's no different than Visually Christian saying, "Oh, look, monster has 666," meaning satanic.
No,
a little different than that.
Different. One is just 666 means something. That's not circumstantial evidence, Steve, at all. We're talking about the Jimmy Savile case. Going back to that,
the evidence. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
All that evidence.
How about this, Mark? Is it possible that there was a small amount? There's a possibility that there was a small amount of this may had a core of truth that was some kind of pedophilic ring of a few people that got.
That's what I've been saying all along.
Got bulldozed into numerous people and outside the parameter of the actual investigatory thing.
Evidence that you've been presented with, Steve, is like maybe not even 30%. Like.
I get that, and that's why I'm curious to what Mark had to say about that one question, though. A small pedophilic ring that maybe got exacerbated to include things like Obama and Clinton, which we both agree is nonsense.
I think no one's saying that there are some.
Well, there's the Haiti thing and
I'm mentioning Obama and mentioning Clinton,
right?
But
even without that, you can take Obama and Hillary out of it completely, right? If that makes you feel better about it.
Yeah. But it is a fact,
But
Steve.
you really,
that John
you really
Podesta
can't.
is a fact, an actual fact that John Podesta was Bill Clinton's chief of staff. It is a fact that John Podesta is Hillary Clinton's campaign.
wow. Sure.
The thing is,
General's on the
this is
archive.
where the levels of skepticism come up, because the majority of this was created around the sort of electoral period.
Right, that's true too. And then you know, why wasn't that before rather than
Yeah,
was it
and you can either say this is because people have been looking.
You're still
for
presenting
things.
bugs, Steve.
Well, you can either say this is because people have been looking into these people because it's coming up to the electoral period, or they're looking for a way of making them look bad by creating material.
Well, yes,
Right.
you're right.
As I said
right at the start, my initial explanation right at the start was the original reason people tried to mess about with John Podesta's email was to discredit him because he was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. That's where it started. So someone's gone, oh, I know what, I'm going to send John Podesta some dodgy emails and fuck up his internet, or give him a virus or whatever. Yeah. Unfortunately, John Podesta answered one of those emails and someone got his passwords. Once they got this password, they downloaded all his emails and sent it off to WikiLeaks. Yeah. And then people started looking at the WikiLeaks emails, and then other people thought, hang on a minute, what's that email about? And what's that email about? That's how it started.
Yeah.
But yes, originally no one originally said John Podesta's a paedophile, we'll try and find out some information. They were doing something else. And then as a consequence of that, they found all this stuff, then started investigating or looking at the other people that were connected to him. And then lo and behold, found out that all these people seem to have a connection. Abramovich, the artists, a couple of the bands has got some woman that did a concert. I think her name's called Heavy Breathing. She actually mentioned, someone in the audience shouts out to her about little children and little boys. And she said, we've all got preferences.
Yeah, there's been numerous like comedy routines that happen at Comet Pizza that were talking, like joking about child pedophilia.
Yeah. So, and ignore the Hillary Clinton bit, ignore the Clinton bit, ignore Obama. These people appear to be connected, and there appears to be another connection with, at the very least, an unhealthy interest in connection with sex and children, and that I think should be investigated.
So
I honestly think this McCann image that I have, if you could share screen that, just so the people on the outside can see, like that made me like stop in my tracks, and that's like you cannot tell me that those images.
Well, originally, the two EFITs were supposed to have been EFITs of the same person. So you know, the police were looking for originally for one man that looked something like those two images.
That's not what because I searched it by date and did it all like before the last like 6 months to make sure I wasn't getting any of this Pizzagate stuff. And it said police are seeking 2 suspects, and those were the images.
Yeah. The other suspect has hang on, let me finish it. Yeah. The other suspect has a different image. There are actually 3 photographs. The other one's not on here. The other one is supposedly supposed to look like Anthony Weiner.
There's multiple police suspects.
That's what I was about to mention.
In the UK, because taxpayers are paying a massive amount of millions to investigate this case when she went missing. The government granted our taxpayers' money to help them.
Oh, and
anyway,
it's really interesting.
Originally, it was supposed to be the one man. Then someone noticed the similarity, that even getting the mole above the eyebrow on the photograph on the top right. Then it turns out that the Podesta brothers are very good friends with Clement Freud. One of their emails in WikiLeaks says, we're going to stay at our friend Clem's. Clem is Clement Freud, a known paedophile in the UK, who has a villa in the same resort as Madeleine McCann went missing. The WikiLeaks emails also confirmed that the Podesta brothers were staying at his villa when she went missing. Clement Freud was out of the country.
The Podesta emails start the day after she went missing. So Podesta had entirely wiped all of his emails out, and that's why they start on May 3rd, 20 whatever year it was.
Yeah.
Justin Potts is in the comments has said New York Times wrote an article debunking this.
No, New York Times. They did write an article about it, but they completely misrepresented the entire circumstantial case. They completely misrepresented it and then debunked the straw man you know, they did not explain all of the evidence. They made it seem like it was about something that it wasn't, and then debunked that. And there you go.
You say they created a straw man version of the situation?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know.
I've not.
I'm still not convinced of any of this, to be honest with you. I still think it's a massive 4chan troll.
It's not a 4chan thing. So there you go again, Steve. I already explained to you right at the start that this wasn't 4chan. This was WikiLeaks, and people from
4chan ran with it, and they made it into something
that wasn't just
larger.
4chan. Just because someone's on 4chan doesn't make them automatically.
I didn't say it
Can I ask Mark?
The problem is,
I didn't imply. Hang on. I didn't imply that it was. Just because you're on 4chan doesn't make it false.
Because it's connected to 4chan, you're dismissing it all.
Yeah, I'm on 4chan. Does that mean everything that I say?
No, hang on. Just because it was 4chan doesn't necessarily mean it's false. What I have said, though, I do think it is false. And I do think that 4chan is the creator of all this. I didn't say that it was necessarily false because it was 4chan.
What are they creating? I explained that at the start. It was people from Reddit.
The thing about that, Steve, is that none of this stuff is like the origin of the content.
Not being created.
Not from 4chan.
I'm sorry.
Right.
I didn't say that was
created. I said 4chan.
And another origin of
Steve,
content
one second.
Hang on, Steve.
One second.
Hang on, Simon.
Dude.
I said right at the start.
Why are you talking over everybody? Fucking Simon, shit.
No, you weren't you were all talking.
I was in the middle of a sentence.
Sorry,
General has been waiting to say something for fucking ages, and you started over talking him when he was wanting to say one thing.
I apologize.
That's what I was wanting to say. Can you just let General speak for a couple of minutes because he's been trying to
I'm taking issue with something that Steve said. Thank you very much.
Well,
I did not say it was false because it was from 4chan.
So, Mark, can you summarize this for me? What's going on here? I'm an Australian, so because I'm looking at the images right now.
I think you might need to go.
Go back and listen to the last hour. But I'd like Ocean if you could talk to Steve about what you were going to say. That would...
Okay, so Steve, the origin of the content that is produced is simply stuff pointing out consistencies and correlations. It is not stuff like 4chan isn't producing any of the content.
I didn't say
it is simply pointing out things that exist in on maps, on emails, and on the FBI code.
Yes.
So if you triangulate these things and you're like, oh, this is really fucking weird. And then pictures of the people at these instances, logos of businesses, and logos of NAMBLA. Like, it's all, none of it, if there was some of this that was made up by 4chan.
I didn't say it was made up.
You would have a point. But none of it is being made up. 4chan and simply lines being drawn, showing all the correlations. Correlation exists.
I am saying 4chan is making it a false correlation.
No,
no,
that's not what I said.
There's no false correlations.
They found
there are a
this
series of correlations that exist that are circumstances.
So let me ask you, Ocean. So wait, Ocean.
An issue.
So a pair of ping pong paddles that are cross-linked is equal to a butterfly cross-linked.
It's close to. So people are saying, well, their logo is similar to. You're just picking on one little thing, taking that away to fit it into
the pizza logo thing was one of the huge convincing things.
Yeah, you're taking the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, Steve. You're taking one piece and then trying to fit it into another jigsaw puzzle, or you're individually looking at individual pieces of the jigsaw puzzle and say that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
throwing it away.
That's not
a bigger picture. No, I'm not at all.
That's exactly what
you can make it. This is no different. Okay, and I'm being honest here. This is no different that I see with a young Earth creationist making a bunch of fucking things put together to say, okay, here's my argument.
That's really insulting.
How many creationists
No, that's really insulting
up on
to
their
me
wall,
and Mark
Steve?
and anyone else who's actually done research. That's fucking insulting as hell to say that we're making the same argument as some young Earth creationists.
I'm only saying you're. I'm not saying you're.
You are, Steve. You're being insulting. You're suggesting that if I want to talk about creationism or evolution, as I said to Fiona the other night, I wouldn't dare say that your experience and work and everything else is just dismissed the way you're dismissing my 30 years experience as an investigator. Okay, I'm not saying this. I'm not going to stick my neck on the block on G+ or anywhere else for some bollocks conspiracy theory. This is more than that. There is something wrong.
And what happens if it's not? What happens if it comes out to be this is completely innocuous?
What does that mean? What happens if it's not?
Well, what happens if it's not?
I think the bigger question is what happens if it is.
What are you looking at, Steve? Steve, are you not looking at the person that owns this pizzeria making comments like kill room, murder? Have you not been paying attention to what people are putting in front of you? I've put video in the side chat that shows someone hacking their
I'm not saying people don't do stupid shit on the internet.
Sorry?
I'm not saying people don't say or do stupid shit on the internet.
No, what we're trying to say to you is this didn't originate with 4chan. It was
I didn't say it did. Did I never say that it did?
You're saying that 4chan made it all up. People
no,
on 4chan.
I did not say that. I've never said that. I said 4chan has taken these things and ran with them to try to find a correlation that may not be there.
This is people from Reddit, from Twitter. It's not just 4chan.
But it started with 4chan to make the correlation.
No, people on Twitter were looking at the same WikiLeaks emails and making the same, coming to some similar conclusions. It was just that some of the stuff, people from 4chan made videos about it. So it didn't just originate from people on 4chan. It was people that use Reddit, that use Twitter, that use Gab, that use Facebook, that use Google.
Let me ask again: if they did a thorough investigation and across the board they said there's absolutely nothing to this, then what?
I don't think that's going to happen. I think there is something to it. Clearly, there is something to it.
You don't think they're going to do a thorough investigation?
They should do, but for some reason they're not at the moment.
I'm looking at the Snopes article on this, which says that it's false.
What about this image that has
hang on, I want to ask a question. Do you think that they will do a thorough investigation?
How do I know?
The thing is, there might be an
investigation. The investigation that they did into Hillary's emails, maybe.
Yeah, they might be under investigation.
Equally, there was supposed to be a satanic cult thing going on in the UK. It's called the Hampstead case. That even the children that were interviewed were believed, and it turns out then that possibly that their parents tortured them and pushed them into making accusations against the father of the children because the mother was having problems with a custody battle, and her new husband actually were the ones, but they were still doing what they accused the other person of doing. But
Can you relink the
at least
video
it was investigated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
At least it was investigated. That's all people are saying. People are sending emails to the FBI and other people.
Do you think it's going to be investigated?
Well, I think it should be. How can I say whether I can't say whether I think it will or not.
It definitely should be, but yeah, that's a weird question to ask. Of course it should be.
I didn't ask whether it should be. I asked, okay, again, I didn't ask if it should be. I asked, do you think it will be?
Well, that's the same.
I think it will be eventually.
Not the same thing. It's two different things.
I think the weight of people asking, and I think even the, what's it called? Was it the comedy show, not the Late Show, the Daily Show, is it?
Yeah.
And they're going to have a guy called David Seaman on, who was a former HuffPost journalist who was booted off. There's a lot of information about this, has been sort of pushing it with various mainstream news.
But the more important question is, if it is investigated, will it be a proper, unbiased investigation? Which I would have to say probably not, considering the players that are involved and the amount of power that they have.
Yeah, that sounds too conspiratorial to me.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, even
that some
hang on, let me finish. Even with the emails, I think there was a proper investigation done with Killer's emails. I think that they made a wrong call.
It's not Hillary's emails. Why are you mentioning
this? Is not those emails.
I didn't say that it was. Okay,
no, he's talking
stop conflating things, people.
Actual investigation into Hillary.
I'm relating a situation of a similar type thing where they did an investigatory process where I think they came to a wrong conclusion. That does not mean that they did not investigate it thoroughly. I think they did investigate Hillary's 3 emails. I think they came with a bad conclusion. That's all. Doesn't mean they didn't investigate it thoroughly. I think they did. I'm not saying that anyway relates to her emails, not all.
Okay, but that's just another example of somebody who's doing something clearly, blatantly illegal, right? And and they're being found, and not only are they investigated once, but twice, and both times they're found innocent of any wrongdoing. So even though they did a thorough investigation, they didn't come to the quote-unquote right conclusion.
Sure.
Why? Most probably because of the power and influence that's involved.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Do you think there's going to be any investigation?
Well, I think there should be. I think there will be eventually, because the weight of, there's another one that's just been uncovered I'm looking at now on a video called Proof of #Pizzagate Code, where they've uncovered another one on which is July 2015. Fresh cheese pizza pictures. We are offering to send fresh brackets not seen on Tor, T-O-R. I presume that's some website.
No, Tor is a browser.
before. Pictures of cheese pizza direct to your email. We will only send to Tor email services.
Tor is a browser that
Tor is the darknet, like the
we will only send Tor
anonymity.
Right, we will only send to Tor email services, SIG8 or Torbox. When we send you the emails, we will include a .onion address that has not been seeded or posted to any Tor hidden service directories. You can sign up at that address to purchase more fresh pictures of cheese pizza, as well as trade your own for Bitcoins.
Yeah, again, that would be very, very hard to discount that it's not dealing with something else, because when you're dealing with Tor browsers and you're dealing with the darknet, yes, that is
But it also goes on. It says choose from the menu and deposit the correct amount into the Bitcoin address. Send an email.
But Mark, nobody's saying these things don't happen. But is that you're saying that that's something you can prove came from the pizzeria?
He hasn't claimed that in a minute.
But that's what I'm asking.
It's getting really frustrating, Steve, because you seem to be using words like prove and such when Mark has said circumstantial over and over and over again.
Okay, but Ocean, you're missing my point. Nobody's questioning there's not this type of language out there. My question is, can you demonstrate that the pizzeria was involved in this?
Given that Podesta has been using emails with that fucking code, Steve. So you're saying on the one hand, no one's saying that sort of code and that sort of language isn't out there. No one's saying that there aren't these people who are rings. And then when there is circumstantial evidence showing that these people are using those very codes, those very terms, that very language in emails that don't make sense other than that context, you're saying, don't believe it.
Because I don't know if they were using it in the code rather than just mean pizza. Because I mean, even in Podesta's email, he said,
you're not going to be able to get the exact intention, Steve. But you can look at the email and be like, I'm even looking at the Snopes article, which is supposed to be debunking this. It doesn't debunk shit. Even at the it starts. This Snopes article is actually a little frustrating to me because I'm looking at it.
Snopes has gone pretty shit lately.
Okay, Steve, tell me that email
the Snopes article. But
the problem is that it's a giant pile of circumstantial evidence that definitely smells bad. That's all that Mark is saying, and you seem to be combating that observation.
Well, only because I've seen circumstantial cases being made of the most ludicrous things. I mean, Visual Christian makes a circumstantial case, and
I agree with circumstantial evidence should not be enough to convict somebody ever. B, there's been plenty of times in which circumstantial evidence has misled people, but C, there's plenty of times in which circumstantial evidence exists because something is nasty is going on, because the circumstantial evidence all has a reason to exist, and it's all one fucking reason, and it's what it obviously points to. Sometimes if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, it's a fucking duck.
Yeah, Steve, I showed you that email earlier where the email first mentions about someone's insurance. So you think, okay, they're talking about insurance. The second paragraph then mentions about, as regards to my dinner, I don't want pizza. I'll have pizza as long as it hasn't got hair on it. I don't like hair on my pizza. When you look at the context of that email is this discussion about insurance. When something like that pops up that is completely out of context, not related to the main. It's a bit more than, and then when you look at the other connections, that makes sense then. It makes sense that perhaps if these guys are talking about pedophilia, if they are involved, then that second paragraph makes perfect sense in that context.
You know what's weird is I think that if these guys are involved in this, they're the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. I mean, they certainly don't hide it very well. If that was
they're using it, it was hidden. That's the point, Steve. It was hidden in other emails using a code. That's why the Germans used and the British and in the Second World War and all wars, they send coded messages. Someone finds the key to the code, they can decode the message.
Wait, you're saying this isn't the original message? This has been decoded?
No, that's the original message.
So what do you mean it's been decoded then?
Meaning they've read into what they're saying. They're saying that cheese means like
it's the pizza thing.
Instead of writing child porn, they're writing cheese pizza, right?
Right.
So check out this.
Well, I think Steve is saying that it's not been coded very well. You know.
Yeah.
it's pretty obvious.
It's a way of coding if that's what they're into.
What?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't hang out with pedophilia. I don't know the code.
They're coding it using the codes that pedophiles use. So that's not a weird way of doing it. That's the pedophile way of coding it.
Well, that might be
exactly.
I don't.
It is true. It's not. It might be like look, like the FBI has lists of known pedophile language that is used, and so you don't even have to go to Urban Dictionary because maybe that can't be trusted. The FBI has lists that say these specific words and what they mean.
Well, I got to admit, using Tor would be kind of odd. I mean, I've never used Tor myself.
There's no better way. There's no.
I know Tor is used for like duplicitous things like child porn and for drug.
Yeah, but there's no better way to do it than that at this current time.
But even with Tor, they can still. I mean, they're still kind of.
Yes, but there's no better way to do it. It's the best way to disseminate that kind of information, even though it's slightly risky. Obviously, anything to do with child porn is at this current time. It's the best way. So of course they'd be using Tor.
Steve, if I sent you an email or you saw an email of mine to a friend that you accidentally CC'd on, and it said about I didn't know what to do with my Domino pizza, whether to have it on pasta or not, you would think, oh, he's just talking about fat pasta. But however, if you knew that the term domino in certain circles refers to domination, and also a domino grin in those circles refers to a man or a woman who have left traces of blood on their faces after having oral sex with a young girl who was on a period.
Is that a real thing?
I just said it was, yes.
Really?
It's called a domino grin. So when I mentioned domino,
shit, I'm sorry. That's just
because people have investigated stuff, Steve. That's how it works. What don't you get about that? People have looked at it. Other people that have said, well, they've researched the term domino grin because it didn't make sense in the context of the email. They've researched that term, sorry I'm shouting, and then thought, fucking hell, it also means that in these circles. Are these people involved in these circles? This is how it works, Steve. It's what investigators do. The fact that you're incredulous about it doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
I just want to quickly say, in the last 20 minutes of me looking at all of this, like I never even knew this was happening. This is a little bit weird. I mean, especially this photo. Someone's made a compilation of all the links. It's kind of creepy. Like who would draw this stuff?
Oh yeah, it is creepy. There's no question about that.
And
that's what I'm saying, though. Who's the
for example, look at this. Like there's this kid playing, and this guy named C. Bullier or something with Jimmy Comet. You are such a sweetie. And this person has a baby photo with pizza all over the face, and like the hashtags are saying yum and things like that. Like, what about this?
Dude, when I was in school, pizza face meant you had a lot of acne.
Okay, but look at this.
No. The baby doesn't have it. Like, it actually has pizza sauce and all that. Like this baby here.
Well, look at what I'm sharing here. I don't know if you guys covered this email when I was away, but it's an email that says, "Hi, John. The realtor found a handkerchief. I think it has a map that seems, and map is a code for something else too. I think it has a map that seems pizza related. Is it yours? They can send it if you want. I know you're busy, so feel free not to respond if it's not yours or you don't want it." Now, what kind of handkerchief has a map that's pizza related?
There are two codes for that. MAP, in one code, it means a minor attracted person. It's an acronym for a minor attracted person or a paedophile. MAP also in other paedophiles, some other paedophile rings have used the word MAP to mean semen. As I showed in those photographs earlier, some paedophiles, or say paedophiles, there's a difference. Some molesters, abusers, rapists. What they do is place a piece of material or handkerchief, if you prefer, underneath the child that they are raping. That handkerchief will then collect either blood or other bodily fluids of yours or the child you're molesting, and paedophiles then take that piece of material, or handkerchief if you prefer, away with them as a memento of what they do. Some have a large collection of handkerchiefs or pieces of material for various children they have abused. Some have blood, some have their own semen, some have obviously the bodily fluids of the child they've raped. That's the code. That's what people have investigated. That's what it means. And when you're talking about politics and all of a sudden this is mentioned, oh, by the way, why would John Podesta, a multimillionaire, give a fuck about the fact he left a handkerchief somewhere? Unless, as it is being alleged, that particular handkerchief is a memento of his nefarious activities that he left behind at a party.
That is pretty. Hang on. That is pretty creepy. I will admit that one's kind of hard to dismiss away, Mark. I mean, that's just weird.
Yeah.
Well, I know where Steve's
what about
coming
the spirit
from.
cooking stuff? Like as you can see in these photos here, and apparently it's all linked in with the child sacrifice.
Yes, the Marina Abramovich is a performance artist that centers on things like ritual abuse or some people say witchcraft, other people, and there's cannibalism involved. And she was the one that part of her art, she mixes breast milk with sperm and blood and sometimes other bodily fluids.
Cooking type shit.
And then she throws it on top of.
Lady Gaga?
Lady Gaga has attended those parties, and the connection is that
Supposedly,
John put. There's a photograph over there, Steve, at the party.
Photograph. Yeah, but I mean, again, hard to tell the difference between an actual thing and a stage thing.
That was the party. It's on Abramovich's own
Marina
website.
has said that those.
No,
No, but she said that those things that they do are staged. But she made some sort of, I don't have the exact quote. I can find it for you. Yes, those are staged examples of this. But we do the real thing in private. That's
that's what I'm point is. I mean, they said that they were staged photos and that they were representative of
no,
real
not
events.
staged photos.
Steve, why would you want to
The photos are from the party. The photos are from the performance, the art.
Yes. So she was saying at these public parties or at these parties that are attended by these people, it's performance art, but she said they do the real thing, but that's only in private or something.
Right, but the photos are from non-real events that were staged.
No, but they were real. No.
The photos are from a party.
Right, but they weren't cooking real fucking spirit cooking there.
No, and no one's claiming they were.
You're not
at
listening,
that specific party, Steve.
Marina Abramovich is a performance artist that deals with spirit cooking.
Right.
However, she held some parties where they had made cakes, such as the one in the picture, depicting a dead person. They're supposed to depict cannibalism because they, as you can see in the other photograph, Lady Gaga is eating the treacle or whatever it is, and Abramovich has got her spoon near the genitals of the thing there. So what they're saying is there are these parties we go to where we mock up things that are actual real food to look like dead bodies, etc. And we have a great time. We have a drink. We cut the cake up. There is film of them cutting up the cake, and we all eat it, and it's great. However, other people have said that when we're in private, we do the real thing.
No, she said it in private.
Again, what I've said was the photos are not from the real thing. That's what I've said, and that's true.
Yes. Well, no, we said they were.
Okay,
no one made the claim that they were from the real thing.
That's my point, though. How do you differentiate between people not using kind of weird performance art and running it further?
Why would you even want to do something like this?
How can I know? People are weird people. I don't know fucking why people do shit.
Fucked up.
Yeah, people are fucked up. I mean, I'm not saying it's not
you're
weird. You're
dismantling arguments that we're not making.
No, I'm not saying you're making the arguments. I'm just saying I don't necessarily see the correlation yet.
What's it?
I think the main issue I see is like, that's not.
Here's the children in his the paintings in his room there.
I don't know how much information you would like. It's one thing for you to say, like, I'm not sure, I'll need to look into this more. But for you, for the last hour and a half to have seen all of these, all of this stuff, and to say you don't see any correlation, like,
because I don't know,
that's shocking.
I don't see this.
Steve, for example, I'm not walking away from this conversation with Michael Podesta is now a pedophile. That's my opinion.
John.
Or whatever. Is it John? Okay.
Yeah, there's John and his brother, but yeah.
Okay, his brother's name is Tony, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Is who's? Okay, now I'm confused. Anyway, so
Tony is the
I'm not going to walk away from this conversation saying John and Tony are fucking pedophiles.
Mm-hmm.
That's the end of it. What I'm walking away from this conversation is there is a lot of compelling circumstantial evidence. Do you disagree that there is a lot of compelling circumstantial evidence?
I don't find it that compelling. I find it to be there's a bunch of weird fuckers out there that do a lot of weird shit that 4chan, I think, took that weird shit and tried to make it
not just 4chan, for fuck's sake, Steve.
Right. Why do you keep bringing up 4chan? And do you understand that the weird shit that 4chan is running with
Well, that's where it came from.
It's not just 4chan though. At the same time, 4chan was investigating it. Like Mark said, there was people on Reddit, people on Twitter. They all came to this realization at approximately the same time.
I don't think
who's doing it is beside the point. I don't think that's the thing that Steve is necessarily stuck on. It's whether or not the evidence is compelling.
Right
now, so if the weird shit that people are doing on the internet, or people that do out there do, the association is with Podesta's emails. Do you have what's not compelling, I guess?
No, I think the emails are
what's been
legit.
presented that has to do with Podesta's emails.
I think the emails are legit.
What do you mean legit?
Well,
of course they're real,
legit,
but do you think there's anything weird about them?
Well, of course there's something odd about them, yes.
Okay, now when you say there's something odd about them, and you've seen the link to those words that they were using, when used in the actual definitions of those words, they actually make no sense. But they do make sense if you actually use this pedophile code. Now, are you refuting that? Are you trying to say that like what's
no?
Okay, so then you do admit that within Podesta's emails, they seem to be using pedophile code and talking about things that are pedophile related.
Yes, I think somebody could make a case for that.
Okay.
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 So what's not compelling?
Yeah, what's not compelling about this?
That I don't think a case has been fairly made yet.
No one's trying to make the case.
You're saying you're not at all convinced, but you just
is what has
admitted
been
that
said so
within
far. That this is circumstantial evidence that is mainly rooted in the emails and the association with this code, and then a whole pile of other circumstantial things that regarding to their taste in artwork, the location of this pizzeria, the old logo, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Everything's brought up. You don't think that this network of interesting observations is compelling, that there needs to be more looking into this, perhaps?
If they did investigate it further, I would have no problem with that.
Okay,
That's
but
all
you
we're
just
saying, Steve.
admitted
That's all I've said
though.
from the word go. I've said I'm not saying Podesta is or anyone is a paedophile, or anyone is guilty of raping anyone, killing anyone. I said that right at the start to make it clear, as I tried to on TSC. What we're saying is, here is lots, as Ocean just said, of connected circumstantial evidence that I think needs proper investigation by people with more power to do it than me and all the other people.
And I'm not
That's
against
all
that,
we're
Mark.
saying.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that if somebody higher up that had all the information said, oh, you know what, this is worth investigating, I would not be against it.
No.
Okay, but you're saying there's nothing compelling about it, but you've just admitted that within the Podesta emails, there does seem to be talk.
Because I found from historical experience that when people make these kind of conspiratorial things, it's usually more innocuous.
It's not conspiracy.
Same here. But Steve, the difference between that and say 9/11 conspiracy or the moon landing conspiracy or any of these other conspiracies like or creationism, right? Any of these conspiracies usually have gaping fucking holes in the middle of them somewhere. This doesn't have that attribute.
Well, like I said,
there's no obvious gaping hole.
If somebody wanted to make an investigation of it, I'm not saying that they shouldn't investigate. I've never said that.
Okay, and if they do, if the investigation
that doesn't address what I said.
Give this situation, will you look at it a little more seriously if they start an investigation, or will you still not be convinced?
No, sure.
It's just amazing that after all of this, that you're still just writing it off. Essentially, you're saying
I did not write it off.
It doesn't. You're not convinced. You've poo-pooed it numerous
If I
times.
was, Devin, if I was on a jury and I was being asked to evaluate the evidence, I would have to vote not guilty right now.
So would I. But that's not what's being talked about. I think Mark would do the same thing. That this is not enough to convict anybody.
They're not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but no one's making the
claim that
they should be locked in jail or put to death. No one's saying that.
No one's saying why aren't they in jail?
Wow, this is actually really crazy. There seems to be something going on. This needs to be looked at deeper because there's something funky going on here that does not make a lot of sense.
Yeah, as Fiona was saying in the live chat, there are some idiots that are thinking of marching on the pizzeria. I don't support that. But because some idiots have gone too far with things about Obama, and because some idiots are going to march on a pizzeria, doesn't mean it should be dropped. Doesn't mean it should all be dismissed. Doesn't mean it should all just be hand-waved away.
You might have a point.
Hang on, let me just finish this bit. There are some idiots out there, whether they're from 4chan, Reddit, Google+, Twitter, wherever, that have gone too far, or they're just, they love the conspiracy theory. But there are also some seriously dedicated and professional people in various fields that are saying there is something to this, and the worry is that the authorities and mainstream media seem to be ignoring it. That's just
let me say this, Mark. Let me say this. What I think may have okay, worst case scenario, it is possible that there might have been something to this, that the media and 4chan and other places had taken and ran with it to try to implicate like Hillary and the DNC and other people when they were not even involved in this, and therefore they fucked up the investigation from the get-go. Would that be okay?
Well, I think, as I said, originally there were some people that tried to mess with John Podesta.
Right, and I think they fucked it up from the beginning.
That was nothing to do with pedophilia, Steve. That was purely to do with the politics of the situation and the forthcoming election at that time. What they tried to do was send John Podesta viruses in his email, phishing emails. Unfortunately, he answered one, which gave whoever did it the password to his email server. They then collated all his emails and sent them to WikiLeaks. Ha ha! Fuck Podesta up. They'll just publish all his emails.
Right. There was a social
WikiLeaks then published the emails, and then people from Reddit, Twitter, wherever, people out there that use various social media formats looked at the emails. Some of them they then said, these are a bit weird, and they investigated further. And that's where it all stems from. It's not just stemmed from a bunch of tinfoil-hatted loons on 4chan or elsewhere. It's an accumulation of people of all walks of life, ages, etc., that have seen there's something not quite right and they want something done about it.
I tell you what, I will have an open mind. I will leave it open to they have further investigation, and I will find out what they have to investigate. How about that?
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm not saying you should think the same as I do, Steve, and I'm not saying you should see it my way. What I'm saying is, don't dismiss it as a bunch of conspiracy.
I just said that I would not, and that if there was an investigation, I would look at it objectively like I do anything else.
Yeah, that's all I've done. You know me. I'd get involved in a bit of drama on here now and again. Fine, that's a bit of entertainment. I'm not some fucking lunatic.
No, and that's why I'm taking you more seriously than I would other people.
Yeah. Well, the problem is some people are taking the ones that are a bit too far and using them to dismiss the whole thing. They're not looking at it.
I would never dismiss you. I assure you, okay?
I mean, the idea that a massive organization involving people in high places is involved in a conspiracy. I mean, for example, the Roman Catholic Church or the BBC. That doesn't happen, does it? Oh, hang on. It does.
Oh, I'm sure it happens.
It is. Well, the Roman Catholic Church, no one believed any of that. The popes, we found out even the Pope, or the guy that ended up being the Pope, Ratzinger, was involved in covering up child abuse. He was the fucking Pope.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
This idea that people in high places they can't possibly be involved is bullshit. We know
which has never been my argument. I never would ever say anything.
No, I'm not saying it's your argument, but this is what's been put out there. Oh, it can't involve John Podesta. He was Bill Clinton's chief.
I think it could. I'm not saying.
But I'm not saying you are, but there are too many people that's dismissing it for that reason alone, and this guilt by association thing, or the innocence by association. The fact that he's connected to someone high up. He couldn't have done anything like that.
Yeah, I think that'd be silly.
It's bullshit.
Yeah.
We already know that these massive organizations like the Catholic Church, like the BBC.
Well, I think what happened, Mark, what happened was when they tried to relate it to like Hillary being like the kingpin of this massive child ring, that's where it went off the rails. If there was anything to
that doesn't mean you should just dismiss that. You should don't dismiss the whole thing.
After 10 hours of investigating it, though, I've never once heard or read that Hillary Clinton was like the head of this massive child.
Oh, that's the first thing I read when I looked into this. That was like the common theme.
Yeah, that's the problem with these things. Like you go down a small path, and then 1 minute you're watching fucking pictures of Barack Obama with a kid on his knee, and instantly Barack Obama's a paedophile now, and things like that. It's just like
that was pretty fucked up.
That's
I would never accuse somebody of pedophilia.
No, I mean, that photograph is actually a photograph of Obama's niece. I think his brother or his sister attending the White House, and that was one of his nieces.
Right.
So posting that photograph and saying, "Look at this pedophile," is just ridiculous.
There's also people with anything that take things too far, and unfortunately, that discredits things slightly. But that doesn't mean the entire thing should be overlooked because of that, right?
Exactly.
I honestly think that the name of it as well is unfortunate. I think Pizzagate, #Pizzagate, kind of gives it like a comedic that's unfortunate that it
That's
was
true.
called that.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that this is what the problem I had on TST the other night, because I know Preet Wilson has mentioned some rather outlandish things, and I think her and Jade and maybe Fiona have a bit of a history, I don't know, about going back and forth. Obviously, they wanted to discredit. Then it was suggested, she did make a horrible comment about Dragnort being a paedophile apologist. That's obviously not true.
Which is ridiculous.
So he was upset.
ridiculous.
So therefore, Drag suggested that Preet be the subject of Talking Shit Tuesday, and I thought, well, they're just going to rip her to pieces. And so I spoke to JD, and he mentioned about me coming in to explain what Pizzagate might be about, as I've looked at it quite extensively. That was the purpose of me going in there. I wasn't saying that it was all true, much as I've been allowed to do it properly in here. But I think, Jade was very angry from the get-go, expecting Preet to come in maybe. I know Preet's anti-Catholic. So I think they were sort of lying in wait for her, but I went in instead, and it was just a shit show from then on.
Yeah, for her to accuse, drag or something like that, that's just beyond the pale, though. It's just it doesn't need to be addressed because it should be just
maybe some people go too far in their
it's completely too far. I'm tired of that in this community too.
Yeah, okay, but we should.
I'm sick of it.
Bit. Not that what happened was they tried to use that to dismiss all of it, everything, rather than to just dismiss the stupid stuff, the stuff that was beyond the pale.
Right, and I think and you're probably right. I mean, I think that because people took it too far, like what Preet said against drag, and what people say about like Hillary, I think it probably it distracts from any kernel of truth that might be there.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's all I've been trying to say, and other people that have a more sane persuasion, I've been trying to say all along. But all they've done, I mean, we had Fiona making a post, anyone that mentions Pizzagate, I'm sick of all these Pizzagate morons. Straight off the bat, painting everyone with the same. So anyone that perhaps follows Fiona sees me mentioning Pizzagate are going to think straight away, oh, he's one of the morons. So straight off the bat, you get dismissed as a moron or a nutter, etc., etc.
Well, that's what I've seen as well. The remark, there was that guy, Christian Anarchist, I think his name is. He's like, anyone that believes in Pizzagate, I'm blocking, or something like that.
Well, that's stupid to begin with, too. I mean, people blocking people because they have a different viewpoint. I mean, it's retarded. Come on, people, stop doing that shit.
Volumes, Mark, that you're actually coming out and sort of talking about it, because it puts your reputation on the line. And I think, to someone like you, Steve, that should say a lot.
Well, it does. I respect
some legitimacy, because Mark does not seem like the type
of person
who would come out willy-nilly talking about this stuff if he didn't actually believe there was something to it. So
yeah, I mean, I've said that. I've said that to begin with. Actually, I've had numerous talks to Mark.
I mean, I've been.
Well, hey, Mark, I want to say this, Mark. I have the utmost respect for Mark. I know he has a very extensive background in a lot of this stuff, and when Mark talks, I listen.
Good.
I don't just dismiss him outright. I assure you.
Well, I just wanted to say, Mark, thank you, because you could have easily looked into it and believed it, but not said anything. So just thank you.
Thanks. I mean, this is the argument I sort of, Fiona and I locked horns with the other night, is that, I've got 30 years, just over 30 years experience working in the investigation / law enforcement / legal industry, shall we say. I've got many colleagues that I've spoken to about this including relatives that are former serious crime squad officers, vice squad officers, drug squad officers, that dealt with this stuff all over the country and in America as well. In fact, I used to run a private detective agency many years ago, and one of a guy that ran another agency now left to work in America, and he was a very high up police officer in this country before starting his agency, and they went to the States. He's got connections with other people in the FBI. I've spoken to him over email about it, and he has said that he thinks that the pressure will mount such that they will investigate it. Something will have to happen. But he has said similar to me, and everyone I've spoken to, including people that are in other security services, that they're of a similar opinion. This thing about Obama's involved, Hillary's involved, is nonsense. But there are probably up to a half a dozen individuals that have got serious question marks against them right now that need proper investigation. And I think because the mainstream media are just leaving this alone,
well, they're
giving people fuel for you know, other conspiracy
Well,
theories.
the link I posted in the side chat here, and I'm not, like I said, we can take Obama and Clinton out of it, Hillary out of it if you want. But, you know, about Clinton, I don't know, I don't know if anyone's actually looked at it, but Bill Clinton, it's been confirmed that he flew on convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein's infamous Lolita Express jet at least 26 times. And they went down to Haiti, I believe. There's also just like, yeah, take a look at that.
Yeah, I read that as well. I mean, the
I'm
frequent
not saying
flyer on it.
necessarily they're directly connected, but the point is there's questionable stuff going on around them.
Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of pedophilia. He was convicted of child trafficking, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and yes, yeah. Supposedly, Bill Clinton did ride along with him many times.
26 times on a private jet.
Yeah, I think it was a couple dozen, sure. So I mean, I just really, you know, I'm getting those people that I really hate to have guilt by association things, right? I mean, it looks bad. Granted, if I ever had 26, you know, times I rode in a jet where there was pedophilia going on, yeah, it would look really horrible, and I'd be like,
but not even necessarily pedophilia on the jet, even though that's,
it was. He had like
okay, but even take that out though. Even just being friends with a convicted pedophile who also sends like $3.5 million to your foundation.
It's weird. It's weird, right? Yeah, no, I'm not going to deny that.
So I want to respond to something that Mark said a second ago about, you know, the media is not reporting on it; they seem to be ignoring it, and I can probably shed some light on why that would be. Is at this point, if I'm looking at this as a journalist, if I'm looking at this as an investigator, it's certainly like cause to start an investigation. As a journalist, I'm looking at the situation in which I would be writing an article about somebody like Podesta without any sources. There's nothing here that has anything concrete enough for me to even get an article out.
There's few.
I would get laughed right out. Any draft that I would put forward would get laughed right out of the editing room.
Right, because of lack of sources.
Right. So you can have this, you know, spin around online, and people can come up with theories about it to the point where you get mounting public interest to the point where there should be an article. But the only article that I could be able to write about would be that Pizzagate is a thing. And
yeah, but
right now all it has is this, that it has this reputation of being conspiracy theory, and on paper that's exactly what it is. It's a conspiracy theory because it's mounting circumstantial evidence without any.
And you know what? There might be something to it. I'm not going to go on a limb.
Well, I'm not saying whether or not there's something to it. I'm saying this is why a journalist won't write about it.
No, but
An article about this. It's not going to get printed.
Journalists have written about much less, though, Ocean, right? There's been they reported on these random women who supported supposedly Trump. You know,
that's actually a really good point. The Trump women
kind of source, right? In this whole case
actually,
with the frequent flyer and the whole Epstein thing, do they have any confirmed people that were there that confirmed any of this?
There's flight logs.
Right. No. I'm talking about.
Before we get into that, hold on, because with respect to the Trump accusers thing, thing that journalists run with was interviews with the people who were accusing. So they had at least one witness of the situation, be that witness the victim. So you can, while there wasn't any corroboration of the events from other people, they didn't call, like one person said she was with some of her friends and this happened. I never saw any interviews with the friends. I never heard of any confirmation with those friends whatsoever, but you at least had the person and you could run with that.
All I'm saying is that journalists have written.
There's not even that.
Journalists have written stories about things with far less evidence, right?
With corroborating evidence.
No.
Well,
you at least have somebody that you're able to interview. Who would you be able to interview? What do you do? Reach out to Podesta for comment?
You've got to really have some kind of citation for your sources.
But there's a hacker that videoed himself hacking into it. I'm like, well, that's not really information, is it?
It needs to be investigated. It needs to be investigated.
You can have an interview with that hacker, but I don't think that hacker is going to be available for comment.
Yeah.
So the hacker, so people say, well, I want to see evidence that this information came from someone doing some hacking. Then that person films himself doing the hacking on his screen. Obviously, he hasn't got his face on there, and still people say, well, that's not good enough. What?
Oh, it's like,
hacker. He couldn't have created.
hacker. He couldn't have created. 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 He couldn It couldn't have created this, like to the point where it looked like he was hacking.
What kind of evidence that this came from the server or whatever of the Comet Ping Pong would be convincing?
Well, no, I think the evidence would be, where are the victims?
If you have a victim, you have an article.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. If as soon as someone says this happened to me,
that's the weirdest
this was
thing.
where it
Where are
happened.
the victims?
Holy shit, this is akin to my experience. Then you have an article. That's when.
Okay, and think about it. If none of the victims are actually out there because they make sure that they're not alive to be victims, then they're never victims.
Not necessarily.
Maybe not even killed.
I mean, we're not talking about not necessarily them being killed, but Steve, the victims are likely children that either cannot speak. They're not going to walk. You're not going to have an army of 4-year-olds walking into their nearest police station and saying they've all been victims of something going on at a pizzeria. This is how you don't investigate. You don't wait for the children to tell you something's happened. This is a bit different.
Okay, I've got a question for you, just quickly. Again, while you're talking, I was looking at this. Now notice.
Shit. Sorry.
See this sculpture here. Apparently, it has a huge resemblance to Jeffrey Dahmer's.
Yeah.
So here's
Google it. There's pictures of comparisons between the two. It's telling.
Yes, I've seen these.
No, by the way, I'm only literally just finding this out. That's why if you guys
Jeffrey Dahmer decapitated his victims and laid them in that pose.
Yeah, he posed
them so why does he have this exact same?
Well,
that's the question that's being asked.
And he appreciates it, and he hangs it in his home.
You know what? It quite could be a Dahmer fanatic. I mean, there are people that really worship these fucking psychopaths to kill people.
Even if he's not a Dahmer fanatic, it's just a quote unquote art. You know, there's some people that think this is art. Like,
yeah, he commissioned it. He asked for that to be made in that position, like that.
I love controversial art. I'll be honest.
I am too, but this is not controversial art to me. This is bullshit.
That's
How is that not controversial art?
Putting a crucifix in urine is not controversial art to me.
Okay, what is controversial art to you then?
Well, I mean, controversial art.
I think that's controversial in its art, Steve.
No,
yeah.
I think
both an exact replica,
it's controversial, but I don't call it art.
Headless
I mean, you might not call it art, but that doesn't change whether or not it's art, dude.
Of Jeffrey Dahmer's victim,
Sure does.
as well as
you're right, it's not art. I'm sorry.
As well as an oil painting depicting human cannibals, I think would both be called controversial art.
Well, it's
a sculpture,
in colloquial sense, but in my opinion, I don't consider that to be art.
This gets into another debate, which I will have with you till the cows come home, about what art is. But
what do you think putting a crucifix in urine is art?
Putting a crucifix inside of urine is fucking art.
Really?
It's postmodernist, but it's art.
Shitty, yeah, even shitty art is still art.
Duchamp made a huge fucking name for himself, turning a fucking urinal on its side and signing it with a name that wasn't his.
All right, I'll give the argument that it's postmodernist, and I'll give you the argument
it's postmodernist art.
There's the woman that puts the eggs filled with paint up her vagina.
I don't know. It's postmodernist art. It seems to be a simple sculpture, but
pops it out.
Yeah, it might be art, but art in its loosest terms. But to me, personally, I have a judgment like anybody else what I consider to be art.
It's not art in its loosest term. It's art in its scholastic term.
Okay, scholastically, sure.
Now we're just getting into the weeds.
Right. That's
objectively.
The reason why I was saying I can argue about this till the cows come home.
I can look at the Jackson Pollock and
it is art.
This is nothing but random splashes of paint, but I can consider it art, right? But I mean, when I look at art, I prefer to go to a Van Gogh.
Right. I was going to say you like fucking Vincent Van Gogh.
You prefer art you prefer, but other art that you don't prefer is still art.
You're missing my point, Evan. I'm not saying that in a scholastic term it's not art. It's just like when I say that certain things are not
that's
music.
The only thing that I wanted to correct you on. Kill the subject. Let's move back to the thing.
When I listen to G-Man sing, that's not music. Okay, that's not rap, right? That's
It's not music or rap that you like, but technically it is bad music. It is rap.
But you're missing my point. I'm not.
I don't get
scholastic point of view. I'm saying from my own subjective point of view.
But that's kind of irrelevant though to the topic of that guy's of the sculpture that he commissioned, the art sculpture. Whether or not you like it or you think it's your type of art is irrelevant to the point that we're trying to.
I'm fine with the sculpture being art. That headless sculpture, that's not.
Yeah, it's not just the one sculpture. What we keep having to say, it's a cumulative thing, as Ocean keeps saying, it's not just the sculpture. It's not just that he's got one photograph. He's got photographs of undressed children in his house. He's got,
that's pretty weird.
It's the cumulative thing of not just the artwork, not just the sculpture. It's the emails. It's the codes. It's the links to the people that do the spirit cooking. It's the link to the pizzeria owner that has got his questionable photographs.
And you still haven't seen like
that they're all linked and they all talk to each other and they all move in the same circles
and you
and they all
haven't
go to the
seen
same
all of
party.
the evidence yet. Not even close. So
yeah,
and
no,
the fact that 6 years ago this was brought up by Breitbart.
I've already said that I'm not discounting there may not be a kernel of truth to something. I've always said that they've taken it and they ran with it to the point that it obscured any real.
Who's taking it, Steve?
4chan and other people that involved Obama and Clinton.
It wasn't just 4chan, Steve.
And Reddit and other people.
It was people. It wasn't the website 4chan. It was people that use various social media platforms.
Which really destroyed any kind of investigation that should have been going on at the beginning if this was true.
We live in the technological age.
That's not what's, dude. All right. So the only thing that I'll submit to that is that if the actual investigation starts, one of the things that they're going to have to do is take into consideration that this was an internet phenomena, so that when they investigate the pizzeria, there's an entire possibility that they've cleaned up whatever the problem was and hidden all the evidence because the internet gave them a big
they want to stop.
warning sign that the investigation was coming.
they did when the owner of the pizza shop took one of the guys protesting outside in for a tour because he was like, oh, there's nothing going on here, come in. He even brought them like coffees while they were outside. And they did the tour, and all of the paintings, there's actual photos, evidence of these paintings, murals existing on the wall of this pizza place. Those are all gone. The whole place has been fucking renovated and redecorated.
You say it's been sanitized.
Well, it's not even been renovated. Actually, they found a lot of the stuff, the murals that were painted, is just plaster where it looks like someone's ripped it off in a hurry.
You're saying it's been sanitized.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's the thing that happens with these kind of internet like investigations is it gives the people that are guilty a heads up.
All of the
start changing things. Guilty or not, they'll start changing.
Well, here's the thing.
All of the Instagram accounts, though, that people were going to before, luckily people took screenshots because they're now completely private or gone entirely. Right?
Well, here's the thing.
And I agree with
hang on, guys. Hang on, Mark. Hang on. There's only 25. Mark, the podcast is ending. Hang on. We're going on our 8 hours, so just to let you know, this is going to go off air pretty soon. In 30 minutes. These people, if I look at it this way, would you guys agree with me? If these people are pedophilic in nature, from what I understand, they don't stop. Pedophilias don't stop. Is that correct? That I've never heard of a case where a true pedophiliac or whatever it is, fucking
there's a difference. Not all child molesters are pedophiles, and not all pedophiles are child molesters.
Some of them are hebophiles
and have the urge, but not carry them out. So
okay, the ones that have actually convicted, not even convicted, but the ones that have done heinous crimes, right? I don't know the difference between a pediophile and a pedophile.
Hebephile.
Yeah, hebephile.
What the hell's that?
Hebephile means it's 13 and up.
It's just different age.
Hebephile would be something around about.
So what am I? I prefer 21 and up. What the hell is that called?
You're an adultophile.
Hebephile would be under.
No, adultophile is 18. I like 21.
A pedophile would be 10 years and under, or infants mainly. A hebephile is pubescent, sort of low teens.
It's somewhere between 11 and 13 up to like 16.
Right, but these people continue on in their nature, right? I mean, they don't stop, correct? So if these people were like that, then obviously they're not going to just give up on this because people found out on the internet. So maybe they will continue on, and if that's the case, and people find out about it, there might be something to it. I'm gonna be objective. I mean, like
sometimes they can stop for years, and then it comes back again with a vengeance because these people are also like, because of the social stigma around what they are, they get pretty good at inhibiting it.
Yeah, and keeping it underground and keeping it very, hush hush. Like, so now.
Well, you're talking about actions, like if they're still doing it, they're able to hide it. What I'm saying is that they're able to go for long periods of time without doing anything as well.
Yeah.
And then, but after that, it's like they binge.
Yeah.
Look at this. Abramek on the cover of Dust magazine covering the eyes of a shirtless child.
Oh yeah, that's just honestly, there's hundreds.
I mean,
She's one of those people who's just a weird artist. I don't really the fact that her name has come up.
There are some weird artists out there. Yes,
I don't really find her to be associated with any of it.
Say, for argument's sake, Steve, that you and a bunch of ex-colleagues from your military service were all still friends, and you all shared a love of bestiality, let's say, okay?
No, would you the truth? I don't know. You know, a good cow now and then, or sheep. Sure.
Okay, so my point is, when you emailed each other, okay, would you email one of your colleagues, ex-colleagues or friends that's involved in this and say, yeah, we're going to have a great weekend next weekend. I'm hoping to fuck a couple of pigs and the odd dog. And by the way, I've got a spare cat I've had in the back room for a while. Would you like that? Because I know you're into cats. Or would you get between you, organize some form of code language that you could freely email each other without going to the trouble of going on the dark web or the deep web? Do you think you might?
No, nobody's arguing that, Mark. I'm sure that's fine. But again, maybe how do you know they weren't just talking about pizza?
Because the content of the emails and the language in it, some of them did make sense and could well have been talking and probably were talking just about pizza. However, as I said, there were other emails that didn't have
no sense.
Completely out of
I don't talk about
no sense unless you're
I've already found harem in pizza.
Yeah. You're not really.
Unless, like the week before, you found a harem in pizza and you sent it back. I don't know.
Pizza, as we've already established, cheese pizza is a different way of saying child pornography. CP.
I thought cheese pizza was girl.
No, pizza.
That was according to a different image macro that was put up on Snopes.
Child pornography.
Well, what about this email, Steve? Look at this. This is weird.
Yeah, no, I've read that. Yeah, I've read it.
With the white and black?
Well, I don't know. Is it that actually legit from the actual source?
Yes, it's from WikiLeaks.
It says, I think it has a map that seems pizza related. Why?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah.
I know. I mean, if that's legit, then it's weird. But
Well, it is legit, as legit meaning it definitely did come from Podesta's emails. Like it legit in that way, yes.
I had no idea that a handkerchief code is related to sex.
Yeah, I didn't know either. Mark
go back. Solo, you'll see.
Mark has explained that a couple of times.
You probably wouldn't know that unless you were a pedophile.
MAP is an acronym.
Mark's not a
MAP is an acronym for minor attracted person.
Sorry, say that again.
MAP is used. The anagram is MAP is used, and it means in certain circles minor attracted person. In other, and there's another code where MAP, or it's been suggested that MAP means.
Okay.
But MAP in pedophilic code or for pedophiles in those sorts of circles means minor attracted person. But also, if you look at the photograph underneath, it depicts a child being abused, in my view.
Yeah.
And underneath that child is a white piece of material, or if you will, a handkerchief. And abusers will use that handkerchief to collect stains of bodily fluids, which they will then take away. They'll take away with them and keep them as it says. The handkerchiefs are used as mementos.
Yeah.
I honestly, I've never even thought of it. And I mean, it's just, yeah, I've never really looked into this stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, but even just hearing about this shit, it's kind of make me sick. You know.
It's kind of crazy. And that's why I even told Mark the other day when he sent me some of the leaks on this stuff. I told him straight out, I really don't want to investigate this kind of stuff that much. I mean, it makes me sick as it is, right? I mean, why would I really want to be somebody who's knowledgeable about the linguistics of what pedophiles use? It just
I'm kind of there as well, Steve. I'm kind of like wanting to say, can we please stop talking about this? But at the same time, I'm like, there could be so many potential victims, and it clearly is a problem, and it's a real thing. So
that's why I haven't shut down the conversation. I think it is worthy to talk about.
The very fact that it is disgusting, I think, means that it needs to be looked into, because even if there's like a kernel of truth to this, then there are kids who have been abused and hurt and possibly worse that something needs to be done about this. So
and that's Nevin. That's why I have not shut down the conversation. That's why I've actually allowed it to be going on for like 6 hours now. So, you know, I don't want you to think that I'm like, you know, as somebody who's like saying that there should be no investigation or nor talk about this. I'm fine with it. I don't find it to be like it's conspiratorial, like flat Earth, right? I mean,
Well, you said it was conspiratorial,
well,
like
well,
young
when
earthers.
because we were talking about Clinton and Hillary and the DNC, yes.
None of us mentioned
But
Hillary.
that's usually where it ended up.
Okay, but none of us mentioned that. So
Nevin and Mark are the people that have been putting forward the evidence for the most part, and neither one of them has have implicated Hillary at all.
That's why we narrowed it down, right? That's why we narrowed it down to what they were talking about, rather than what been going on in the circles that I've seen on Facebook. People talking about Hillary doing all this shit.
okay, but it was after we had narrowed it down that you said
Right. That's
we're
why
like young earthers, and it's
like I believe you when you clarify, Steve, but then in context, the clarification doesn't make any sense.
Well, it sure does.
It's like,
Because
why did you?
Because the
decide
reference
to make
the
a comment
reference is still the
about
same.
the
You
broader
still
scope
have-
of it when nobody was talking about the broader scope of it except for you.
Because
Like
you
that.
still- because
why would you do that?
Because you still have to be careful in how much. You still have to be careful that things are not conspiratorial in nature, right? You still have to have evidence for something.
before I insulted you by
this is
equating one of your
definitely
arguments to being
conspiratorial.
similar as young earthers, I would make sure that I was talking about the argument you were making rather than the argument that's similar that some crazy cuckoo on the internet is making that has something to do with what you're talking about.
Well, fair enough, and that's why I've listened, and that's why I've said. I mean, this is why we've been going on for 6 hours, Nevin.
Well, it hasn't actually.
Sure, it has. It actually has.
I came online at like 2:00.
Started screaming 6 hours ago or 8 hours ago.
There are obviously this particular issue has been brought recently into quote unquote our community, and there aren't many people that know that have investigated it or looked into it a lot. And it just seemed to me that as soon as it was mentioned, immediately it was just kicked into you're just a bunch of conspiracy nut jobs.
Well,
And
can I give
this is
my first impression of it from someone that's just heard about it. Like Nevin came on here talking about something called Pizzagate. I immediately thought she was joking by the sheer title. I thought it was some sort of joke.
Yeah, I thought you were fucking around.
Yeah. I thought it was like a troll that you were doing.
Was this tonight?
Oh,
you're not been. You haven't. Yeah, so you're not aware of the controversy. And all that
put the hashtag into Twitter or join Gab and put the hashtag in Gab. There's obviously you have to disseminate. I said this to Steve earlier in a private message yesterday. That of course there's going to be you have to try and weed out the blatantly obvious, wild out there stuff, and then look at the other stuff subjectively, and then build a picture. And I've looked at lots of videos, watched hours and hours of videos, looked at lots of websites, and I've kept the stuff that seems more reasonable, and then built a picture in my mind and looked at it all again and again and again. And I've come to the conclusion, it's just me, that there, as I said before, there are probably up to 6 individuals that need to be looked at. That's it.
Mark, you're not because me personally, I don't really follow conspiracy stuff, and I'm sure you don't as well. It's just that this is one of those rare instances where it's a little bit too coincidental in the way it's structured. I mean, if it is,
I mean, I looked into the 9/11 stuff, and you get all the stuff that's saying they weren't planes, they were holograms, and jet fuel, melt steel beams.
Well, I need to sort of agree with JD Kane when you come up with that. Like, just because there's so much evidence of it, and some of it seems a bit too strange, like the word would be cherry picking to that point. Like, just here's all the stuff that.
Well, no, I'm just
It would be cherry picking if there were some things that were completely against it that were being ignored. But that's not what I'm seeing.
I wouldn't call it cherry picking either. Exactly. I mean, cherry picking is when you ignore evidence that could refute your position, and you accept ones that you do, rather than.
Yeah, well, cherry picking probably isn't the
and
right
I don't know if
term.
there's
It's just
actually evidence to
something
refute this, but
where
but
there
when
is
you-
a sheer
when you-
amount.
But hang on, when you look at the comment like logo, and you look at the front of it, and it has a picture of a star and a half moon, and you say, "Oh, look, that's satanic. That has to do with Satanism." That's kind of a leap. That's no different than a leap than anybody saying, "Well, look at
No,
Mars."
but none of us mentioned that as evidence. Has either Mark or
Well,
myself
no, but that's
mentioned?
part. But Nevin, this is intricately involved in it. People
No,
say
it's
that this whole. Sure, it is.
Okay, no, but look at the arguments, and here the arguments that me and Mark have made. Not once.
So you're saying there's nothing. You're saying there's nothing. So you're
no,
saying that.
listen. Not once did him and I mention that thing in the logo. Not once.
All right,
Yet
so
you're
you're
bringing
saying
it
there's
up
no
and trying to refute it.
So you're saying there's no satanic overtones to this.
Not necessarily, and it wouldn't necessarily have anything. I never mentioned their logo with the star and the
Right,
moon.
but I'm saying, is there satanic overtones with this?
Well, some people will see
Maybe not. I don't know.
satanic symbology and put 2 and 2 together. There are people that do believe that Satan exists and worthy of worship and or sacrifice. The same as there are people that believe in God.
Sure.
These people actually believe it's a thing and will carry out what
Do
they
you think
that-
this was a case of satanic symbology?
I think there may. Well, I think the Abramovich
Wait,
woman.
what are we talking about now? What case? What is the case of satanic symbology?
The comet logos.
The comet logo has half moons and people are linking it to Baphomet and
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's stupid.
But the Abramovich woman is on record as being interested in ritual, those sorts of things, satanic rituals. They do go on. They do happen.
What's the symbol?
Well,
Send
again,
it to me real quick.
Show them the comment.
I happen to know these crazy symbols.
It's a crescent moon facing. It would be
And I
east
don't
to
think
west.
there's a star
The
in
other
their
one on the
logo,
other
is there?
side. The other one is a crescent moon facing west east.
I think they just
Hey,
have
so-
a star. I don't think they have
God damn it, Steve! I can't hear people. Okay, so you're saying that there's a crescent moon, a pentagram, and then another crescent moon on the other side?
There are
Is that what I heard?
well, on the logo there are stars which people are interpreting as pentagrams, and then there bottom right there's like a. I'll try and find the image. Hold on a second.
Yeah, but out of all of the evidence that we've put forth, just the things to look at, well, none of us put that forth, and that's like one of the least important things. So we can get into like the minutia of like some stupid, like inconsequential stuff that's just not really
Well, hang on.
relevant
Right, I
to the
understand.
main.
Hang on, but this is what we're talking about. See on here the comment. See the star and the moon.
Just a star and a moon, as far as I'm concerned. Most
Right.
like
What we're looking at?
Can you see my photo?
Oh, I see the logo that's in question.
Yeah,
now.
the
Let me
star
take-
and the
Let me
moon.
see if I can find a better image of it.
It's just
I've
a
got
star
the
and
two
a
side
moon.
by side. I'll just screen share. Hold on a second.
Here we go. Is that good?
Hang on. No, I've got a better one that shows
Okay.
the.
Oh, that's nothing.
That's that construction company that's right next door.
There we
that
go.
Specializes.
There
in
we go. It's suggesting that the top right and top left parts of the logo Comet Ping Pong are representative of the Baphomet thing
Right.
that's been.
Yeah, that's not a good enough correlation, and it's
No,
also.
I would agree.
Let's see. Yeah, that's not similar to any other symbols that I'm aware of.
No,
Right,
it's
but that's the
not
kind of shit
Wiccan
that I
because
was saying
the moons are facing the wrong direction. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd agree. I think that's just
I wouldn't
that can
connect
be.
that to it at all.
well, and that's kind of the thing that we need to distill what's fact from fiction, right?
Of
I don't
course, that's what
I don't buy
they
into
are.
that satanic imagery that's saying that oh it's satanic. That's what I was saying before. That's why I even brought up to Mark the other day. That's the kind of stuff I was saying I don't buy into.
Yeah, but that isn't representative of the whole thing.
Correct.
That's just.
I understand that.
But the problem is people are seeing that and dismissing the whole thing based on, well, that's bollocks, so we can ignore the whole thing.
No, and I'm not making that argument.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying there are people that have, which is muddying the waters and poisoning the well.
Sure.
See,
Anyways,
what are all these?
how do
I know JD has mentioned in the New York Times saying he's been to what he regards as reputable sources such as Snopes. Snopes, okay, they've had to do many retractions, and Snopes is one guy and his wife. So some people can call that reputable. Some people call the New York Times reputable. But then you look into the fact that the CEO of the New York Times is the same man that was working at the BBC that lied and sort of covered up the Jimmy Savile thing. So you could use that link and discredit the New York Times if you wish. So let's not start saying, well, everything the New York Times does is reputable, everything CNN does is reputable, and clearly that's not the case.
My frustration with the Snopes article is that it says false, but then it doesn't have any refutation in the entire body of the article. Like I read the article.
I've
There's
actually
no
seen Snopes
refutation in the
articles.
Snopes article. Really
Yeah,
annoying.
I've actually seen Snopes articles that I thought didn't actually address the actual claim.
And Snopes have had to make retractions, as Ocean rightly says.
I agree
It
with
says it says Snopes, here's the accusation. It just says false. And as Ocean has just said, I'm parroting him, sorry, that it doesn't give any refutation at all. It just calls it false. So, you know.
It says a lot of the same things that we're saying, that the evidence is circumstantial. I don't know if it even goes that far, but it doesn't actually give a refutation of any of the evidence. It just points out that there's been some weird sourcing problems with the evidence and that InfoWars did a bad reporting on it. But you should expect InfoWars to do a bad reporting on it. That doesn't change any of the fact that the evidence is real or that the circumstantial evidence is actually circumstantial. That's the only claim that I seem to be hearing, at least here. I'm sure that there are other people are making other claims. Seems to be like one of those things where it's a conspiracy theory where there's not just one claim being dealt with. And if you want to talk about like the broader crazy claims that seem to be being made by some people, then yeah, I think that you could probably say that those things are false because there's zero evidence that point to it.
I mean,
However, the more nuanced accusation here is that there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and it seems to be something fishy here. That seems to be true. And Snopes doesn't address that as an issue.
Can I leave it as, I will take it as there's plausible that there was some kind of thing going on with child molestation, something along the line of the groups. What I won't accept is that it had to deal with satanic origins or something like that. I think, and Clinton, I think that's kind of like taking it to an extreme. And I think the people that kind of took this stuff, they kind of took it and ran with it. And I think it poisoned, as you may say, the poison the well. But I'm gonna leave my mind open that if people want to present evidence that there was something to this, I think everybody has an obligation to actually look into it and say, okay, is there something to this? Because I mean, I agree. When children are present, I don't think you can be too careful, right?
Okay, but Mark, when you say it's something to do with Clinton, now the fact that these emails were going to and from Podesta, who was the head of
that doesn't imply her though.
No, but would you say that has something to do with her, even though she may not be directly involved? That's still
I would say
no, not at all.
I mean, you could say that perhaps Clinton knows that one or two of her staff are a bit, got some weird hobbies, but I don't think you can say her in any of this.
No, but I'm saying she's on. It's important to note. It's not something that you would leave out if he was found guilty. It would also be important to note that, oh, by the way, he was also running Hillary's campaign, just as a note of interest. That's not something you would leave out.
If it turns out to be true, Clinton would probably say, look, I employed these people. I didn't really know they were doing all this.
No, I'm not trying to make her guilty by association. I'm just saying the fact that he was so close to her in the campaign, it's noteworthy, even if she has absolutely nothing.
Well, of course, noteworthy, sure. But again, by the way, Nevin, Nevin, I am not a big fan of Hillary. You know that, right? I think that she's a detestable, corrupt human being.
Beside the point, Steve.
But it is a point because hang on, let me finish, Ocean. I'm not going to be going on a limb to say that I'm going to have her guilty by association from what somebody else would do. So it is a point.
I wouldn't want to.
Great. Nobody's saying that. JD, what's your thoughts?
That's what being implied.
I put on my microphone, but I will weigh in a second.
Hey, JD, you better go color.
Never.
From JD.
No. If you go color, that's a sign of child rape. People who are
once you go black and white, you never go back, right?
Yeah, you're like animal necrophilia, bestiality, right?
When you go color, people are like, oh, we know what that means.
Yeah, it's homosexual necrophilia.
People are gonna start drawing circles around my picture and leaning it like, you see that thing in the back there? That looks like a Christmas wreath, but you know what it really represents? I'm just asking questions.
It's the anus of a horse. You like to fuck horses.
Shit, I thought it was more subtle than that.
Horse fucker.
The code has been decrypted.
Yeah.
I just think JD is part of a satanic Super Joker lookalike group.
He would make a good Satanist. That's where he look very fine in robes. Just not white robes, because that's KKK. Make sure they're like really dark.
All right, I'm all wired up here. So here's my take. On top of what I've already said on Tuesday,
which was shit, by the way.
I liked it. Lots of yelling, people going nuts. That was wonderful. Thank you, Mark, for ripping into Fiona and Fiona ripping into you. You guys are entertaining.
That was the whole. I mean, I was stupid enough to think that you were actually interested in what Pizzagate was about, and not realizing that you were more interested.
I am, but the end result of you and Fiona is also entertaining.
But I think you were more interested in perhaps than Fiona and I may have had a
JJ wants a shit show. Come on.
Well, hey, I'm in here because I actually am. I would say I'm curious about Pizzagate. I've got an opinion now that's pretty strong, and I doubt anyone's going to present something that'll overturn it. It's possible.
State it.
Do it. Right. So when I first heard about it from Preet is obviously not a great source. Preet, what's her last name? Wilson? Preet Wilson?
Yeah, Preet Wilson.
Yeah, she is the one who I kind of introduced to the community by finding her page where she has dead fetuses plastered all over it. And everything's like, oh my God, back to the children! Like, yeah, pro-choice.
So pure emotion.
Chopping babies up, like, and anyone who disagrees with her is also a big fan of chopping babies in little pieces and eating them and flinging them at walls and whatever. Just nothing.
Thursday
but just
morning,
a huge, yeah, she's just this huge ball of emotion.
5 minutes before the broadcast terminates. Make your point.
It's the longest drum roll.
5 points. 5 minutes. Literally.
I'm waiting for the damn point.
Yeah, I just got I'll make a new one, but go ahead.
And I looked at them like, okay, this sounds like a typical conspiracy. So the first thing I do is, of course, go to Google. Snopes comes up. Nope, nonsense. Like, all right, well, it's nonsense. It's like, oh, yeah, well, Snopes is like, fine, all right, looks more. All right, New York Times. Business owner upset. Here's a video of the business owner just seeming not guilty, but just annoyed. Like, yeah, I sell pizza. What the fuck? Like, okay, still look good. No, New York Times, you buy. All right, fine. NPR. Yep, same story. Okay, so already we're on a bad track. We got sources that I consider reputable, or at least typically reliable, regardless of their bias. And they're concluding like, yeah, this is your conspiracy theory. And then I looked at how people are defending it. And the way people are defending it is they put up one piece of evidence, and when you say there's a problem with that, like, oh yeah, what about this? But they're like, well, yeah, what about this?
What's
They're
the
not
problem
actually
with the evidence, JD?
I'll go into that in a sec.
Okay.
The issue is that it's not usually, in this case, you guys are actually pretty good. Like, you're right, that's shit. Most people aren't doing that. Like, people like Preet are defending every, saying like, oh, this thing is perfectly fine, shut up. Next thing, like, hold on, you want to actually defend what you're saying here? And they never do. This is what I'm used to seeing for conspiracy. So again, back then I'm like, okay, this is the conspiracy nonsense. There's nothing to this. So actual evidence. The first one I was shown.
Before we go off air, real quick, do you disagree with the conclusion that Mark and I have that this is something that should be investigated and the circumstantial evidence is fishy and compelling?
And Nevin.
No.
And Nevin, right?
No, I don't think it is.
You don't think that it is? Okay.
No.
All right, before we go off air, vote Ronnie. Here's a link. Vote Ronnie, JD.
Okay. So anyway, the big one was the menu with the supposedly pedophile symbol on it. It's a ping pong place. Those are ping pong paddles. The possibility is, let's see, either they really screwed up the pedophile symbol. It's supposed to look like a pink and purple butterfly, or it's a ping pong place named Comet Ping Pong with ping pong paddles on the menu.
Correct there. You've interpreted it completely wrong. Well, they're not saying everyone that uses a symbology isn't supposed to be copying it exactly. What they're saying is that the way that the paddles have been introduced looks a bit like the butterfly symbol. There are other symbols. There are several symbols for females and several symbols
I get
for
that.
males.
But in this case, the place
that's that's part of the weak circumstantial evidence. That's
this isn't even weak. This has a much more plausible, common sense, innocent explanation that it's called Comet Ping Pong. They've got ping pong tables. There's a picture of two paddles next to each other on the menu. That is, as far as evidence, that is as argument against the whole thing. That people are presenting that as evidence, and now you, of course, are admitting yes, it's weak. Other people think it's strong. Like, oh yeah.
No, I think that's weak evidence as well.
I agree. The people in this room are cool. You guys are great. You're not the ones I've mostly talked to about this. Mostly it's people who are like Rodney Mulroney and Preet.
Right, but so before we go off air,
people who defend conspiracies right left, 9/11 conspiracy, 7/7 conspiracy, the New World Order. Preet is on the fence on the New World Order. Rob, as far as I know, Mulroney is gung ho. Now the fact
that's unfortunate. Those type of people are almost worse than the people that will just write things off because of their conspiracies, because they make us look bad. They discredit, things that are actually.
I didn't just write off. Like I said, I did some research. I did enough. I'm like, okay, this is all coming up crap.
Yeah, but so far
I stopped looking. Now, obviously, you guys said you looked further.
But you've debunked a piece of weak evidence.
Well, that's what's being presented.
No.
I'm not saying.
That's not what Nevin, Mark, or Ocean are presenting at
what's
all.
been said in this hangout, rather than what's been said by all the other conspirators that you've bumped into. What is as far as what's being said in this hangout? What's the problem? Well, then argue with us. That's what
why don't we wait till?
What is your disagreement with our conclusion, rather than your disagreement with all
this
the other
hangout's about to end. Why don't you save it for the next hangout, because it's about think Steve's going to make
Well,
you
we can
hang out.
continue talking till it ends. Thanks, Simon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen,
Wow. Devin, wow.
All right.
Then
Unfortunately,
paper that
I
one?
have not. I have not been able to see this whole hangout, so I don't know what you guys have presented. I had to, take my kids to school and shit. So sorry, I'm on Eastern time, so it's still pretty early for me.
Yeah, it would just be nice if somebody would refute the evidence.
I'll make a hangout just on Pizzagate for you all.
So
okay, well,
the sources? I'll tell you the sources that has been checked so far. The sources that have been checked so far are